One day on Blue Star equals 50 years in the cultivation world. 2 days later, Su Fan, who had accidentally entered the cultivation realm, returned with unmatched power. Divorce? After 13 years of devotion, Su Fan agreed without hesitation. Su Fan, do you really not care about me anymore? Su Fan, can we ever go back to how things were? You used to love me so much. Su Fan, I was wrong. Please, let's remarry, okay? Su Fan shrugged. You were the one who asked for the divorce. Why are you crying now? Chapter 1. Return of the Cultivator, Divorce? I agree. Purple and blood-red lightning tore across the sky. The entire city of Jiangzhou seemed to stand at the brink of doomsday. From the void, a slender, pale hand reached out, ripping through the barrier between dimensions. The heavens split open, and a figure plummeted like a blazing meteor. In an instant, Su Fan steadied himself mid-air, standing atop the mountain peak, hands clasped behind his back. A domineering aura swept across all of Jiangzhou, a tribulation-transcending powerhouse. A seductive woman in a crimson, waist-cinched short dress opened her eyes, her delicate frame trembling. Without hesitation, she flashed toward Mount Danxia. An elderly centenarian and a sharp-eyed middle-aged man also rose, their gazes flashing with brilliance as they turned into streams of light and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingcheng, Li Fusu, and Meng Xinghe appeared at the summit of Mount Danxia, looking up at the solitary young man whose presence seemed otherworldly. Their shock was beyond words. I have returned, Su Fan murmured. Yi Qingcheng greets the senior. Li Fusu greets the senior. Meng Xinghe greets the senior. Su Fan looked at the three bowing before him. Why do you not kneel before me? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them like an ancient divine mountain. They dropped to their knees, trembling, utterly unable to resist Su Fan's boundless might. They were among the strongest in Jiangzhou, yet now they felt like ants. Will you follow me? His voice was calm, but every word carried the weight of divine decree. We will. The three answered in unison. They knew they had no choice. This is the beauty-preserving pill. It will make you look 3 years younger. This is the life-extending pill. It will add 3 years to your lifespan. This is the spirit-gathering pill. It will break your bottleneck and raise your cultivation by 1 realm. Su Fan distributed the pills to Yi Qingcheng, Li Fusu, and Meng Xinghe. Holding the pills, feeling the spiritual energy within, the three were overcome with excitement, revering Su Fan like a god. What year, month, and day is it today? Su Fan asked. Master, today is September 9th, 2030. Yi Qingcheng threw Su Fan a flirtatious glance, deliberately arching her graceful body into a captivating curve, revealing a glimpse of fair skin, her voice dripping with allure. Su Fan froze. He had only been gone 2 days, but he had cultivated for 100 years. One day on Blue Star, 50 years in the cultivation realm. 2 days ago, Su Fan had strayed into a spatial wormhole and entered the cultivation world. Over a century, he had risen from mortal to saint. But his Tao heart was flawed. Beneath the heavenly tribulation, he fell gravely wounded. In despair, he tore through the dimensional barrier, only to return to the blue star he had longed for. Everything was fate. This time, he would rewrite his past, mend his Tao heart, and truly reach the supreme realm. He looked inward at his body. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If I need you, I will find you. With a hand seal, he activated the last of his spiritual power and vanished from Mount Danxia in an instant. The skies cleared, everything seeming like a dream. Only the pills clutched in their hands proved that Yi Qingcheng, Li Fusu, and Meng Xinghe had once met a tribulation-transcending expert. This is our supreme destiny. This matter must never be leaked. Even the centenarian Li Fusu, who had been nearing the end of his life, was overjoyed. Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, Yi Qingcheng, and its underground king, Meng Xinghe, nodded solemnly, expressions complex. In a flash, Su Fan returned to his old home. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, memories surged like a tide. Reality and illusion intertwined until he could no longer tell what was real and what was false. So you still know how to come back? Did you think hiding would let you avoid signing the divorce papers? If you can't produce 300,000 for my brother's wedding gift, then this marriage is over. Marrying you was clearly a mistake. With so many people chasing me back then, How did I ever end up choosing you? Lin Wana stepped out, dazed. Beautiful. Stunningly beautiful. Time seemed to have left no trace on her. Still radiant, dazzling, mesmerizing. Lin Wana, the goddess Su Fan had secretly loved for years. From high school to university, then 3 years after graduation, Su Fan had chased her for a decade. It wasn't so much chasing as it was simping. Finally, his persistence moved her. She married him. Su Fan thought it was the beginning of happiness, but it became the start of a nightmare. When you marry a goddess, you must give her the very best. A house, a car, luxury bags, beauty treatments, expenses for her parents. All of it drained his savings, even his parents' savings. He gave without complaint, staying up late night after night until he burned himself out, only to be met with her complaints and disdain. Was Su Fan really so lacking? A Tsinghua and Peking University computer science graduate, working at a top tech firm with a 1 million yuan annual salary plus side income. Yet in Lin Wanner's eyes, he was still a failure. Even Su Fan, under her prolonged emotional manipulation, began to believe he didn't deserve her, that he was holding her back. And so, he tried even harder, only to be met with more contempt. He endured whatever he could. After all, he desired her. For that fleeting moment of intimacy, he worked himself to exhaustion. Then Lin Wanner began refusing to share a bed, claiming she was a light sleeper. Su Fan agreed. Thus, marital intimacy became as rare as an annual ancestral rite. Whenever Su Fan objected, she threatened divorce. He feared divorce. It was his weakness. Marrying Lin Wanner was the proudest achievement of his life, his badge of honor before others. If they divorced, he would lose everything. His life would be stamped with failure. That continued until 2 days ago, when Su Fan was laid off from his job. At the same time, Lin Wanner's brother arranged a marriage and demanded 300,000 from Su Fan. They fought bitterly, and Su Fan stormed out. Until now. Looking back, it all felt like another lifetime. Su Fan reached a conclusion. Whether a simp succeeds or fails, he never ends well. Su Fan, stop daydreaming and transfer the money to my brother already, Lin Wanner said coldly. 300,000? I don't have it, Su Fan replied with a self-mocking smile. What did you say? Her voice sharpened. No money? Then we're getting divorced. Fine. Let's divorce, Su Fan said evenly. Ah. Chapter 2. After divorce, we part ways forever. For the first time, Su Fan agreed to a divorce. Lin Wanner froze. This answer caught her completely off guard. In every past argument, the mere mention of divorce made Su Fan surrender instantly. She studied him closely, sensing something different about him. Unease crept into her heart. Su Fan, I only have one brother. I'm not trying to force you. You just need to understand. Her eyes glistened with tears, looking pitiful enough to stir anyone's sympathy. In the past, Su Fan would have softened immediately and apologized. But now his heart was as hard as stone. Let's divorce, he said calmly. Su Fan. Her voice rose sharply, biting her lip. Don't you love me anymore? Once, those words had been lethal, making him surrender every time and resume being her beast of burden. But after 100 years of slaughter in the cultivation realm, talk of love was laughable. Love? Love your hammer. No, I don't love you anymore, Su Fan said flatly, without a ripple of emotion. His greatest fortune was having no child with Lin Wanner, allowing him to leave cleanly. Did he hate her? Not exactly. She was, after all, the girl he had genuinely loved for 13 years. Once, he had adored her. Now, he simply did not. He wanted only to sever all ties. Part ways, each finding joy apart. Lin Wanner's eyes widened. Fine. Since you said it yourself, sign these papers. After the weekend, we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Fan took the agreement, glancing at her with disappointment. The terms stated he would leave with nothing. Without a word, he signed his name. Monday, 10 o'clock. In front of the bureau. See you then. Parallel world. No cooling off period. He turned to leave. Su Fan, stop right there. If you step out that door today, I'll never forgive you again. Don't expect me to speak to you for a month. Lin Wanner raised her voice as he signed. Proud as a peacock. Yes, she had always been the princess. The fault was always his, and he was always the one begging forgiveness. As if he hadn't heard, Su Fan walked out. The door slammed, leaving Lin Wanner dazed and shaken. Biting her lip, she cursed, bastard. Mom, Su Fan came back, but he seems different this time. He actually signed the divorce papers. What should I do? Was asking for 300,000 too much? He works so hard. Panicked, she called her mother. What? That coward actually dared sign? Has he rebelled? Warner, don't worry. For him to marry you was sheer luck for his ancestors. He'll regret it soon enough and come groveling back. When he does, don't you dare soften like before. Don't forgive him easily. Lan Yu's sharp voice came through the line. Exactly. Unless he begs for 3 days and nights, I won't forgive him. I'm never speaking to him again. Lin Warner didn't believe Su Fan would really divorce her. A man who had simped for 10 years before marriage and 3 years after. How could he leave her? Outside, Su Fan breathed in the fresh air, feeling the relief of a bird escaped from its cage. Brother-in-law, you're back? Great. An 18-year-old girl approached, hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes sparkling like starlit rivers, face flawless. Lin Chuxue, Lin Warner's younger sister, a freshman at Jiangzhou University. Seeing her, a trace of gentleness softened Su Fan's icy expression. If anything in that household was worth missing, it was this sister-in-law. Every time he fought with Lin Warner and sank into gloom, it was this girl who comforted him, a ray of light in his dark life. He patted her shoulder. I've divorced your sister. If you ever have trouble you can't solve, come to me anytime. What? Brother-in-law, don't be rash. My sister's all bark and no bite. Tears welled in her eyes. Girl, don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up, Su Fan said gently. Startled, she grabbed his arm. I'll make my sister apologize. Come with me. She dragged him back inside. Seeing Su Fan, Lin Warner froze, then smirked victoriously. Not so tough now, huh? Too late. We're divorcing. Sister, I dragged him back. There must be some misunderstanding. Don't take it this far. Sister, all these years, he's treated you so well. He cared for you day and night when you were sick, stayed up to watch sunrises and sunsets when you were sad, took on the whole household so you wouldn't have to work. He gave you everything he had. I've never seen a better man than him. Just apologize to him, okay? Lin Chushua's urgency was palpable. She could see Su Fan meant it this time. His resolve frightened her. Are you joking? Why should I apologize? Lin Warner pouted. If anyone should apologize, it's him. All I asked for was 300,000. If he can't even manage that, why did he marry me? 300,000? Big brother's wedding is his own business. Why should brother-in-law pay? Our family already owes him so much. Shut up. Lin Warner shot Su Fan a glance. Su Fan, you've got guts now, sending Chuxue as your messenger. I know you don't want a divorce, but I'm truly angry this time. No one you bring will change my mind. Weren't you leaving? Then go, why come back? Sister. Chuxue, no more words. Su Fan smiled faintly. Lin Warner. Su Fan, swear, if I do not divorce you, may I fall forever into the hellish cycle of rebirth, never to find peace. Both women gasped. After the divorce, we shall never meet again in this life. He strode away, pausing only to say, throw away anything in this house related to me. Not that there's much anyway. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Lin Warner bit her lip. Su Fan, you'll regret this. You'll beg me to come back. Sister, brother-in-law isn't coming back. Chapter 3. Once, we were so outstanding. Lin Chuxue smiled bitterly. Sister, one day you'll be the one regretting this. How could I possibly regret it? Sister, you've always taken everything you have for granted. But none of it was owed to you. It was all given by brother-in-law. And now he's gone. Lin Chuxue felt a pang of loss as Su Fan's resolute figure surfaced in her mind. Lin Warner arched her fine brows, a flicker of panic rising in her chest. Ever since hearing his words, we shall never meet again in this life, she had felt strangely hollow. For 13 years, she had grown used to Su Fan's presence, accustomed to summoning him at will and dismissing him just as easily. I know Su Fan. He won't really divorce me. Besides, the agreement says he leaves with nothing. He doesn't have the nerve, Lin Warner said, pushing the uneasy thoughts aside. Sister, you made him leave with nothing? Lin Chushue's eyes went wide. Of course. Back then, I married down to be with him, Lin Warner said proudly. Maybe, divorcing you was the right choice for him. Lin Chuxue sighed softly. Su Fan dialed his closest friend, Lin Shi. Su Fan, where the hell have you been the last 2 days? Came the familiar voice. Su Fan's nose stung. Lin Shi had been his college roommate. They'd hit it off instantly, true brothers. Even after marriage, though they spoke less often, they could still count on each other with a single phone call. In Su Fan's darkest hour, Lin Shi had handed over every penny of his savings without hesitation, saying only, "Brother, this is all I can do for you." Only this much, because that was all there was. Unfortunately, Lin Warner disliked Lin Shi, constantly urging Su Fan to distance himself and instead mingle with circles of wealthy heirs. Back then, Su Fan must have been out of his mind. He saw Lin Shi less and less. "Come out for a drink," Su Fan said with a laugh. "Brother, I'm getting divorced." "Where are you?" "I'm on my way." Su Fan heard him practically leap out of bed. Crown Nightclub. Su Fan booked a private booth. If memory served, Crown Nightclub was owned by Yi Qingcheng, Jiangbei's most beautiful woman. Now that Su Fan had returned to Blue Star, his cultivation was gone, his divine powers vanished. Only traces of spiritual energy remained in his flesh. Yet his physique was still formidable enough to handle anything. Live again, mend regrets, cleanse the heart, rebuild the path, and ascend once more. Having ordered drinks, Su Fan clarified the road ahead. In his first life, he had lived too repressed, never for himself. From now on, he would live boldly. "Su Fan, kid, coming to Crown Nightclub, aren't you afraid Lin Warner will catch you?" Lin Shi arrived dusty from travel. An ordinary-looking man with short hair and a slight paunch, fatigue was etched deep into his face. Married earlier than Su Fan, he was already a father of two, rushing endlessly to keep up with life's demands. "Are you crazy? That bottle of tequila costs at least 10,000. Come on, let's go to a street stall instead. Don't waste money like this." Lin Shi tugged at him. Su Fan pulled him into a bear hug, grinning broadly. "Good brother. Get off. I'm straight, you know." Lin Shi hesitated, then sat down. "We'll split the bill, all right? Times aren't easy for you either. Tonight's a rare luxury. Honestly, ever since you got married, we haven't sat down for drinks like this in ages. Time flies, suddenly we're 30. My treat tonight. Drink as much as you want. If you weren't married, I'd even get you some company." Su Fan was uninhibited. "Kid, what's gotten into you? Seriously, you're really divorcing Lin Warner?" Lin Shi downed a glass of spirits. "Monday, we go to the bureau," Su Fan said, clinking glasses. "Are you stupid? You chased her for 10 years, finally won her. Countless guys envied your luck. Now you're walking away? Sure, she's got a temper, but that's life. You just endure it. I don't want to endure anymore. I want a different way of living. Cheers." "You're serious?" Lin Shi's expression grew solemn. "Of course. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why pine after just one flower?" Su Fan looked into Lin Shi's dimming eyes and said earnestly, "Lin Shi, it seems we've both forgotten. Once, we were so outstanding." Lin Shi lowered his head, thoughtful. "We came from the countryside, ranked at the top during the college entrance exam, the single-plank bridge millions crossed, and entered Tsinghua and Peking University. Even there, we kept winning scholarships. We taught ourselves programming early and supported ourselves. But because of our background, we felt inferior to these city-born princesses, always putting ourselves beneath them, until we became simps, losing even our dignity." Su Fan drained his glass. He had never been lacking. Even in the cruel cultivation world, it held true. With sheer talent, he had devoted himself to cultivation, reaching the saint realm in a century, a myth made real. "Kid, you've woken up," Lin Shi said with a bitter smile. Just then, Lin Shi's phone rang urgently. "Where the hell are you fooling around now? Hurry home and help the kids with homework. Can't earn money. Can't be found. Marrying you was the worst decision I ever made. If you don't come back now, don't bother coming back at all." The moment Lin Shi answered, the verbal barrage began. "Su Fan, something's come up at home. I've got to go," Lin Shi said after a pause. "Since you've made your choice, I support you. If you need anything, just ask. By the way, there's a college reunion tomorrow night. You going?" "A reunion? Seeing old classmates sounds good. I'll be there." Su Fan nodded. "All right, I'll contact you then." Lin Shi left, guilty for slipping away, but not before secretly paying the bill. Drinking alone, Su Fan murmured, "Brother, I'll take you to witness the magnificent tides of this era." A little drunk, he slowly released his aura. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, Yi Qingqing, was hosting guests, discussing the future direction of Qingqing Group. Suddenly, she sensed Su Fan's presence. Her delicate frame trembled. "Chairman Yi, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Let's end here for today." Yi Qingcheng hurried off, changed into a more alluring black slip dress, and rushed to Su Fan's location. Chapter 4. Dual cultivation will heal your wounds. When Yi Qingqing entered Crown nightclub, a wave of exclamations erupted. Countless eyes focused on her instantly. She became the sole center of attention. Every other woman faded into the background. Clicking across the floor in 7-centimeter heels, Yi Qingqing approached Su Fan, leaning slightly forward to reveal a glimpse of fair skin. In a voice only he could hear, she whispered, "Master, arrange accommodation for me, prepare some clothes. Also, don't call me master." Since returning to Blue Star, Su Fan hadn't properly rested. "Yes, Mas, Su young master." Yi Qingqing's heart raced. This was a living tribulation-transcending expert, a being above all worldly power. Aligning herself with him was the greatest opportunity of her life. Even the beauty-preserving pill he had casually bestowed could preserve youth indefinitely. To follow him, her future was beyond imagination. Soon, Yi Qingqing brought Su Fan to a villa in Thompson Riviera. "Su young master, this villa has never been lived in. Everything is newly furnished. If you're satisfied, I can transfer ownership immediately," she said softly. "This will do. I'll bathe first." Su Fan had little demand for material comforts. When he emerged, Yi Qingqing had prepared hundreds of outfits, all top luxury brands. "Pick one for me. Something simple." Her eyes lit up. She chose a white t-shirt and cropped trousers, Armani. She personally dried his hair and styled it into a clean, refreshing look. When it was done, she gazed at him, her heartbeat quickening. 100 years of cultivation had left Su Fan's skin pale and flawless, his frame tall and straight, his aura otherworldly. With minimal adornment, he was striking, unforgettable. "Your taste is excellent." Su Fan regarded himself in the mirror, bidding farewell to his former failed self. He, Su Fan, was no longer ordinary. "Young master, allow me to attend to you as you rest." Yi Qingqing suddenly disrobed, presenting her perfect form before him. She was no simple woman. She understood her advantage over Li Fusu and Meng Xinghe, and knew exactly when to stake everything. "What are you doing?" Su Fan regarded her. Indeed, even in the cultivation world, she would be a peerless treasure for dual cultivation. "In this life, Qingqing pledges herself to you, young master." Her bright eyes and white teeth, her gentle voice, utterly enchanting. "What is it you want?" Su Fan asked. "Whatever the young master gives me, I shall accept," she replied. "If you seek status, I cannot grant it. If you seek wealth and power, I can promise you that." "Thank you, young master." Her eyes sparkled. She indeed needed a pillar to lean on. "Put your clothes back on." "Ah, I am not yet divorced. Tonight is unsuitable. After Monday, you may serve me." Su Fan was no prude. Since he was living again, he would follow his heart. Power, wealth, women, he would have them all. Divorced? Yi Qingqing was stunned. What kind of foolish woman would abandon a man like Su Fan? To marry him was a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. She did not pry further, only left a black card. "Su young master, this black card's password is 3 6s and 3 8s. It can be used nationwide, unlimited credit. Most places will offer you the highest VIP privileges." Su Fan accepted it. Looking at her, a dark gleam flashed in his eyes. "You're injured." Yi Qingqing started, bowing quickly. "Nothing escapes Su young master's notice. Dual cultivate with me, and your wounds will heal," Su Fan said evenly. Joy bloomed in her chest. "Young master, may Qingqing reside here to serve you at all times?" "Granted." Elated, Yi Qingqing withdrew. That night, Su Fan sat cross-legged, breathing in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. "The spiritual energy of the Blue Star plane is withered. Restoring my peak strength will take untold years. However, in the cultivation realm, I obtained a wordless breathing method. Its condition is the complete dissipation of divine power, which suits me now." He began circulating it, shaping his inner world centered on himself rather than the heavens. Early the next morning, Su Fan received a call from his mother. "Mom," his voice choked. In his century of cultivation, his deepest regret, what had driven his Tao heart to madness, was failing to properly honor his parents, leaving them to worry endlessly. To help him settle in Jiangzhou, his parents had sold their ancestral home, handing over every hard-earned penny without complaint. Not wishing to intrude on his life with Lin Wanner, and not wanting her parents to look down on them. They had returned to their hometown after the wedding. At first, they called often. Gradually, sensing his exhaustion, they called less, worrying silently. They had often wanted to visit, but always held back, fearing they'd burden him. Memories surged vividly. Su Fan felt like a beast. He had never taken them traveling, never bought them anything fine. Yet for a single LV bag for Lin Wanner, he would queue for hours, rain or shine. His parents had never demanded anything, giving him all they could. And he, under Lin Wanner's constant manipulation, he had even resented them, blaming them for not being born rich. "Son, your father and I are in Jiangzhou," came that unchanged voice. "Where are you? I'll pick you up," Su Fan said immediately. 10 minutes later, he stood before them, ordinary as ever. It seemed that from the moment he'd gained awareness, they had always been this way, quietly laboring, asking nothing of him. But now, both had streaks of white in their hair, deeper wrinkles etching their faces. Time had marked them heavily. "Dad, Mom, why did you come?" Even after 100 years of cultivation, even after countless brushes with death, seeing his closest kin, Su Fan's eyes brimmed with tears. "Wanner called us. Said you're divorcing. Son, what happened? Making a life together isn't easy. As long as you two can live well, that's all the happiness your mother needs." His mother, Jiang Qingying, held his large hand. "Xiaofan, your mother didn't sleep a wink. We set out at dawn," added his father, Sun Yin, his voice low. Chapter 5. Mom, I don't need her forgiveness. Su Fan hadn't expected Lin Wanner to contact his parents. "Dad, Mom, it's completely over between Lin Wanner and me." He smiled freely. "I figured things out. I want to live differently from now on. Take better care of you, and take you traveling to see the world. Dad, Mom, I love you." He had never told them that before. Jiang Qingying and Sun Yin were both stunned. The child feels like a different person, Jiang Qingying thought warmly. Seeing that Su Fan looked healthy and spirited, her worried heart finally settled a little. Maybe he's truly grown up, she mused. Su Fan pulled them both into a hug, savoring the warmth of the moment. "Silly boy. Wanner said that if you're willing to apologize, she might forgive you," Jiang Qingying said after a pause. "You've been married 3 years. She's not a bad person at heart. Mom, I don't need her forgiveness." Su Fan's voice was resolute. "My life was headed down the wrong path. Now it's time to plan it anew. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Better than ever. Stay here in Jiangzhou. I'll arrange rooms for you." "No, your mom and I already booked tickets back home later today. There are still things to handle there. Seeing you're all right puts our hearts at ease. As for your marriage to Wanner, whatever you decide, your mother and I will support you. Xiaofan, if you ever feel tired, come home for a while. Your mom and I will cook you good food." Sun Yin had always been a man of few words, but he had always been Su Fan's role model. "Xiaofan, take care of yourself. Your dad and I will head back now. Here's a bank card. It's some of the savings we've put together over the years. Living in the city isn't easy. Keep it." Jiang Qingying pressed the card into his hand. "Mom, what are you doing?" Su Fan's eyes reddened again. He knew all too well how hard his parents had worked for that money, saved coin by coin, scrimping on everything. Even when he wasn't around, their meals rarely had meat. "What a worthless son I've been. Dad, Mom, I have money." His heart ached. He swore to himself that he would give them the very best life possible. "Take it." Sun Yin firmly tucked the card back into his hand. "Dad, in 100 years of cultivation, Su Fan had endured tortures that could shatter bone and scatter ash, yet never shed a tear. Now, 2 clear lines ran silently down his cheeks. He bowed his head. Thankfully, he had returned. He still had his parents to care for. This was the greatest blessing heaven had given him. "Enough. A grown man doesn't cry. That outfit looks good on you. Reminds me of myself when I was young." Sun Yin patted his shoulder. "We're leaving now." The 2 elders had come in dust and weariness, and left the same way, having traveled all day just to see their child. Their hearts were at peace now. Watching their retreating figures, Su Fan tightened his grip on the heavy bank card and summoned Yi Qingqing. "Young master." She looked surprised. She had never imagined a tribulation-transcending expert capable of crying. "Protect my parents. If anything happens to them, I will hold you accountable." Su Fan knew he couldn't reveal the truth to them yet. It would only cause more worry. Once everything stabilized, He would bring them to Jiangzhou to live out their days in comfort. Understood. Yi Qingqing nodded solemnly. Just then, Lin Wanner called. Speak, Su Fan said flatly. Su Fan, what's with that attitude? Out of respect for Mom and Dad, I was going to give you a chance to earn my forgiveness. But if you refuse to admit your mistakes, that chance will disappear. Her voice was as arrogant as ever. I don't need that chance. And don't call me again. There's nothing left between us. Also, stop disturbing my parents. You're unworthy of being their daughter-in-law. Do you understand me? His tone was ice, devoid of any trace of warmth. What did you say? Fury boiled in Lin Wanner. She was about to snap back, but realized Su Fan had already hung up. How dare he hang up on me? Usually, he waits for me to end the call first. Her face burned with indignation, but unease gnawed at her. The Su Fan who had always orbited around her felt like he was drifting farther away. Tonight is the class reunion. I'll show him how many men chase me, how desirable I am. He'll come crawling back begging for forgiveness soon enough. I know this game of playing hard to get all too well. Lin Wanner was still convinced she had him wrapped around her finger. Night deepened over Thompson Riviera Villa. Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, Yi Qingqing, carefully adjusted Su Fan's clothes, her voice soft and charming. Young master, shall I accompany you to the reunion? Su Fan glanced at her. Yi Qingqing trembled, feeling as though he saw straight through her thoughts. Of course, she wanted to appear as his woman, but she knew that was impossible for now. She wasn't worthy yet. It only made her more curious. What kind of woman could possibly want to divorce a man like Su Fan? It was, without question, the most absurd thing she had ever heard. A tribulation-transcending expert was a rarity even on Blue Star, each one commanding immense power, revered even by the highest authorities. Young master, the first-rate club where your reunion is held belongs to me. I'll be there all day. Should you require anything, simply summon me. Yi Qingqing knew better than to overstep. If I need you, I'll call, Su Fan said with a nod. Young master, your bearing and appearance are stunning. You'll surely attract many admirers tonight. She gazed at him. Even with her exacting standards, she could find no flaw. He was leagues beyond any celebrity idol, especially in that incomparable aura of his. Women admired strength, and Yi Qingqing was no exception. To her knowledge, every tribulation-transcending expert on Blue Star was white-haired, the youngest already in their 70s. Su Fan was only 30, the prime of a man's life. Most importantly, Yi Qingqing harbored a terrifying suspicion. She felt Su Fan might be more than merely tribulation stage. Even if he was, his power was beyond her comprehension. Su Fan looked at himself in the mirror and smiled faintly. I was always exceptional, wasn't I? Of course, Yi Qingqing affirmed without hesitation. Lend me a car. I'm picking up Lin Shi. Chapter 6. From now on, she won't have to feel wronged. Young master, there are 3 cars in the villa's garage, a Mercedes G-Class, a Rolls-Royce, and a Bugatti Veyron. They are all yours. If you require anything else, I can arrange it immediately. Su Fan chose the Mercedes G-Class. He suddenly recalled the Mini Cooper he had bought for Lin Wanner, half a year's savings, only to hear her complain that her friends all drove limited edition sports cars. The most ridiculous part? Every time he wanted to use the car, he had to ask for her permission. Young master, what are you smiling at? Yi Qingqing's voice was gentle as she crouched to tie his shoelaces. I'm laughing at the young me. Su Fan took the keys and sped off to Lin Shi's home. Lin Shi lived in an 89-square-meter apartment, about 70 square meters after deducting shared spaces. A family of 4, plus his in-laws, squeezed in together, living frugally. Su Fan, you've made it big. Driving a G-Wagon now. Lin Shi didn't stand on ceremony, hopping straight into the back seat and patting the leather. Nice ride. How much to rent this for a day? It's a friend's. If you like it, I'll give you one. Su Fan drove toward the first-rate club. Huh. Su Fan, I like this confidence of yours. Ever since you decided to divorce Lin Wanner, you felt like a different person. Lin Shi sighed abruptly. In the blink of an eye, it's been 6 years since graduation. Time flies. Lin Shi, do you remember our dream? Su Fan asked. Dream? That word had become distant under the weight of daily life, requiring a long stretch of memory just to recall. Lin Shi stared out the window. Of course, we used to boast shamelessly about changing the world, standing atop it, making it run according to our will. But now, We lived the 996 grind, ran online about things that disgust us, and eventually lose even the energy to care. He didn't know if this was growth or death. We're here. Su Fan parked. Lin Shi climbed out, staring at Su Fan for a long moment. Could this clean-cut, charismatic man really be Su Fan? Su Fan, Lin Shi, you're here. A group approached, clearly startled at the sight of him. In their memories, Su Fan had always been mild-mannered. Today, his simple yet striking attire eclipsed every other man present, making him the brightest star. Add in the Mercedes G-Wagon, and he cut a dashing figure. No wonder he married our campus belle. Su Fan, you're aging backwards. Chun Hui's eyes sparkled, gaze fixed on him. Exactly. Su Fan, you're doing well for yourself, driving a G-Wagon now. Gotta look out for your buddies in the future. Zhou Yin greeted him warmly. They had been college roommates, but drifted apart after graduation. Where's Lin Wanner? Someone asked. Virum. A stretched Lincoln pulled up, headlights blinding everyone. Qian Duo stepped out, flashing an ingratiating smile as he opened the passenger door. Wanner, watch your step. Lin Wanner wore a fitted blue lace slip dress, the thigh-high slit showing off her long, slender legs. Her flawless face bore a faint, lazy smile. Youthful, radiant, every inch the princess. Her arrival drew immediate attention. Some exchanged curious glances between her and Su Fan. Weren't they husband and wife? Why weren't they arriving together? Everyone knew Qian Duo had once pursued Lin Wanner. Was it appropriate for them to show up together? Something felt off. Lin Wanner lifted her chin slightly, spotting Su Fan in the crowd. Her eyes lit up. Today he was dazzling. The Armani outfit and his extraordinary aura were striking. This guy spent our hidden savings on Armani? Did he even ask for my permission? Irritation flared. Seeing several women gathered around him only soured her mood further. She resolved not to speak to him tonight. But to her shock, Su Fan spared her only a glance before looking away. That look held no warmth, only detachment and indifference. Lin Wanner felt a dull ache in her chest. At past reunions, Su Fan had always stayed by her side, prioritizing her above all else. Su Fan, Wanner told me you got laid off. Couldn't even produce 300,000. How are you driving a Mercedes G-Wagon? Don't tell me you rented it. We're old classmates. No need to keep up appearances. Qian Duo had looked down on Su Fan since university, especially after he married the goddess Qian coveted. Now was the perfect chance to humiliate him. It's a friend's car, Su Fan said evenly. Figures. Be careful with it. You might not be able to afford repairs if you scratch it. Honestly, I always thought Lin Wanner married beneath her. She's our campus belle, after all. Su Fan's gaze shifted toward Lin Wanner. He remembered constantly worrying about other men pursuing her. He had even cautiously suggested she keep her distance, but she ignored him, enjoying the attention. Ultimately, it came down to caring. If she had truly cared, she wouldn't have needed his reminders to avoid men with obvious ulterior motives. From now on, she won't have to feel wronged. Monday, we'll finalize the divorce, Su Fan said coolly. His words sent ripples through the crowd. In the past, Su Fan always spoke of her as my wife. Everyone knew marrying Lin Wanner was the proudest achievement of his life. And now, he was so indifferent. Were the once perfect couple really splitting? Really? Qian Duo's face lit up. He turned to Lin Wanner. Wanner, you're finally divorcing him. I've said it before, Su Fan never deserved you. Starting today, I'm going to pursue you again. Chapter 7. Su Fan, take me home, please. Qian Duo was famous for being both wealthy and foolish, and, unfortunately, ugly. That was precisely why, when Lin Wanner had been nursing a broken heart, she hadn't chosen him, but Su Fan instead. Who asked you to chase me? Lin Wanner snorted coldly. What Su Fan said is right. It's over between us. Originally, she had planned that if Su Fan apologized at tonight's reunion, she would save him some face and give him another chance. But now, that chance was gone for good. All right, let's head in. The food's almost ready, Chun Hui urged, ushering everyone into the private dining room of first-rate club. Inside, about 20 people gathered around a large round table. Su Fan and Lin Wanner sat several seats apart. Qian Duo waited on her hand and foot, fawning shamelessly. But Lin Wanner was distracted. In the past, Su Fan had always attended to her, knowing exactly which dishes she liked, serving her soup first to warm her stomach. Now none of that existed anymore. Su Fan ate leisurely, reminiscing with Lin Shi and Zhou Yun, his face lit with genuine smiles, far happier than he had ever seemed with her. Lin Wanner pursed her lips, her mood worsening by the minute. Could it be she had been wrong? It's not like I absolutely needed that 300,000. Everything could have been discussed. I only have one younger brother. Why would he treat me like this? I even dressed up specially tonight just to give him face. The more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt. Wanner, this dish is excellent. Try some, Qian Duo said, fawning even more. I'm allergic to shrimp, Lin Wanner replied icily, sparing him barely a glance. Sorry I'm late. At that moment, a short-haired woman in a fitted OL skirt entered, sharp, poised, exuding mature elegance. Everyone's eyes brightened. Luo Shui, renowned beauty from Tsinghua and Peking University, now working at Jiangzhou's top investment firm, highly successful, and Lin Wanner's close friend. Director Luo, we thought a busy person like you wouldn't make it. How could I miss this? No matter how busy, I had to see everyone. Luo Shui sat beside Lin Wanner. One glance at her reddened eyes, and her finely arched brows lifted in surprise towards Su Fan. In the past, Su Fan had doted on Lin Wanner endlessly. He would never have neglected her like this. Wanner, are you really divorcing Su Fan? Luo Shui asked in a low voice. Yes, I never want to be with him again. Never. No matter how much he begs or regrets, we're never getting back together. Lin Wanner spat the words bitterly, tears welling in her eyes. Su Fan, Wanner's not feeling well. Come over here, Luo Shui suddenly called out to him. The room went quiet. Lin Wanner lifted her chin proudly, deliberately putting on a pitiful expression. In the past, seeing her like this would have melted Su Fan instantly, regardless of fault. He would have taken the blame. Sorry, I'm busy, Su Fan said calmly, continuing his cheerful conversation with Lin Shi and Zhou Yun. Both Luo Shui and Lin Wanner froze. The man before them felt utterly blushing. The simp named Su Fan was truly gone. Wanner, if you're unwell, come stay at my place tonight. I have a private doctor. I'll take good care of you. Qian Duo jumped in. Who wants to go to your house? Lin Wanner dropped her chopsticks, her discomfort growing. She refused to believe Su Fan truly didn't care anymore. An unfamiliar fear spread through her chest. Everyone, our manager has sent over a specialty dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Also, Mr. Qian's reserved KTV room has been upgraded to the presidential suite. All drinks are free tonight, and the entire bill has been waived. We wish you all a pleasant evening. An elegant manager entered, placing a small porcelain pot before each guest. First-rate club's Buddha jumps over the wall. That's not even on the regular menu. Only the most honored guests, booking a month in advance, can taste it. Top-tier ingredients, unavailable to ordinary people. Waived bills. Presidential suite? Who has that kind of pull at the most exclusive club in Jiangzhou? Obviously, it's our Mr. Qian. He reserved the room. Who else could manage that? Immediately, people began flattering Qian Duo. Regardless of how greasy or ugly he was, Qian Duo had money, literally. Though confused, Qian Duo puffed out his chest. I'm a VIP here. Of course they'd give me face. Each pot costs tens of thousands at least, top-grade ingredients. Everyone dig in. The way people looked at him changed noticeably. Damn, that's good, Lin Shi muttered. These rich folks sure know how to enjoy themselves. Total decadence. Like it. I'll let you eat as much as you want from now on, Su Fan said with a smile. Guessing this was Yi Qingqing's arrangement. She certainly knew how to please. Quit bragging. Like first-rate club is your family's property, Qian Duo sneered. Qian Duo, Su Fan was just joking. Why take it seriously? Chen Hui shot him a look. Qian Duo swallowed his frustration and turned to Lin Wanner. Good thing you're divorcing him. He's unreliable. Can you stop bringing up divorce every time you talk to me? Lin Wanner snapped. Qian Duo stiffened. After the meal, Qian Duo invited everyone to the KTV suite. Wanner, shall I drive you home? Luo Shui noticed her distraction. Strangely, when Su Fan had been attentive, Lin Wanner ignored him, socializing with other men instead. Now that he didn't care, she barely interacted with anyone else, her attention fixed entirely on him. Su Fan, I'm not feeling well. Take me home, Lin Wanner suddenly said, startling everyone. Wanner, we've got the second round at the presidential suite. I haven't heard you sing in ages. Why leave so early? Qian Duo protested. Lin Wanner ignored him completely, her gaze fixed hopefully on Su Fan. This time, she was giving him an opening, a reward of sorts. Sorry, I'm heading to karaoke. If you're unwell, go home and drink some hot water, Su Fan said evenly. Chapter 8. Do you actually like Su Fan or not? Silence fell. Su Fan had really rejected her, publicly. Back in university, if Lin Wanner made a request, Su Fan would have moved mountains for her. Luo Shui studied him deeply. She remembered their sophomore year, during a typhoon so fierce it uprooted trees as thick as thighs. Lin Wanner had mentioned craving hot congee. Su Fan had run from shop to shop, finally buying some, tucking it against his chest to keep it warm. Soaking wet. He'd even slipped in the mud delivering it to her. And Lin Wanner had complained it didn't taste good. Wanner, I'll take you home. Qian Duo volunteered. I don't want you taking me anywhere. Lin Wanner felt even more wronged. She had already decided to forgive him. So why was he still acting like this? Too much. Luo Shui sighed. Wanner, we don't get to gather like this often. Stay a while. Fine. Lin Wanner lowered her head, unable to understand why Su Fan was treating her this way. After dinner, Qian Duo led the group to the KTV suite. The room was stocked with premium liquor and delicacies. That bottle of brandy is a limited edition. Mr. Qian, you really have connections. First Rate Club is pulling out all the stops. These snacks aren't ordinary either. Exquisite enough to rival Michelin cuisine. Mr. Qian, you're obviously the most successful among us. Go ahead, pick a song. Flattery flowed naturally. Qian Duo sidled up to Lin Wanner. Wanner, which song would you like? Shall we sing a duet? I'll sing solo. Her voice was heavenly, earning thunderous applause. Lin Wanner lifted her chin proudly, glancing towards Su Fan, only to find him shaking dice with Lin Shi, shouting numbers, not sparing her a glance. In the past, whenever she sang, Su Fan had been her most devoted fan. Still pretending, she thought with a sniff. Luo Shui leaned closer. Wanner, I think Su Fan means it this time. Maybe you should apologize. Nothing between husband and wife can't be worked out. Me apologize? Impossible. What for? Even if I was wrong, I'm the woman. Can't he consider things from my perspective? If he wants a divorce, fine. I can find someone better anytime. Luo Shui shook her head. Lin Wanner wasn't bad-hearted, just spoiled, raised as a princess, taking everything for granted. Lin Wanner hadn't changed. But Su Fan, he had changed profoundly. Su Fan, everyone's sung. Pick a song, maybe a duet with Wanner. Chen Hui suggested. Lin Wanner's eyes brightened slightly. If Su Fan invited her, she would reluctantly grant him the favor. No need. I'll sing solo. Su Fan took the mic. His voice was melodious. Change your life, make yourself happy. Let go of obsession, and the weather clears. I am still that boy, not a single trace changed. Let the past be past. I am still that boy, not a single trace changed. He sang the boy with stirring emotion. Flowers bloom again, youth never returns. The law of time was irreversible. Rebirth was an illusion. Only his return from cultivation was real. Amidst the clinking glasses, everyone grew tipsy. Music echoed. Chen Hui and Lin Wanner stepped out to freshen up. The moment they left the room, Lin Wanner's proud demeanor crumbled. Wanner, back then, no one expected Su Fan to chase you for 10 years. Listen to me. Men better than him are rare. He's just playing hard to get. Do you think he really wants a divorce? Lin Wanner's emotions were in turmoil. I think his determination is real this time. Chen Hui looked at Lin Wanner's bright face, feeling a twinge of envy. Su Fan wasn't wealthy, but he fulfilled every responsibility a man should. Even at Tsinghua and Peking University, he had been exceptional, only to fall into the trap of beauty. Wanner, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Do you actually like Su Fan? Lin Wanner froze. She had never truly considered it. Thinking of Su Fan gave her a strange sense of security, like he had been by her side since high school, appearing the moment she called, sharing her joys and sorrows. She was used to him, but perhaps, because he was so easy to obtain, she never cherished him. She had kept him at arm's length, neither accepting nor rejecting. She had told herself it was a test. After 10 years, she had married him, even if that marriage had been partly impulsive. So, you like him, but not that much. Chen Hui understood women well. But Su Fan truly likes you. As your classmate, I'll say this, cherish him. When a man truly decides to leave, It might just be an ordinary morning, and he'll be gone. Gone. Lin Wanner panicked. A woman is happier with someone who loves her, Chun Hui said softly. Lin Wanner's heart grew even more chaotic. As they returned from the restroom, a young man in a floral shirt approached, flanked by men with dragon and tiger tattoos. Chun Hui and Lin Wanner stuck to the edge of the hallway. But as they passed, the floral shirt man smirked and slapped Chun Hui's behind. Tisk, TSK, nice elasticity, he said, rubbing his palm. Chapter 9. We're in big trouble. The men around the floral shirt man broke into mocking laughter. Smack. Chun Hui had always had a fiery temper. Without hesitation, she slapped the man across the face. 5 distinct finger marks appeared clearly. The floral shirt man froze. Someone dared to hit him inside first-rate club? So what if he had teased her, slapped her rear? Was that such a big deal? By the time he snapped out of it, Chun Hui had already grabbed Lin Wanner and dashed back into the private room, her heart filled with dread. She had acted impulsively. Anyone could see the man was a street thug, the kind who lived on the edge of a blade and would do anything. Xiao Hui, Wanner, what happened? Qian Duo still wore that fawning look. Just now, someone took liberties with Xiao Hui. She slapped him. We're afraid they won't let it go, Lin Wanner said, her pulse quickening, worry written across her face. So that's it. With me, Qian Duo, here, who would dare act recklessly? I know the owner of first-rate club personally. Sit down. If anyone comes looking for trouble, I'll make them apologize to you. Qian Duo thumped his chest in assurance, placing a cup of hot water near Lin Wanner. Wanner, you must have been frightened. Don't worry, I'll protect you. As he spoke, he tried to place his large hand on Lin Wanner's fair thigh, but she avoided him. Chun Hui breathed a small sigh of relief, though her lingering fear remained. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. The floral shirt man led the charge, bringing in a group of tattooed men whose eyes shone with vicious intent. Young Master Yi, that's the woman. I see her. The floral shirt man let out a sinister laugh. His gaze first locked onto Chun Hui, then swept across Su Fan and the others. Looks like you've all been having fun. Let me tell you, aside from my sister, this is the first time anyone's dared slap me. So how do we settle this? The group surrounded Su Fan, Lin Wanner, and the others, some gripping iron rods. The door was locked behind them. What do you think you're doing? Leave now, or we're calling the police. Zhou Yan stepped forward, phone in hand. Call the police? Go ahead. The district chief of Jianghuai is drinking right here in first-rate club. See if anyone shows up. Besides, I haven't done anything yet. The floral shirt man sneered, pointing at Chun Hui. You come here. Kneel and kowtow to me first. Then we'll talk about how you're going to pay for this. Young Master Yi, some of the girls here are quite something, a sharp-featured man said, gesturing toward Lin Wanner and Luo Shui. Yi Yu's eyes lit up. He hadn't looked closely at Lin Wanner earlier, but now, seeing her charm, she grew more captivating the longer he looked. And that short-haired professional woman, she'd be fun to toy with. Young Master Yi, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. At that moment, Qian Duo, drenched in cold sweat, waddled over, lowering his head half a notch. Young Master Yi, I'm Duo. We've met at banquets before. Yi Yu glanced at him, thinking for a moment before replying flatly. The Qian family's useless playboy. So it's you. Yes. Qian Duo forced a strained smile. Young Master Yi, these are all my university classmates. Could you do me a favor and let this go? I'll make it up to you, I promise. Do you a favor? Qian Duo, have you looked in a mirror lately? What are you worth? Yi Yu smirked coldly, slamming Qian Duo's head down onto the table. Thud. Qian Duo let out a miserable scream, blood trickling from his forehead. The sight of fresh blood sent chills through everyone. The women huddled together. Lin Wanner instinctively moved closer to Su Fan, only to realize he hadn't even glanced at her. Pain stabbed through her chest. She vividly remembered the night they'd been cornered in an alley after a movie. A gang of thugs had demanded she kneel and service them. Back then, Su Fan had gone berserk, bloodshot eyes, shielding her with his body, fighting barehanded, biting and clawing with his life on the line. Even after being beaten bloody, unable to stand, he had risen again, finally sinking his teeth into a thug's flesh until they fled in terror. Seen a man who doesn't fear death, never won this reckless. Perhaps that night had moved her enough to finally accept his proposal. He had loved her so deeply, willing to die for her. So why was he so cold now? Did he no longer want to protect her? Get lost. Yi Yu kicked Qian Duo aside with utter dominance. Even your father wouldn't have the right to ask me for favors. Qian Duo crashed into the sofa, letting out another wail. Chen Hui, hurry up and apologize to young Master Yi. Don't drag everyone else down because of your mess. To everyone's shock, Qian Duo, who had been boasting moments ago, suddenly turned on her. Chen Hui trembled, tears welling in her eyes. What had she done wrong? She was the one who'd been harassed. Why should she apologize? Don't make trouble. Young Master Yi isn't someone we can afford to offend. In Jiangzhou, the Yi family is at the very top. People above him could crush us with a finger. Believe me, we're in big trouble tonight. Chapter 10. The Overlord reveals his edge. Qian Duo's face was pale with panic. There were certain powers in Jiangzhou one simply did not cross. The Yi family was one of them. I'm sorry. Chen Hui bit her lip, tears falling. Huh? Weren't you fierce earlier? I touched your butt, so what? Got a problem with that? Yi Yu said domineeringly. Chen Hui's delicate frame quivered. It was the first time she'd been humiliated like this. But she was out in the real world now. Even Qian Duo couldn't stand against this man. She had no standing at all. She was helpless. Young Master Yi, don't go too far. Amidst the silence of the other men, Lin Shi set down his glass and stood. Lin Shi, stop playing the hero. Step back. Do you want all of us to pay for your mistake? Qian Duo snapped, his face twisted in anger. Lin Shi's brows furrowed. He had a family now, no longer young and reckless. But Chen Hui was his classmate. Even after being battered by society for years, he couldn't just watch her be humiliated. He still believed there was law in this world. I've already called the police. You're the one in the wrong. Chen Hui doesn't owe you an apology. You do. Lin Shi clenched his fists, unable to hide his nervousness. You've got guts. Yi let out a cold laugh. Interesting. Truly interesting. All right. Everyone except these 3 women can leave now. Or stay. But if you stay, you're against me. I won't guarantee your safety. You have 1 minute to decide. He pointed at Chen Hui, Luo Shui, and Lin Wanner, a vulgar gleam in his eye. The room fell silent, everyone torn with hesitation. Young Master Yi, Lin Wanner is my girlfriend. She hasn't offended you. Can I take her with me? Qian Duo clutched his stomach, bowing obsequiously. Your girlfriend? Yi Yu's tone was icy. Not anymore. A fat pig like you doesn't deserve a beauty like her. His gaze lingered on Lin Wanner. She was among the most exquisite women he'd ever seen. Perhaps only his sister could surpass her. 30 seconds left. If the irrelevant people don't leave now, none of you will. Yi Yu cracked his knuckles, his men watching like hungry beasts. Faces paled further. Wanner, I've got something to attend to. I'll head off first. Young Master Yi is a reasonable man. He won't hurt you. Just have a few drinks with him, and I'm sure he'll let you go. We'll talk later. Qian Duo didn't forget to flatter Yi Yu before bolting out faster than anyone. Mr. Qian, wait for me. Several men quickly followed. They weren't heartless. They simply lacked the power to help. With families relying on them, they couldn't risk everything. Reality was cold and cruel. I'm sorry. We'll be going too. A few women hesitated, then made their choice. When it came to survival, they chose safety. One by one, the group of 20 shrank to just a few. Su Fan, Lin Shi, you're not leaving? Zhou Yin bit his lip, torn with conflict. Cold sweat soaked Lin Shi's back. He was a husband, a father of 2. If something happened to him, clearly, Yi Yu's gang was capable of anything. Zhou Yin, go ahead. I'll stay. Lin Shi made his choice. No matter the danger, he couldn't leave 3 women behind. Zhou Yin looked terrible, turning towards Su Fan. Zhou Yin, no pressure. I'll handle this. You go. It's not your fault. Su Fan's calm reassurance reminded him that his classmates, including Qian Duo, had only done what was safest for themselves. Human nature. You can really handle this? Zhou Yin's eyes lit up. Yes. Go. Su Fan nodded. Zhou Yin lingered a few seconds, then left. Now, only Su Fan, Lin Shi, Chen Hui, Luo Shui, and Lin Wanner remained. The 3 women trembled. Luo Shui kept dialing numbers, but each call ended quickly after she explained the situation. Yi Yu's influence is even greater than I thought, Luo Shui whispered, panic setting in. What do we do? Lin Wanner glanced sideways at Su Fan. Seeing he hadn't left steadied her somewhat. At least he was here. With him around, maybe there was nothing to fear. She just didn't know if he was staying for her sake. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't trouble my classmates. Whatever you want me to do to make amends, I'll do it. Chun Hui stepped forward, her lips pale, her body shaking uncontrollably. Ha ha, good girl. But you alone won't be enough. My brother's here. One woman isn't enough. Yi smirked. All 3 women stay. Serve me well, and when I'm satisfied, you can leave. Chen Hui went ghost pale. Bring them over. Let me take a good look. Yi ordered coldly. Yes. Several thugs reached for Lin Wanner, Luo Shui, and Chen Hui. At the critical moment, Lin Shi lunged forward, shielding the women, his nerves taut. A man must do what is right. Back in university, he and Su Fan had sworn to change the world. Time had worn them down. Clearly, they had achieved nothing. But at least they hadn't let the world change them. Huh. Still playing the hero. Beat him into a pulp and throw him out. Yi dismissed him entirely, his mind already on how to enjoy the 3 women without causing a scene. 2 thugs grabbed Lin Shi's shoulders. Lin Shi struggled fiercely, veins bulging, but years of grinding through life had weakened him. Against trained fighters, he was powerless. Touch my brother, and you court death. Chapter 11 Master. I'm sorry, I'm coming right away. Suddenly, Su Fan stood up, his pupils flashed with a fierce light, and an invisible force swept out like a hurricane, directly blasting away the 2 martial artists who were holding Lin Shi. Bang! Bang! 2 martial artists crashed into the wall, letting out a shrill wail. You all leave first, I'll handle this. Su Fan looked at Luo Shui and spoke. Oh. Luo Shui was taken aback. What just happened? Lin Wanner, standing to the side, felt a pang of pain in her heart. In such a dangerous moment, Su Fan was looking at Luo Shui instead. This man had never once looked at her. At this moment, shouldn't Su Fan be showing her concern and care and blaming himself for not protecting her well? It's always been like this. Lin Wanner was distraught. Are you sure it's okay? Luo Shui asked worriedly. With you here, some things are even more difficult to handle. Trust me. Su Fan chuckled lightly, his confident charm shining through. For a moment, Luo Shui was completely mesmerized. This Su Fan seems to have changed inside and out. Watch out. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Shui quickly made a decision. Yiyu's target was the 3 women. As long as they left, Yiyu probably wouldn't do anything to Su Fan and Lin Shi. They ensured their own safety before seeking help. Wanner, Chen Hui, let's go. Luo Shui, with Lin Wanner and Chun Hui in tow, and under Su Fan's cover, arrived at the exit. Su Fan, you mustn't get hurt. Suddenly, tears welled up in Lin Wanner's eyes, and her voice, gentle yet magnetic, was incredibly moving. Seeing Lin Wanner's teary-eyed appearance, Su Fan's heart stirred slightly. This was the girl I fell in love with at first sight when I was young. I used to like it, and I still like it at certain times now. Actually, Lin Wanner wasn't a bad person. She was just spoiled. But repeating the same mistake is the most foolish thing to do. Having cultivated immortality for 100 years, Su Fan would not make the same mistake twice. Su Fan did not respond to Lin Wanner's concern. Lin Wanner's hopes were dashed, and she felt even more distressed. Run! Luo Shui gave Su Fan a deep look. Wanna leave? Is that even possible? Yiyu's gaze was cold and sharp, but the next moment, Su Fan appeared directly in front of Yiyu like a ghost, grabbed Yiyu's neck with one hand, and easily lifted him up. Yiyu's face showed fear, and she kept swallowing her saliva, a feeling of palpitations spreading throughout her body. After a short while, Lin Wanner, Luo Shui, and Chen Hui left. You dare touch me. Do you know who I am? I know who you are, but you probably don't know who I am. After speaking, Su Fan lifted Yiyu's body above his head and then slammed it to the ground. A mournful wail, like the cry of blood, rang out. Yiyu was racked with pain, glaring venomously at Su Fan. You're dead. You're dead. Call for help. Call for help now. Seize the first-class club. I want him dead. Won't something bad happen? Lin Shi clearly hadn't expected Su Fan to be so fierce, taking down Yiyu and his group in no time. In his memory, Su Fan wasn't this good at fighting. But what worried Lin Shi the most was Yiyu's background. Ordinary people like them couldn't afford to offend these people. Why don't we go too? Lin Shi felt uneasy. Brother, These people can't do anything to me. If we're talking about background and status, the entire Jiangzhou combined can't compare to my name. Su Fan. Su Fan said proudly. Lin Shi was taken aback, but he made up his mind that no matter what happened, he would stand with Su Fan through thick and thin. At worst, I'll have to lie in the hospital for half a year. Quickly, a group of thugs from the first-class club rushed in and hurriedly helped Yi Yu up. Young Master Yi, are you all right? I have something to do. Something very important. Yi Yu's face twisted in a ferocious grin. Su Fan, right? I'll remember you. You dare call yourself master in front of me. Looks like your sister didn't teach you a proper lesson. Sif. Suddenly, Su Fan flashed forward and, before anyone could react, kicked Yi Yu in the kneecap. A snap. Yi Yu's pupils dilated rapidly, and she fell to her knees, bleeding profusely. Kill him, Yi Yu roared. About 20 martial artists surrounded and attacked Su Fan. Lin Shi immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight alongside Su Fan. But the next moment, Su Fan, with lightning speed, knocked down the 20-odd martial artists brought by Yi Yu one by one in a few dozen seconds before Lin Shi could react. None of them could pose the slightest threat to Su Fan. Everything seemed like a dream, so unreal. Brother, how about I show off my divine power in front of everyone? Su Fan smiled and looked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word. Seeing the martial artists lying haphazardly on the ground, Yi Yu's face was filled with fear. He struggled to stand up, but Su Fan stepped on his head, causing him to fall flat on the ground like a dead dog. Su Fan, do you know who my sister is? Yi Yu roared. At this point, he could only bring up his sister. He knew that if his sister found out what he had done, he would be scolded and reprimanded. But compared to that, he would rather Su Fan die. He had never been so humiliated. Yi Qingcheng, right? Su Fan asked with a smile. You actually knew that, yet you still dared to touch me. Yi felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. If it weren't for your sister's sake, do you believe you'd be dead by now? Su Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and a wisp of killing intent was released. Sensing this killing intent, Yi Yu felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were facing a death god from purgatory. Then, in front of Yi Yu, Su Fan dialed Yi Qingqing's number and put it on speakerphone. Young Master Su, what are your orders? A woman's voice, tinged with flattery and allure, came from the other end of the phone. Elder sister. Yi Yu's pupils dilated continuously. How could this man have her sister's contact information? Moreover, it seemed that her sister held this man in extremely high regard. Yi Yu's fear continued to grow. Xiaoyu. Yi Qingqing's heart trembled when she heard Yi Yu's voice. She knew her younger brother's character better than anyone. Yi Qingqing, your brother is kneeling and begging me for forgiveness. Are you going to come and get revenge for him? Su Fan's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Master, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll be right there. This was the first time Yi Yu had ever heard her sister's voice sound so panicked. In less than 30 seconds, Yi Qingcheng, in her high heels, hurriedly pushed open the door to the private room. When he saw the martial artist lying on the ground, and when he saw Yi Yu lying on the ground in such a miserable state, he was shocked. He never expected that such a thing would happen tonight. Sister, Yi Yu cried out in grievance. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Su to apologize. Chapter 12 I said, she is my woman, do you believe me? Yi Qingqing turned pale and reached out to lift Yi Yu up, making him kneel down and kowtow. Yi Qingqing knew better than anyone how terrifying a tribulation-transcending expert could be. If Su Fan wanted to kill someone, she wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Slap, slap. Yi Qingqing slapped Yi Yu across the face several times, lowering her voice. Shut up. I'm saving you. Yi Yu's face burned. He wasn't a complete fool after all, and he finally realized that he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. Young Master Su, I apologize to you on behalf of Yi Yu. Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng knelt down, begging Su Fan for forgiveness. She knew this might be the only way to save her brother. Elder sister. Tears streamed down Yi Yu's face. All her dignity and pride vanished the moment she saw her sister kneel. She repeatedly kowtowed to Su Fan until her forehead was broken. Young Master Su, it's all my fault. You can kill me or torture me. I won't even blink, but my sister has nothing to do with this. Su Fan watched this scene calmly, not finding anything wrong with it. But Lin Shi, standing to the side, was indeed somewhat shocked. Lin Shi kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, not daring to say a word. Although he was ignorant, he had heard of Yi Qingqing, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. But now, this most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou is kneeling at the feet of her best friend, begging for forgiveness? Is this really not a dream? Everything tonight seems like a complete fantasy. I'll spare your life today because of your sister. But if it happens again, I'll take your head. After saying that, Su Fan patted Lin Shi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go." Lin Shi nodded blankly, following behind Su Fan as if in a daze, still in shock. After Su Fan left, the oppressive and tense atmosphere in the private room eased somewhat. Yi Qingqing slowly breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, helped Yi Yu up, and sighed softly. "Xiaoyu, don't blame your sister. There are some people in this world that you can't offend. Sister, I know, but who exactly is this Su Fan that even you have such awe for him?" Yi Yu clenched her fists, still feeling somewhat unconvinced. "You'll realize later that it's time to change your ways. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, this world is going crazy. Don't be so reckless anymore." Yi Qingqing sighed softly. "Sister, I understand." Yi Yu nodded heavily. Upon leaving the Yiping Club, Su Fan saw Luo Shui and Lin Wan'er constantly making phone calls, seeking help, their faces filled with worry. Chun Hui looked guilty. If she hadn't acted impulsively, none of this would have happened. If anything were to happen to Su Fan and Lin Shi, she would never forgive herself. Su Fan. Suddenly, Luo Shui noticed Su Fan and the absent-minded Lin Shi. She raised her voice and hurriedly ran over, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing," Su Fan said. "That's good. What about Yi Yu? Did he make things difficult for you?" Luo Shui asked curiously. After he knelt down and apologized, "I let him off the hook." Su Fan grinned. Luo Shui and Chun Hui were both taken aback, but they assumed Su Fan was joking and didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and there's no need to pry. Anyway, it's good that everyone is all right. Luo Shui breathed a sigh of relief, gave Su Fan a deep look, and smiled brightly. "Su Fan, you really have changed." The Su Fan of the past was also full of passion, but he certainly didn't have the calm demeanor he has today, which gives people a sense of inexplicable peace of mind. People change. Su Fan smiled. "Su Fan, please take me home. I'm a little scared right now." Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Lin Wan'er took the initiative to speak, her beautiful eyes looking expectantly at Su Fan. It's obvious that Lin Wan'er wants to reconcile with Su Fan. "Su Fan, just see Wan'er off. Couples can make up after a fight. There's no conflict that can't be resolved." "Yes, Su Fan, Wan'er must have been frightened today. You should comfort her." Both Luo Shui and Chun Hui offered their advice. Even now, they don't believe that Su Fan will really divorce Lin Wan'er. They all know how much Su Fan loves Lin Wan'er and treats her like his precious darling. "Su Fan, see him off. Take this opportunity to clear things up and live a good life together from now on." Lin Shi gradually recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Lin Wan'er proudly raised her chin. She had already given Su Fan enough face, and Su Fan should take this opportunity to back down. In a sense, this time she compromised. "Sorry, I have something to do. You'll have to take a taxi home yourself." However, Su Fan refused outright, decisively, and without the slightest hesitation. "What did you say?" Lin Wan'er's voice trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes as all the grievances she had felt that night surged into her heart. "It's nothing. Just remember to bring your household registration book and marriage certificate on Monday." Su Fan's voice was calm. "Su Fan, you'll regret this." Lin Wan'er's voice rose, and it was already trembling with sobs. "I will never regret it." Su Fan said calmly. "Fine, let's get a divorce." "Su Fan, I was blind to marry you. Anyone Lin Wan'er, would be better than you." After saying this, Lin Wan'er could no longer control her emotions, and 2 lines of tears fell silently. Even so, Su Fan remained unmoved. Lin Wan'er's heart trembled. Did this man really not care about her? In the past, Su Fan couldn't stand seeing her cry. Whenever she cries, Su Fan will unconditionally fulfill any unreasonable request she makes. Lin Wan'er sniffed and turned to leave. "Su Fan, you." Luo Shui sighed and jogged to catch up with Lin Wan'er. Chen Hui, who was standing nearby, followed closely behind. Watching Lin Wanner and the other two walk away into the distance, she was somewhat dazed. Looking at Su Fan with his deep eyes, she asked, "Don't you really feel any heartache at all? Sooner or later, this day will come." Su Fan shook his head. To be honest, his heart still ached when he saw Lin Wanner shed tears. After all, she was the girl he had protected for 13 years, but in the end, Su Fan held back. Everything has changed. Su Fan, Lin Wanner is actually not bad, but she has a bit of a spoiled princess temper and listens to her mother too much. I can tell that she still has feelings for you, and she hasn't done anything to betray you outside. She spoke up. I know, but I can't go back. Su Fan smiled nonchalantly. My life is about to start anew. My life can no longer revolve around Lin Wan. She stared blankly at Su Fan, then stopped trying to persuade him and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, how did you become so good at fighting? And why is Yi Qingqing, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, so respectful to you? If I said she was my woman, would you believe me?" Su Fan said with a smile. Chapter 13, This divorce is final. I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Stop talking nonsense. It can't be true, can it? Shi's heart was in turmoil. Brother, I'll send you a gift in a few days. Su Fan planned to give Shi a bar, as this kid had always dreamed of opening his own little bar. As a brother, Su Fan naturally had to satisfy Shi. In addition, when the time is right, Su Fan plans to let Shi consider whether or not to embark on the path of martial arts cultivation. There are no shortcuts to martial arts training. One must endure pain that is difficult for ordinary people to bear. Moreover, once one begins martial arts training, one is destined to be accompanied by danger, and the future may very well be filled with bloodshed. If Shi doesn't plan to practice martial arts, becoming a wealthy man would also be a good choice. The night was hazy. Lin Wanner sobbed, wiping away tears with a tissue. She couldn't understand why Su Fan would treat her like this. She's already stopped arguing with Su Fan. Wanner, it seems you can't bear to part with Su Fan. Why don't you apologize to Su Fan sincerely? I believe Su Fan was also provoked. If you soften your stance, things might be over. Luo Xuan knew that Lin Wanner had always treated Su Fan with a condescending attitude. Why should I apologize? Lin Wanner bit her thin lips lightly. I've already given him so many chances. If he doesn't want a divorce, then let him get a divorce. It's not like I'm so reluctant to let him go. Wanner, don't say things out of anger. I think Su Fan is serious this time, Luo Shui said. I'm serious. It's completely over between Su Fan and me. We'll get divorced on Monday, Lin Wanner said angrily. Luo Shui and Chun Hui both shook their heads helplessly. Lin Wanner's spoiled princess temperament hasn't changed at all. After returning home, Lin Wanner felt exhausted all over, and her heart was still aching terribly. While Lin Wanner didn't turn on the light and squatted in the corner, crying. Sister, what's wrong? Hearing the crying, Lin Chuxua hurriedly ran out, her voice filled with concern. My precious daughter, who bullied you? A tall, slender, and delicate-looking middle-aged woman walked out quickly. Su Fan, he really wants a divorce. He doesn't want me anymore. At this moment, Lin Wanner shed all her strong facade and was on the verge of emotional collapse. What? Lin Wanner's mother, Lan Yu, flew into a rage. This is outrageous. I never wanted you to marry him in the first place. What makes Su Fan worthy of my daughter? Come on, get up, don't cry. Mom will avenge you. Lan Yu immediately called Su Fan. As soon as the call connected, she started yelling without saying a word. Su Fan, you little brat. How dare you make my precious daughter cry? You'd better get back here right now and apologize to my daughter, or I'll never forgive you. Do you understand? Su Fan was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, then said in a low voice, Lan Yu, I hope this is the last time you talk to me like this. From now on, I, Su Fan, have nothing to do with your family anymore. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Fan hung up the phone immediately. Su Fan. Hello? Hello? Lan Yu was furious. Su Fan dared to call her by her name directly and without any politeness, and then even dared to threaten her. In the past, she had always treated Su Fan as someone who could be summoned and dismissed at will. This is absolutely outrageous. Divorce. This divorce is a must. Even if Su Fan has to kneel and kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, I absolutely cannot let him step into this house again. My dear daughter, come here. He's just a useless man. It's no big deal. After the divorce, Mom will introduce you to someone better, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than Su Fan. Lan Yu truly dotes on Lin Wanner. Mom, what if I can't find someone better in the future? Actually, I know Su Fan is very good to me, but Lin Wanner was sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, your husband is really good to you. I've never met a man as good as him. If you really divorce him, you'll definitely regret it. Sister, you should talk to him properly, and he'll definitely change his mind. Lin Chushua hurriedly spoke. What nonsense. If you can't find a three-legged toad, aren't two-legged men easy to find? Lan Yu rebuked him directly. Never mention Su Fan's name in front of me again. Make him leave with nothing. My precious daughter deserves better. If Su Fan gets divorced, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Mom, all right, I really don't know what kind of spell Su Fan has cast on you. You're taking his side so seriously. Didn't you see that Su Fan made your sister cry? Lan Yu helped Lin Wanner to bed. My dear daughter, you should rest for a while. Su Fan is not good enough for you at all. He will regret it soon. Lin Wanner nodded heavily. She still believed that Su Fan would regret it. Lin Wanner still didn't believe that Su Fan was really willing to give her up. Time passed slowly, and Lin Wanner tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep, her heart in turmoil. Lin Wanner took out her phone and looked at her old chat messages with Su Fan. The more Lin Wanner looked, the more her heart ached. Are you asleep? Lin Wanner couldn't help but send Su Fan a message. But half an hour passed, and Su Fan still hadn't replied. Previously, Su Fan would reply almost instantly, while she would reply to Su Fan depending on her mood. Asshole. Lin Wanner thrashed her pillow, thought carefully for a while, and then called Su Fan. What's up? Came a somewhat noisy voice from Su Fan's end. Come back. I can pretend that everything before never happened. I can forgive your behavior tonight. Let's start over. Lin Wanner mustered up a great deal of courage to say these words. In her view, she had already given Su Fan a lot of face. It was tantamount to her apologizing in disguise. Su Fan should be content. You forgive me? Su Fan smiled. Lin Wanner, all these years, I have a clear conscience towards you, so I don't need your forgiveness. Also, we can't start over. It's over between us. It's over. Upon hearing those three words, Lin Wanner felt as if her heart had been pierced by a sharp knife, experiencing genuine pain. Where are you? Lin Wanner suddenly felt a little flustered. In fact, she never thought that Su Fan would really leave her one day. Me? I work at a nightclub, Su Fan said. You bastard. This marriage is off. I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Lin Wanner angrily hung up the phone. She has given Su Fan chance after chance, but Su Fan himself doesn't know how to cherish them. At this moment, Su Fan hung up the phone and shook his head. If he wasn't ruthless now, he would never be able to sever ties with Lin Wanner. Hesitation leads to trouble. Chapter 14. You were the one who brought up divorce, so why are you crying now? Having returned from a century of cultivation, Su Fan is determined to live authentically, free from the burdens of romantic love, and especially to no longer be a pathetic sycophant. Blue Star should be in the stage of spiritual energy revival. If I slack off in my cultivation, I may also face a crisis. In addition, those great enemies in the cultivation world may find out my whereabouts. I still need to become stronger as soon as possible. Only in this way can I control everything. Su Fan returned to Blue Star with only two purposes: to live a second life and do things according to his own will, and to support his parents and change the fate of his loved ones. In this life, I will wield power over the world when awake, and rest my head on the lap of a beautiful woman when drunk. Su Fan stopped thinking about it and returned to Thompson Riviera. He sat cross-legged, circulated his internal energy, and began cultivating again. Now that he has lost all his spiritual power, Taoist magic, and supernatural abilities, he must cherish every minute and every second if he wants to return to his peak. The next day, Su Fan spent the entire day adjusting his breathing, coordinating it with the scarce spiritual energy of Blue Star. If we consider the spiritual energy level of Blue Star, I don't know when I will be able to return to my peak. I don't have time to waste now. If I want to ascend to the great Tao again, the fastest way is to use the yin-yang cycle, to use yin to supplement yang, and to use the way of yin and yang to obtain the method of endless life. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, the only person suitable for dual cultivation with him was Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng has a good physique. After dual cultivation, her spiritual power should be replenished to a certain extent. Su Fan was not a conservative person. Taking down Yi Qingsheng was already part of his plan. Tomorrow is the day of the divorce. Su Fan sighed, hoping to cut ties with Lin Wanner as soon as possible. I hope you'll be doing well after you leave me. Su Fan shook his head, severing even the last vestige of lingering affection in his heart. The night was dark, and nothing happened on the eve of the divorce. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Su Fan arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Wanner finally arrived in a taxi. After getting out of the taxi, Lin Wanner was wearing the sky-blue short skirt that Su Fan had given her. Her cascading hair was swept to the left, and she was wearing high heels, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. She looked a little haggard, and even though she had applied concealer, tear stains could still be seen on her eyelids. You're here so early. Do you really want a divorce? Lin Wanner looked at Su Fan's figure, who was already waiting, and her heart sank completely. She originally thought Su Fan would deliberately find an excuse to avoid it. Until just now, Lin Wanner still thought that Su Fan was playing hard to get. But now, looking at Su Fan's somewhat unfamiliar face, Lin Wanner's sense of hope vanished. This man truly wants a divorce. Doesn't she deserve even the slightest bit of lingering affection? I just want to end all of this as soon as possible. Su Fan looked at Lin Wanner, whose face had lost its luster, and his voice softened a little. Huh. Su Fan, have you never liked me at all? Otherwise, why would you be so eager to divorce me? I don't understand. Were all the good things you did for me before just a lie? You've been lying to me all along. As she spoke, Lin Wanner's eyes reddened again, her vision blurred with tears, a sight that evoked pity in me. If I had never loved you, I wouldn't have given you 13 years of unconditional devotion. Su Fan said calmly. Then why? Lin Wanner's voice choked with emotion. I used to like you, but now? I don't. I want to have my own life, instead of being a lapdog by your side, always revolving around you. Su Fan spoke very directly. My own life. Lin Wanner murmured. I understand. So, you don't want to be this good to me anymore, right? Su Fan nodded. Su Fan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to be the one who couldn't stand seeing me cry, but now you don't care anymore. Do you hate me that much? Lin Wanner's voice was a little hoarse as she struggled to hold back her tears. She only slept for a total of 2 hours in the past 2 days. You're right, I've changed. Su Fan didn't explain anything, but he didn't look directly into Lin Wanner's bright, yet pitiful eyes. Su Fan was also deeply saddened. This girl he had fallen in love with at first sight, had pursued for 13 years, and given everything to, was truly about to say goodbye. To say that I felt no reluctance would be a lie. But Su Fan had truly had enough of being a sycophant. Coupled with 100 years of fighting and training in the cultivation world, he had long since sealed his heart with cement and would no longer be swayed by a few pearl-like tears. Go in. In an instant, Lin Wanner felt incredibly tired, her heart empty. Su Fan glanced at Lin Wanner with some concern. It was the first time he had ever seen Lin Wanner so sad and disappointed. The divorce process was quick, taking only 10 minutes. 1 divorce certificate per person. From this point on, Su Fan and Lin Wanner's status as husband and wife was severed, and they had no further legal recognition of each other. All their relationships were broken. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Wanner clutched the divorce certificate, gave a bitter smile, and looked at Su Fan. Now, are you satisfied? Take good care of yourself from now on. Su Fan revealed a relieved smile. Let the feelings and grudges of the past 13 years go with the wind. Su Fan, listen carefully. It was me who initiated the divorce. It was Lin Wanner who looked down on you. It was Lin Wanner who didn't like you anymore. It was Lin Wanner who didn't want you anymore. Not you who abandoned me. Lin Wanner slightly raised her chin, still proud, and forcefully held back her tears. I know. You were the one who brought up the divorce. Su Fan waved to Lin Wanner and turned to leave. In Lin Wanner's vision, Su Fan's figure kept shrinking and moving further away until it completely disappeared from her eyes, until no matter how she looked, she could no longer see him. Wow! Suddenly, Lin Wanner squatted down, unable to control her emotions any longer, and burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, completely breaking free. Tears streamed down her face, slid down her cheeks, and pattered onto the ground, soaking it. Lin Wanner, you're so useless. You're the one who abandoned Su Fan. You're the one who didn't want him. You were the one who filed for divorce. So why are you crying now? Wow. Lin Wanner clutched the divorce certificate tightly, crying even louder. Lin Wanner didn't know why she was in so much pain. I can easily find someone better. Who does Su Fan think he is? Why does he have the right to bully me? Why is he suddenly not nice to me anymore? Lin Wanner's voice choked. She gagged and felt extremely uncomfortable. While the crying gradually subsided, but Lin Wanner just squatted on the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. Chapter 15. Sister, are you pregnant? For a moment, Lin Wanner didn't know what to do. TSK, little girl, you're so pretty. Why are you crying? Want to come to a hotel with me? Just then, two thugs passed by and saw Lin Wanner crying her eyes out. They were immediately aroused by her beauty and wanted to harass her. Who made such a pretty little girl cry? Let me comfort you. A thug reached out to grab Lin Wanner's fair arm. Lin Wanner was startled and quickly took a few steps back, her hair looking somewhat disheveled. TSK, what a beauty. I'll cherish and love you. The thug licked his dry lips and continued to approach Lin Wanner, reaching out to touch her face. But the next moment, the thug's wrist was gripped by an extremely strong hand. Roll! Su Fan reappeared in front of Lin Wanner, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and shouted. The two thugs trembled, intimidated by Su Fan's aura. Beads of sweat poured from their foreheads, and they scrambled away. Upon seeing Su Fan, Lin Wanner's expression brightened, but it quickly turned cold again. Didn't you leave? What are you doing back now? Lin Wanner stubbornly stood up, wiped away the tears from her eyelids, pouted, and maintained her usual pride. In truth, Su Fan didn't know why he came back. Perhaps he just wanted to see how the girl he once loved was doing. When he saw that Lin Wanner was about to be bullied, he couldn't help but show himself. I've already called Chushue over. Everything will be fine in a few days. I believe you'll find an even better man. Su Fan smiled. Lin Wanner stared blankly at Su Fan. How could he say such heartless words with such a calm expression? Su Fan, you've won. Lin Wanner gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect you to be so resolute this time. On the contrary, I'm the one who's so reluctant to let go. For so many years, I always thought I understood you well, but now it seems I was wrong. Su Fan, I know you're taking revenge on me. You're taking revenge on my 13 years of ignoring you. You're taking revenge on me for leaving you with all the burdens of life. You're taking revenge on me for asking you for my brother's wedding dowry. I'm not trying to get revenge on you. We're just really not compatible anymore. Su Fan sighed softly. Not suitable. Lin Wanner sniffed, about to say something harsh, when suddenly her heart softened, and she inexplicably asked, Su Fan, will we still be friends from now on? Friend. Su Fan was taken aback. According to his original idea, it would be best to stay as far away from Lin Wanner as possible in the future. But seeing Lin Wanner's tearful eyes, he couldn't bear it any longer. I suppose so. Then take me home. Lin Wanner looked at Su Fan expectantly, though she didn't really know what she was expecting. No, let's just be ordinary friends from now on. The first snow has arrived. I have to go now. Su Fan waved his hand, and this time he really left. From then on, birds could fly freely in the high mountains, and fish could leap freely in the vast sea. The shackles on his body have been completely removed. Su Fan, Lin Wanner shouted loudly, but Su Fan seemed not to hear her and disappeared from Lin Wanner's sight once again. Elder sister. A few seconds later, Lin Chushua jogged over and helped Lin Wanner, who was swaying slightly, asking, Where's my brother-in-law? He's gone. He'll never come back. Lin Wanner's tears, which she had managed to stop, fell again. Even Lin Wanner herself didn't understand why she was so heartbroken. When she married Su Fan, she didn't feel particularly happy and even felt that Su Fan was not good enough for her. You two really got divorced? Lin Chushua's heart skipped a beat. We're divorced. Lin Wanner felt all the strength drained from her body. Sister, are you happy now? Lin Chushua asked with great regret, never expecting that her sister and brother-in-law would still end up like this. Lin Wanner remained silent. Let's go home, Lin Wanner said dejectedly. Lin Chushua opened her mouth, but at this moment, Lin Wanner needed quiet the most. Even Lin Shushua hadn't expected that her sister would be so heartbroken after the divorce. It seems her intuition was right. Her sister had always been deeply in love with Su Fan. However, Lin Wanner was too caught up in her own feelings to understand them, and she also believed that no matter what she did, Su Fan wouldn't leave. But this time, Su Fan really left. Back home, looking at the somewhat empty house, Lin Wanner recalled every scene of decorating this house with Su Fan, how warm and beautiful it was. Wanner, what's wrong? Who made you cry again? Was it that damned Su Fan? Lan Yu felt heartbroken seeing her beloved daughter's haggard appearance and became increasingly dissatisfied with Su Fan. Mom, I've divorced Su Fan. Lin Wanner handed the divorce certificate to Lan Yu, then returned to her room somewhat absent-mindedly, locked the door, and received no response no matter how much Lan Yu knocked. Mom, please let my sister have some peace and quiet. Lin Shushue couldn't help but say, Are you really divorced? Looking at the stamped divorce certificate, Lan Yu asked suspiciously, That brat Su Fan, is he really willing to part with my daughter? Could it be that I really misjudged him? Mom, if you hadn't insisted that my brother-in-law pay 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts for my brother, my sister and brother-in-law wouldn't have made such a fuss, Lin Shushue complained. How dare you talk like that? Su Fan married my precious daughter. Shouldn't he be the one to pay the 300,000? You know who was pursuing Wanner back then. If Wanner hadn't liked him, how could I have agreed to this marriage? Humph, it's better that we're divorced. As long as there are no children, what kind of person can our Wanner find? Su Fan can just wait to regret it. He'll be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Lan Yu said fiercely, Mom, my brother-in-law is a good person. Don't you know how he has treated my sister and our family all these years? Lin Shushue spoke up for Su Fan. All right, stop talking. How could I have given birth to such a traitorous daughter? Keep a close eye on your sister. I'll go find her a new, good man, definitely a million times better than Su Fan. Lan Yu stopped bothering Lin Wanner and cursed Su Fan a million times in her heart. Night fell. Lin Wanner felt completely empty inside, and her stomach was upset, with a wave of dizziness and nausea. Lin Wanner went to the bathroom and gagged. Sister, are you all right? Lin Shushue gently patted Lin Wanner's back. It's nothing, just a bit of acid reflux. Lin Wanner's face was a little pale. Sister, you're not pregnant, are you? Chapter 16 Girl, it's all over between me and your sister. Lin Shushue was shocked by Lin Wanner's reaction. Pregnant? Lin Wanner's expression changed, and her body trembled slightly. Lin Wanner secretly calculated the dates. The last time she had relations with Su Fan, it should have been during her safe period. Absolutely not. Lin Wanner was in a state of turmoil. Su Fan had wanted to have a child with her more than once, but she had refused each time. Her reasons for refusing were that she was not ready to be a mother and that she also thought Su Fan was not wealthy enough to provide their child with enough material comforts. Su Fan, he should be a good father. Lin Wanner murmured. My darling daughter, what's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Lan Yu quickly ran over and looked at Lin Wanner with some heartache. Wanner, you don't need to be sad for Su Fan. Su Fan is not good enough for you at all. Mom, I want to be alone for a while. Lin Wanner looked exhausted. All right, get some sleep. Once you've recovered, you can choose any good man in Jiangzhou you want. As for Su Fan, don't let me run into him again, or I'll never forgive him. Lan Yu cursed Su Fan. 2 days later, Lin Wanner's complexion had improved somewhat, but she had become noticeably thinner, and the bright smile between her brows and eyes was gone, giving people a feeling of self-pity. The lights were dim, and Lin Wanner felt a little hungry, so she instinctively wanted to call Su Fan. Whenever she wanted to eat something, Su Fan would prepare it for her immediately, even going so far as to drive dozens of kilometers to pack it up and take it home for her. She wanted to see the sea and watch the sunrise, and Su Fan was always there for her without hesitation, even if he had just come home from working overtime and never complained of being tired. That man always showed her the most positive side, always with a smile and warmth. Only now has Lin Wanner realized how much she depends on Su Fan. Lin Wanner had grown accustomed to Su Fan's kindness and thought he would never leave. But when she looked back, she found the surroundings so cold, devoid of any warmth. Memories surged, and scenes that Lin Wanner had previously ignored flashed through her mind like a fleeting dream. While Lin Wanner couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears again, followed by another bout of dry heaving. Elder sister, Lin Chuxue, supporting Lin Wanner, sighed softly. Sister, are you regretting it? Lin Wanner remained silent. Sister, I can help you win your husband back. Trust me, he's truly the best man I've ever met. If you give up like this, it will definitely be your loss, Lin Chuxue said. Is it really possible? Lin Wanner's voice was soft. Of course, my brother-in-law likes you so much. As long as you stop being so willful, even if you get divorced, he will definitely fall in love with you again, Lin Chuxue said confidently. But Su Fan won't see me anymore. For the past 2 days, Lin Wanner had been waiting for Su Fan to change his mind and return, but each time she was met with disappointment and disappointment. Sister, my birthday is in 3 days. Brother-in-law will definitely come. When the time comes, you should take the initiative to apologize, and I'll try to reconcile us. Then we can still be family. Lin Chuxue pouted. She didn't want her sister to be separated from Su Fan. Lin Wanner nodded gently, her mind in turmoil. After leaving, all she could think of were the good things about Su Fan. There was once a sincere love placed before Lin Wanner, but she did not cherish it and only regretted it after losing it. Lin Wanner returned to her room and watched Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey over and over again. She couldn't understand the movie at all before, but now, watching it again felt like watching her own story. My supreme treasure, will he never come back? No, it won't happen. 2 lines of clear tears rolled down Lin Wanner's eyelids as she slowly drifted off to sleep. On the other side, after confirming that her sister had fallen asleep, Lin Chuxue dialed Su Fan's number. After the call connected, Lin Chuxue's voice was sweet. Brother-in-law, you don't need to worry about my sister. She's already asleep. She just cried for a while. Who said I was worried about her? Su Fan could be ruthless towards Lin Wanner, but he truly cared for Lin Chuxue, this little girl. Girl, what's wrong? Brother-in-law, my birthday is in a few days. You'll definitely come, right? Lin Chuxue asked expectantly. Su Fan pondered for a moment and naturally guessed Lin Chuxue's little thoughts. His voice lowered a bit. Girl, you should know that your sister and I are completely over. Brother-in-law, what does this have to do with my sister? This is my birthday, don't overthink it. Lin Chuxue has a sweet voice. I will be there. Send me the time and place, and I will give you a big gift. Su Fan agreed. Lin Chuxue treated him very well, and he planned to give her a protective magic artifact to ensure that this girl would have a worry-free life. This girl deserves Su Fan's promise of a lifetime of peace, health, wealth, and happiness. Brother-in-law, I'm waiting for you. Your arrival is the best gift you could give me. Lin Chuxue was all smiles. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan looked out the window of his Thompson Riviera villa, introspectively examining his spiritual energy and contemplating his next steps. I am destined to return to the cultivation world. The spiritual energy here is thin and not suitable for cultivation. This time I return to Earth. I have only 3 things to do. First, to make up for my regrets and experience all the joys and sorrows of life. Second, to take care of my family and ensure that my parents and sister live a worry-free life. And third, to promote the prestige of China and make all nations pay homage to China. A glint of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Once the matter on Blue Star is settled, I will return to the world of cultivation and attain the supreme Tao. However, I have lost all my spiritual power now. In terms of cultivation level, I am afraid I am not even as strong as a grandmaster. It is time to replenish my spiritual power. Su Fan narrowed his deep eyes slightly. Taiji generates yin and yang. Yin and yang generate the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols generate the 8 trigrams. Yin and yang rotate. And the dual cultivation method is the fastest way to replenish spiritual power. However, the partner for dual cultivation must have a special physique and contain spiritual power. Lin Wanner's image flashed through Su Fan's mind again. Lin Wanner's constitution is indeed special. Su Fan shook his head. He and Lin Wanner were already divorced, so he naturally wouldn't dwell on it. He muttered to himself, it's time to win over Yi Qingqing. She's the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei. She used to be out of my reach, but now she's within my grasp. After the divorce, Su Fan no longer had any moral burden. Having returned to Earth, he had no interest in being a saint. He wanted to act according to his own conscience. At that very moment, Yi Qingqing received a phone call. Young Master Su, I'm in big trouble. Could you please come to the first-class club? Yi Qingqing's voice was somewhat flustered and anxious, and there was a whistling sound of wind beside her. I'll be right there. Su Fan took a step forward, like a streak of light. Chapter 17 Yi Qingqing. I already have an owner. At this moment, at the first-class club, the alluring Yi Qingqing, Yi Yu, and the others all lay on the ground, blood trickling from their mouths, their bodies covered in shocking wounds. Completely defeated, a middle-aged man, with a lewd look on his face, looked down at Yi Qingqing and said, Yi Qingqing, become my cultivation vessel, kneel down and submit to me, and I will spare your lives. This person, Zhou Suifeng, possesses the strength of the second Dao realm and has long coveted Yi Qingqing. He has come today to conquer Yi Qingqing. Sister, run. I'll buy you some time. Yi roared, but before he could even get close to Zhou Suifeng, he was kicked away by Zhou Suifeng. What kind of trash is this, daring to attack me? Zhou Suifeng approached Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, are you going to submit willingly, or do I have to take action? I'll give you face, but don't be ungrateful. Zhou Suifeng, I would rather die than become your furnace. Yi Qingqing frowned, her voice resolute. Is that so? Then don't blame me for being impolite. After I capture you and imprison you, I'll slowly tame you. That might be more interesting. Zhou Suifeng's expression turned cold as he released the pressure of the Dao realm, spreading his 5 fingers to grab Yi Qingqing's neck. Faced with Zhou Suifeng's relentless pressure, Yi Qingqing swallowed hard, her delicate body trembling. But she didn't seem too flustered. She said softly, Zhou Suifeng, I forgot to tell you, I already have a master. What did you say? Zhou Suifeng raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Who dared to compete with him for a woman? Zhou Suifeng did not stop moving. No matter who Yi Qingqing was referring to as her master, it did not change the fact that the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou was about to become his furnace. She said she has an owner. You dared to touch my woman? Did you even ask me first? Suddenly, Su Fan's voice, like that of the Grim Reaper, entered Zhou Suifeng's mind, causing Zhou Suifeng to freeze in his tracks and inexplicably feel a chill. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan arrived, standing in front of Yi Qingqing, and placed a finger on the center of Zhou Suifeng's palm. A sharp pain swept through Zhou Suifeng's entire body. No matter how Zhou Suifeng mobilized his second Dao realm power, he was unable to take another step forward. Su Fan's single finger possessed immense power, creating an insurmountable chasm for him. Zhou Suifeng's fingers trembled, his eyelids quivered, and his gaze was incredibly sinister as he stared intently at Su Fan. Who are you? Owner. Upon seeing Su Fan, Yi Qingqing felt a huge weight lifted from her heart. A look of joy appeared on her face, her lips curled up, and her heart began to pound. It seems to be the sound of a heart fluttering. Looking at Su Fan, who had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was like an immortal, and then at Zhou Suifeng's ugly appearance, Yi Qingqing's goodwill towards Su Fan increased dramatically. It's him. Yi was startled. He hadn't expected Su Fan to appear. After being forced to kneel down and apologize to Su Fan, Yi secretly investigated Su Fan and concluded that Su Fan was just an ordinary person. To this day, he still can't understand why his sister respects Su Fan so much. But now, Yi understands a little. With a single finger, he withstood Zhou Suifeng's full-force palm strike, a cultivator at the second level of cultivation. What kind of strength is that? I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Su Fan's voice was indifferent. You want my woman to become your cauldron? Chapter 18 Anyone who touches my woman doesn't deserve to live. Zhou Suifeng met Su Fan's deep, abyss-like eyes and couldn't help but shiver. He said in a deep voice, the master Yi Qingqing just mentioned, is that you? It's me. Su Fan nodded. Do you even know who I am? You think you can afford the consequences of trying to steal my woman? The Zhou family is not to be trifled with. Zhou Suifeng couldn't quite see through Su Fan, and the attack he had just delivered made him somewhat wary of Su Fan. I have no interest in who you are, and you are not worthy to compete with me for a woman. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, cripple your martial arts, kneel down, and beg Yi Qingqing for forgiveness. If she spares your life, you may live. Second, die. Su Fan said casually, looking at Zhou Suifeng as if he were an ant. You're asking for it. Zhou Suifeng was furious, his killing intent bursting forth. and he charged towards Su Fan. What garbage! Su Fan took a step forward, swiftly shattering Zhou Suifeng's defenses. He grabbed Zhou Suifeng by the neck with one hand, easily lifted him up, and then slammed him to the ground above his head. Bang! The ground shattered layer by layer, and Zhou Suifeng let out an extremely shrill scream as he kicked his legs backward. Su Fan's brute force just now directly suppressed his strength, and he couldn't even put up a decent resistance. Sensing Su Fan's killing intent, Zhou Suifeng's face trembled incessantly. With a ferocious expression, he roared, "You can't kill me. My father is Zhou Quangren, a powerful expert in the Six Paths realm. If I die, he will never let you go. Everyone here will be buried with me. If you let me leave, I can pretend that nothing happened today." Mentioning his father, Zhou Suifeng seemed to gain some confidence. "My father has connections with the Martial Arts Association and the Four Directions Alliance. If something happens to me, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you are destined to die. As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. Perhaps we can still be friends. If you insist on having Yi Qingcheng, I can give her to you." "Your father, a Six Paths realm cultivator?" Su Fan pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng and Yi Yu both changed their expressions slightly, feeling conflicted. They hoped that Su Fan would kill Zhou Suifeng, but they were also worried about the series of troubles that would follow. That's right. A Six Paths realm expert is enough to dominate an entire province. Although you are powerful, you are definitely no match for my father. Zhou Suifeng thought Su Fan was scared, and his expression became arrogant again. "Then I'll give you a chance. Call your father over, so we don't waste time killing people later. I hate trouble the most." Su Fan remained calm. "You want my father to come over?" Zhou Suifeng's face was filled with disbelief. "Otherwise, do you want to die right now?" A murderous glint flashed in Su Fan's eyes. "You'd better think this through. My father is known as Madman Zhou, and countless powerful figures have died at his hands. If my father comes, you will surely die." Zhou Suifeng found Su Fan increasingly unfathomable, and his heart palpitations grew stronger. "You have 3 seconds to call your father to stand up for you. After that time, I'll kill you." Su Fan didn't want to waste any more unnecessary time. "I'll scream. I'll scream." Zhou Suifeng was genuinely afraid of Su Fan. Just who was this guy? He only hoped that his father could deal with him. Zhou Suifeng quickly dialed his father's number. "Speak," came a calm and indifferent voice from the other end. "Dad, I'm in trouble. I'm at the Jiangzhou Ipin Club. Please come and save me." Zhou Suifeng lowered his voice and said urgently, "What happened?" "I." Zhou Suifeng briefly explained his situation. "Understood. I'll be there in half an hour." Zhou Quangren hung up the phone and headed straight for the Jiangzhou Ipin Club. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Suifeng breathed a sigh of relief and stared at Su Fan. "You're dead. My father has a bad temper. You'd better hand over Yi Qingcheng to me now. Kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize, and maybe I can still plead for you with my father otherwise. You're too noisy. The only meaning of your life is gone." Before Zhou Suifeng could finish speaking, Su Fan spread his fingers again and pressed down on Zhou Suifeng's head. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Suifeng's pupils dilated continuously, and his whole body trembled to the extreme, as if he were seeing a terrifying scene of purgatory. Bang! Su Fan tightened his grip slightly, crushing Zhou Suifeng's head with pure force. "You have no right to live if you touch my woman." Chapter 19. Brother-in-law, you're too amazing. Blood mist exploded. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Even Yi Yu, who frequented the underworld, felt a chill run down his spine and developed a deep-seated awe for Su Fan. A powerful expert at the second Dao realm was crushed to death by Su Fan like an ant. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. I'm following you from now on." Yi Yu quickly came to her senses and was filled with admiration for Su Fan. Her expression became excited, and she wished she could bow down and worship him. "Thank you very much, young Master Su." Yi Qingqing slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and a charming smile reappeared on her face. She wanted to maintain her charm in front of Su Fan, so she posed her delicate body in a seductive curve, her eyes full of allure. She truly deserved to be called the #1 beauty in Jiangbei. "It's all right." Su Fan slowly closed his eyes, looked inward at the spiritual energy within his body, and found that it had decreased again. "I need to replenish my spiritual energy, otherwise my strength will continue to decline." Su Fan murmured to himself. Young Master Su, Zhou Kuangren is a sixth path realm expert. He may not be easy to deal with. The sixth paths realm, is that very strong? Su Fan smiled jokingly, his gaze lingering on Yi Qingxing for a while, wondering how much spiritual energy he could recover by cultivating with her. Time passed by, second by second. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure came from afar, rapidly approaching. They're here. In an instant, Yi Qingcheng, Yi Yu, and the others became tense. Su Fan, on the other hand, still maintained his arrogant demeanor. Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of wind howled, and a figure swept in. The infamous madman Zhou had arrived. Who dares to bully my son? With a furious roar, Zhou Kuangren stormed into the Yiping Club. The newcomer was 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and an explosive power emanating from him. Wisps of energy swirled around him, giving him the aura of a fierce and wrathful Vajra. Under this oppressive aura, even Yi Qingcheng, a grandmaster at the peak of her cultivation, shivered and felt a chill run down her spine. As for Yi Yu and the others, they trembled in fear and did not dare to raise their heads to meet the gaze of Zhou Kuangren, who was at the Six Paths realm. The atmosphere became extremely tense and chilling. With a bang, Zhou Kuangren steadied himself, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He glanced around and quickly spotted the corpse of Zhou Suifeng, whose head had exploded and become a bloody mess. Zhou Kuangren's pupils suddenly contracted, a fierce killing intent raging within him. His cold gaze swept over Yi Qingcheng and the others, finally locking onto Su Fan. His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Did you kill my son? It's me, Su Fan said calmly. Aren't you afraid of death? Who gave you the guts? Suppressing his anger, Zhou Kuangren's voice was hoarse. I never expected that a Dao realm expert would appear in such a small place as Jiangzhou. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to provoke me? You seem to have misunderstood something. I don't care whether you're angry or not. Zhou Suifeng wants my woman to become his vessel, so he's doomed. The reason I called you here is that I don't want to repeat the revenge drama of killing the younger one and then the older one coming. So I'll ask you one question. Zhou Suifeng is already dead. Do you want to let this matter drop, or do you want to avenge Zhou Suifeng? Su Fan said calmly. My son has died. Do you think it's possible to just let this go? Zhou Kuangren laughed in extreme anger. So, you also want to go to hell to join your good-for-nothing son? Su Fan sneered. Such arrogance. I wonder if you have the ability to back it up. Zhou Kuangren's eyes turned cold. He half bent over and pounced on Su Fan at top speed, like a lion hunting a rabbit, throwing a series of punches. Every punch he threw produced a sonic boom. The strength of the Six Paths realm is extraordinary. Zhou Kuangren's signature technique, the 7-kill fist. Yi Qingqing's expression changed. Back then, Zhou Kuangren killed many Dao realm experts with just one move, the 7-kill fist, and established a great reputation. Even experts of the same realm rarely could withstand Zhou Kuangren's 7-kill fist. If Yi Qingcheng were to face Zhou Kuangren, she probably wouldn't even be able to withstand 2 punches. Yi Yu and the others were terrified, fearing that Su Fan would be defeated by Zhou Kuangren. If Su Fan loses, their fate is self-evident. Boom, 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 boom. Zhou Kuangren unleashed 7 punches in quick succession, each one stronger than the last. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Kuangren, a 6th-level cultivator, failed to harm Su Fan in the slightest. All 7 of his punches landed on empty air, posing no threat whatsoever to Su Fan. Su Fan stood there, letting Zhou Kuangren attack him, and simply turned his body slightly to avoid all the attacks, as if he were toying with a clown. You actually managed to block my 7-kill fist. Zhou Kuangren's brows furrowed into a deep frown. No wonder you were able to kill my son. Who are you? State your name. You can call me Su Biming. After speaking, Su Fan moved like a thunderbolt. Clusters of red and black flames swirled between his 5 fingers, his power condensing into a single point. His pupils locked onto Zhou Kuangren, having already determined his opponent's weakness, and he punched Zhou Kuangren between the eyebrows. Chapter 20 Young Master Su, let me help you rest. Faced with this punch, Zhou Kuangren felt as if a moving Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and an immense pressure fell on his shoulders. What terrified Zhou Kuangren the most was that he had moved his body as fast as he could, But the next moment he was still under the force of Su Fan's punch. He had nowhere to run. Impossible. Zhou Kuangren felt a profound fear. In a life-or-death crisis, Zhou Kuangren used both hands to block, using all his strength for defense. Bang! With a single punch, Zhou Kuangren's hands were shattered, the bones in his arms were broken, and then a punch, like a ball of red flame, engulfed Zhou Kuangren's head. Boom! With a loud explosion, Zhou Kuangren's head was blown into a cloud of blood mist. Zhou Kuangren's headless body lost gravity and fell straight down. Strands of energy dispersed in all directions. All of this happened in an instant, and most of the people present did not even have time to react. No one could have imagined that a powerful expert at the Six Paths realm would die like this. This was someone who could sweep through the entire Jiangzhou. A wisp of energy dissipated with the wind. Yi Yu quickly realized what was happening and flattered him. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. What is Zhou Suifeng? What is the Zhou family? They're nothing compared to even a finger of yours. You and my sister are a match made in heaven. Yi Yu wished she could immediately cling to Su Fan's leg. Xiao Yu, don't be rude. Yi Qingcheng snapped. Clean this place up. We absolutely cannot let anyone spread a word about what happened today. After saying that, Yi Qingcheng came to Su Fan's side and said respectfully, Young Master Su, let's change rooms. Su Fan nodded and left with Yi Qingcheng. Sister, you'd better step up your game and make sure you win over your brother-in-law. Yi Yu winked at Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng glared at Yi Yu, her body also feeling a little hot. A moment later, Yi Qingcheng led Su Fan to the most luxurious customer service room of the Yiping Club, personally brewed a pot of hot tea for Su Fan, and said gratefully, Thank you very much today, young Master Su. If it weren't for young Master Su, I'm afraid I would have become someone else's vessel. Yi Qingcheng knew how to showcase her charm. After entering the room, she deliberately pulled down her collar, revealing a voluptuous expanse of snow-white skin. Since you are my woman, I will naturally not let you be humiliated. Su Fan sat on the sofa, took a sip of hot tea, and spoke calmly. Yi Qingcheng smiled sweetly, her body displaying a graceful curve. She took a small step forward with her left foot and began to unbutton her clothes. 1, 2. Soon, the thin clothes slipped to the ground. Young Master Su, let me help you rest. Yi Qingcheng's voice trembled slightly, and although she still had a smile on her face, she couldn't hide her nervousness. Su Fan raised his head slightly, admiring Yi Qingcheng's almost perfect body. He glanced at Yi Qingcheng's clear and bright eyes and said calmly, Are you willing to give yourself up because you fear me, or because you are afraid of me? Young master, I am doing this willingly. It is my honor to serve you. Yi Qingcheng showed a hint of fear, afraid of displeasing Su Fan. No, you can't hide your thoughts from me. Although you didn't resist, you were still unwilling. I, Su Fan, never force a woman. Put your clothes on. Su Fan said calmly. Yi Qingcheng was startled and hurriedly said, Young Master Su, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I once made a vow that if anyone could save my godfather, I would be willing to give myself to them. If I were to give myself to young Master Su now, I'm afraid I would be unable to fulfill this vow. Your godfather? Su Fan asked curiously. To be honest, young Master Su, I was raised by my adoptive father since I was a child. Everything I have today is thanks to him. Now that he is seriously ill and medicine is ineffective, I have made a vow in the hope that a skilled physician can save his life. Yi Qingcheng began to recount her story in detail. I see. Then let's go and rescue your godfather. After saving your godfather, let's cultivate together. Su Fan spoke softly. Chapter 21 My Woman, Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng was taken aback. Could it be that Su Fan also knew medicine? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingcheng led Su Fan to her godfather Li Guozhong's residence. Soon, the two arrived at a 6-story villa that occupied 1 acre of land. Young Master Su, please come in. Yi Qingcheng led Su Fan into the villa and into Li Guozhong's room, where they found an old man taking his godfather's pulse. Yi Qingcheng, what are you doing here? A young man looked at Yi Qingcheng with possessive eyes. This is Li Guozhong's son, Li Yi. Qingcheng is here. At this moment, Li Guozhong, who was half lying down, looked a little pale, but he still managed to force a smile. However, a strong possessiveness was hidden deep in his eyes. None of this escaped Su Fan's observation. It turns out that both father and son have feelings for Yi Qingcheng. Godfather, are you all right? I've invited Mr. Su. Perhaps he can save you. Yi Qingqing's voice was full of concern. Qingqiang, you've put your heart into this, but Li Yi has invited Elder Hua, the medical sage of Jiangzhou. If even Elder Hua can't help me, then this is probably my fate. Li Guozhong glanced at Su Fan, then said to the old man beside him, Elder Hua, is there any hope for my crippled body? These days, I feel the sword energy within my body growing increasingly rampant, and the cracks in my internal organs are widening. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. Jiangzhou medical sage Hua Yun placed his 5 fingers on Li Guozhong's pulse, allowing wisps of energy to enter Li Guozhong's body and examine his physical condition. But the next moment, Jiangzhou medical sage Hua Yun's expression changed, and he took a step back, revealing a look of horror. Such strong sword energy. Even after 3 years, the sword energy is still undiminished. Yi Wushuang, who injured President Li, is indeed terrifying. Elder Hua, is there really no way even you can do it? Li Guozhong's expression darkened. I can try my best, but I can't guarantee the results. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Yun stroked his long, white beard and spoke. How confident is Elder Hua? Li Guozhong was clearly somewhat worried. Around 50%, Hua Yun responded. Upon hearing this answer, Li Guozhong breathed a slight sigh of relief and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Hua. No matter the outcome, I will definitely repay you handsomely. Hua Yun nodded, opened his wooden box, took out silver needles one by one, tempered them with an alcohol lamp, had Li Guozhong lie down, and then inserted the silver needles into Li Guozhong's key acupoints one by one. Hua Yun focused his gaze and rotated the silver needles one by one, attempting to slowly guide the sword energy left by the powerful Yi Wushuang in Li Guozhong's body out. Yi Qingqiang raised her eyebrows, looking slightly nervous. Jiangzhou medical sage Hua Yun rotated the silver needles faster and faster, his own vital energy continuously surging into Li Guozhong's body. Gradually, Li Guozhong's originally pale face became rosier. Li Guozhong's face lit up with joy, as he could feel the remaining Yi Wushuang sword energy within his body being suppressed. Hua Yun also breathed a slight sigh of relief. All he needed to do next was slowly guide this wisp of sword energy out. He left Jiangzhou and traveled for 3 years in order to study medicine. In retrospect, his medical skills have indeed improved. Hua Yun, right? If you continue to pull out the silver needles, it will only cause a backlash from the sword energy. At that time, the sword energy will run rampant in Li Guozhong's body, and even a god wouldn't be able to save him. You have overestimated your medical skills. Suddenly, Su Fan's untimely voice rang out softly. You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Qingqiang, this is the person you brought. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you really want to kill my father? I bet you've been planning to betray the Li family and start your own household for a long time. Li Yi could no longer contain his anger and cursed loudly. Yi Qingqing's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Su Fan with confusion. Even she could see that her godfather's injuries were easing and his physical condition was improving. Whether you believe it or not, I don't care. I'm just saying a few words for the sake of my woman, Yi Qingqiang. Chapter 22 Yi Qingqiang is my woman. Su Fan's voice was indifferent. He didn't care about Li Guozhong's life or death. Professor Hua, please continue treating my father and do not let him be disturbed by some clown-like people. Li Yi said in a deep voice. Qingqiang, please have your friend shut up while you're practicing medicine. Li Guozhong also showed displeasure, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Madness. Su Fan turned his head away, too lazy to look at him again. Jiangzhou's medical sage, Hua Yun, gave Su Fan a deep look. In fact, during the acupuncture treatment, he felt that things were going too smoothly and that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Hua Yun shook his head, not thinking about it any further, and continued to circulate his Xianmen 3 needles, using silver needles to guide the sword energy out of Li Guozhong's body. As Li Guozhong's complexion improved, Hua Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, just as she was taking out the last 3 silver needles, a sudden burst of violent sword energy erupted, catching Hua Yun off guard and causing her to uncontrollably take a step back. At that moment, Li Guozhong, whose breathing had been stable, let out a scream. Blood spurted from his body. His energy became chaotic, and the sword energy within him began to rage like an enraged tyrannosaurus, cutting into Li Guozhong's internal organs. Li Guozhong's bloodshot eyes bulged out, his 5 fingers clenched tightly at his chest, feeling excruciating pain. His face was contorted, and his whole body convulsed, with veins bulging, making him look extremely terrifying. Dad, Li Yi's expression changed drastically. Godfather. Yi Qingqing's pretty face turned pale. Elder Hua, what happened? Damn it. I underestimated Yi Wushuang's sword power. Now, the sword energy within Elder Li's body is flowing backward, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid even a god couldn't save him. Hua Yun's aged body trembled slightly. If Li Guozhong died today, he would probably be disgraced and held accountable by the Li family. How so? The old man has little talent and little knowledge. Hua Yun sighed. He had been traveling around for 3 years in order to improve his medical skills, but he had made no progress whatsoever. Li Guozhong's face showed pain, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Yi Qingqing, it's all your fault for bringing this person who disturbed Elder Hua's acupuncture treatment. Otherwise, how could Dad have had this accident? If anything happens to my father, I will never let you off the hook. Li Yi said viciously, determined to throw this mud at Su Fan no matter what. Yi Qingqing had no time to pay attention to Li Yi at this moment, placing her only hope on Su Fan. Her voice was magnetic and pitiful. Young Master Su, can you save my godfather? Him? Yi Qingqing, are you crazy? Even the medical sage of Jiangzhou, Elder Hua, couldn't do anything about it. What could he possibly do? Li Yi said sarcastically. Short-sighted. The people even the medical sage of Jiangzhou couldn't save, I can. Su Fan nodded to Yi Qingqing. Today, he will fulfill Yi Qingqing's wish, so that this most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou will willingly submit to him. Su Fan stood up and moved closer to Li Guozhong. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Li Yi reached out and stopped Su Fan. Snap. Su Fan raised his arm and slapped Li Yi hard across the face, like an iron fan. The immense impact sent Li Yi flying, leaving 5 finger marks embedded in his cheek, his face contorted and looking extremely ferocious. If you dare to make another sound in front of me, I'll kill you. Su Fan stared coldly at Li Yi for a moment. Their eyes met, and Li Yi shivered. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, as if he were being stared at by a bloodthirsty prehistoric beast, giving him a chilling feeling. Su Fan looked at Li Guozhong, who was convulsing and being torn apart by sword energy, took out a bright red pill from his sleeve, and threw it to Li Guozhong. Take it. After receiving the pill, Li Guozhong gritted his teeth, somewhat hesitant. If you don't want to die, take this, and I'll save your life and repay the kindness you owed Yi Qingqing. Su Fan's voice was indifferent. Li Guozhong was in unbearable pain at this moment. If this continued, he would surely suffer endless torment and die. Without hesitation, Li Guozhong swallowed the pill given to him by Su Fan. The pill entered his stomach and immediately generated a warm current that flowed through Li Guozhong's body, which actually alleviated Li Guozhong's excruciating pain. Li Guozhong gasped for breath, as if he had just escaped death. Give me 9 silver needles. Su Fan spoke. Swiftly, Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou, handed over the silver needles. From the moment Su Fan took out the pill, Hua Yun's gaze towards Su Fan changed noticeably, becoming excited as if he were looking at a stunning beauty. Taking the silver needles, Su Fan pressed down on Li Guozhong's head with one hand and inserted the 9 silver needles one by one into the acupoints on the top of Li Guozhong's head with the other. A dark glint flashed in the depths of Su Fan's eyes as he twirled the 9 silver needles. Visibly, strands of sword energy were forcibly guided out by the silver needles. These sword energies contained intense killing intent, but at this moment they were as if they were imprisoned, unable to struggle at all, and could only slowly annihilate and dissipate into nothingness. What amazing acupuncture technique! I have never seen such superb medical skills before. Jiangzhou's medical sage, Hua Yun, stared wide-eyed at Su Fan, his gaze gradually turning into one of worship, his body trembling more and more violently. Godfather, are you feeling better? Yi Qingqing wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and asked with concern. I'm feeling better, Qingqing. Your friend is truly extraordinary. Li Guozhong felt as if he had gone from purgatory to heaven. The sword energy that had tormented him for 3 years was now running away wildly, but in the end, It was all uncontrollably guided away by a force. For the first time in 3 years, Li Guozhong felt so relaxed. What delighted Li Guozhong even more was that he felt his strength slowly returning and his frail body rapidly recovering. A powerful aura of Tao realm began to emanate from Li Guozhong's body. Once upon a time, Li Guozhong was a powerful expert at the 10th realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the transcendent realm and becoming a true powerhouse who dominated the region. However, due to Yi Wushuang's appearance, Li Guozhong was defeated, and he became a useless person who lay in bed all day. 3 years. He finally felt his own strong heartbeat once again. Receive. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan waved his hand, and the 9 silver needles floated in midair at the same time before falling into the brocade box and returning it to Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou. I've saved your life. You'll be back to your peak condition in less than a month. Su Fan's voice was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Thank you very much, young Master Su. Li Guozhong was loyal and devoted. No need to thank me. As I just said, saving you is me repaying Yi Qingqing's kindness. From now on, Yi Qingqing is my woman. You and your son should stop coveting her. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chapter 23 Divine Dr. Su. I beg you to accept this old man as your disciple. Su Fan warned. These words immediately created a somber and chilly atmosphere. What a joke. Yi Qingqing was raised by the Li family. She will always be a member of the Li family. Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Su Fan say that Yi Qingqing was his daughter, Li Yi was furious. He struggled to stand in front of his father, Li Guozhong, and glared fiercely at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, are you going to betray the Li family? Don't forget, without the Li family, you'd be nothing but a prostitute right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yi felt a gust of wind rush towards him. Before Li Yi could react, Su Fan was already in front of him, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him to the ground. Su Fan then stepped on Li Yi's head, saying, "It seems you haven't heard my warning. You scum like you have the right to insult my woman? This is my second warning. If I see you disrespecting Yi Qingqing again, I'll kill you like a dog." Su Fan stomped his big foot on Li Yi's cheek and said, "What the hell?" Yi Qingqing swallowed hard, a surge of overwhelming sense of security welling up inside her. She was well aware that both Li Yi and her adoptive father, Li Guozhong, harbored inappropriate feelings for her, but for various reasons, neither of them had dared to confront the other about it. Yi Qingqing had actually wanted to break away from the Li family for a long time. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Over the years, how much money has she made for the Li family? How many people has she trained? And now Su Fan has saved her godfather Li Guozhong. She should have paid back everything she owed the Li family. Dad, Li Yi sensed Su Fan's clear killing intent and was terrified. He could only turn to his father for help. Young Master Su, you have misunderstood. I have always regarded Yi Qingqing as my daughter. Li Guozhong managed a weak smile, but deep within his pupils, starlight exploded. However, Su Fan had no interest in considering Li Guozhong's feelings or face. He kicked Li Yi away, put his arm around Yi Qingqing's slender waist, and stroked her up and down. From now on, Yi Qingqing has nothing to do with your Li family. If I find out that you dare to have any designs on Yi Qingqing, I will kill you the same way I saved you. After saying that, Su Fan smiled at Yi Qingqing and said, "Let's go." Yi Qingqing felt her face flush and her heart pound. From the first time she met Su Fan to today, Su Fan had given her too many shocks, striking her soul in an extremely domineering way. Women admire strength, especially a strong woman like Yi Qingqing. Initially, Yi Qingqing was willing to acknowledge Su Fan as her master because she was intimidated by his power and also to find a powerful backer for herself. She also harbored the intention of using someone else to do her dirty work. But now, Yi Qingqing feels that she has fallen for him. That one glance felt like an eternity, and my heart pounded. Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly, like a delicate young girl, and slowly leaned against Su Fan, nodding gently. "Godfather, I'll come to see you another day," Yi Qingqing said politely, clearly maintaining a certain distance. Li Guozhong's expression changed rapidly. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, revealing a kind smile. "It's all right, Qingqing. You keep young Master Su company." Li Yi collapsed against the wall, biting his lip until it bled. Watching Su Fan and Yi Qingqing's ambiguous relationship, He was filled with extreme jealousy and hatred, wishing he could tear Su Fan to pieces immediately. Divine Physician Su, please accept this old man as your disciple. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou, knelt down and kowtowed deeply to Su Fan, his voice sincere. Divine Physician Su, I have been away from Jiangzhou for 3 years, visiting famous doctors all over the world, just to improve my medical skills. But after 3 years of wasted time, my medical skills are still less than 1/10,000th of what you have. Please, Divine Physician Su, have pity on me and let me follow you. I am willing to start as your apprentice. This kneeling and bowing caught everyone off guard. It should be noted that Hua Yun is a very famous person in Jiangzhou. He is a guest of honor of countless powerful figures and holds an extremely high position in Jiangzhou. Hua Yun is known as the medical sage of Jiangzhou. He has saved many lives, and his disciples are a force to be reckoned with. It's fair to say that Hua Yun alone is worth more than an entire wealthy family. But now, this renowned medical sage is kneeling at Su Fan's feet, begging Su Fan to take him as his disciple. If this scene were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Jiangzhou. Li Yi clenched his fists tighter, his killing intent growing stronger. While Li Guozhong remained indifferent, no one could fathom what the newly recovered old man was thinking. You want me to take you as my apprentice? Su Fan shook his head and said disdainfully, Sorry, you are not qualified enough to become my disciple. After saying that, Su Fan put his arm around Ji Yi Qingqing and prepared to leave. Divine Physician Su, I beg you. All my life's desire is to make progress in the path of medicine. My talent is limited, and I have already made no progress. Heaven took pity on me and allowed me to meet Divine Physician Su. If Divine Physician Su does not accept me as your disciple today, I will kneel here forever. Hua Yun kowtowed repeatedly, not caring that his forehead was bleeding from the kowtow. His dedication to medicine transcends everything. He had a strong feeling that Su Fan would definitely improve his medical skills. This opportunity is rare and precious. He absolutely cannot miss it. If you lack talent, then you lack talent. The Tao cannot be easily passed on, and the Dharma cannot be sold cheaply. I will not accept you as my disciple. Su Fan's expression remained unchanged. In the world of cultivation, countless people have bowed and kowtowed, yet still failed to catch a glimpse of him. The disciples he accepted were all truly exceptionally talented individuals. Dr. Su, Hua Yun, however, did not give up and continued to kowtow. As long as Dr. Su can pass on his medical knowledge to me and guide me in the medical path, I am willing to give away all my wealth and serve Dr. Su. I beg Dr. Su to have pity on me. I would be content to die after hearing the Tao in the morning. I have been waiting all my life for someone who can guide me in the medical path. As he spoke, Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou, burst into tears and knelt down for a long time. Su Fan was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Hua Yun would be so determined to pursue the path of medicine. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, Considering your sincerity, I can temporarily accept you as a disciple. In the future, when I have time, I can give you some pointers. Thank you, Divine Physician Su. No, thank you, Master. Jiangzhou's medical sage, Hua Yun, felt no shame whatsoever. He was only overjoyed. He didn't care about worldly fame and dignity, as long as it allowed him to improve his medical skills. All he cared about was his own medical expertise. Medicine was everything to him. Su Fan left his contact information with Hua Yun, and then left the Li family villa with Yi Qingqing. Hua Yun soon took his leave as well. In the huge room, only Li Yi and Li Guozhong remained. Li Yi slammed his fist into the ground, letting out a wail, and struggled to his feet. Dad, we absolutely cannot let that bitch Yi Qingqing get away with this. We absolutely cannot let that Su Fan get away with this. Chapter 24. Taking down Yi Qingqing. Seeing Su Fan and Yi Qingqing so inseparable, Li Yi felt extremely uncomfortable, as if Su Fan had cheated on him. Yi Qingqing was the woman he swore he had to have. Su Fan, investigate this man. Li Guozhong adjusted his breathing. Dad, Yi Qingqing is the vessel we've nurtured. She's the key to our breakthrough. We absolutely cannot let her benefit someone else. Li Yi was furious at the thought of Yi Qingqing and Su Fan being so intimate. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. This matter cannot be rushed. The most important thing now is for me to restore my strength and find a way to break through the shackles of the Tao realm. The failure 3 years ago must not be repeated. A cold glint flashed in Li Guozhong's eyes, and he snorted softly. Actually, I hope that Su Fan is more capable than I am. That way, I might be able to use one wolf to devour another, making Su Fan and Yi Wushuang face off, so that I can reap the benefits. Father is wise. Go, keep a close eye on Su Fan and don't alert him. We'll make plans after I recover to my peak. Now is the time for patience and lying low. Li Guozhong waved his hand. He had set a trap to kill Yi Qingqing's entire family and then adopted her. His purpose was to seize her spiritual essence when he was at the peak of his Tao realm, break through to the next level, and become a true overlord. The night wind howled, carrying a chill. Su Fan walked through the night with his arm around Yi Qingqing's waist. According to your vow, I saved your adoptive father and repaid Li Guozhong for raising you. Now, are you willing to serve me? Su Fan stopped and looked into Yi Qingqing's eyes, which were as bright as stars. This time, he no longer concealed his desire. I do. Yi Qingqing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she nodded slightly. From any angle, she was incredibly charming. Young Master Su, would you like to come to my house? Yi Qingqing's heart was racing. Good. 5 minutes later, Su Fan followed Yi Qingqing to the 32nd floor of the Cloud Peak Supreme. This is a large, single-level apartment with a refreshing fragrance and a minimalist decor. The most eye-catching feature is a large floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out the window, there is an endless sea, and on the other side of the sea are brightly lit skyscrapers, taking in the prosperity and beauty of Jiangzhou. Yi Qingqing poured Su Fan a glass of red wine and said softly, I'm going to take a shower first. Taking the glass of red wine, Su Fan swirled it slightly, gazing out the window, lost in thought. 20 minutes later, Su Fan saw Yi Qingqing, dressed in a black strapless bra, gracefully approaching through the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling window. Yi Qingqing's skin was delicate and smooth, and her long, straight legs, coupled with black high heels, made her appear extremely tall. Her proportions were almost perfect, and she had a curvaceous figure with a prominent bust and buttocks. Compared to the seal-like Yi Qingqing, this Yi Qingqing with her explosive hormones is even more charming, and her gentle smile is captivating. Such beauty and temperament would be enough to be considered a peerless beauty even in the world of cultivation. Su Fan turned around, admiring Yi Qingqing's graceful and charming figure with the air of a superior, as past scenes kept flashing through his mind. In Jiangzhou, every man has heard of Yi Qingqing's stunning beauty. She is the dream goddess of countless men in Jiangzhou. Back then, Su Fan was also amazed by Yi Qingqing's charm. Who would have thought that Yi Qingqing, who was once high above and could only be admired from afar without any impropriety, would be dressed in sexy lingerie, with a seductive smile, and belonged to him alone? Young Master Su, what are you thinking about? Yi Qingqing was a little nervous, pressing her delicate body close to Su Fan, softly nestled beside him, her eyes sparkling, her gaze towards Su Fan filled with admiration and awe. I'm thinking right now, I'm fucking happy. Su Fan recalled his past life as a simp and a corporate slave. Back then, a woman like Yi Qingqing probably wouldn't even have been interested in giving him a second glance. Power, wealth, are not really important. Only the power that is in your own hands is everything. Su Fan lifted Yi Qingqing's chin and gave her a savoring kiss. Now, you belong to me alone, and I will give you everything you want, except for the title. Yi Qingqing's delicate body trembled, and she placed her slender hands on Su Fan's body, slowly taking off Su Fan's clothes, her 5 fingers wandering over Su Fan's body. Thunder from heaven ignites fire on earth. Yin and yang alternated, and the night was indescribable. Tonight, Su Fan has won over Yi Qingqing, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. In the early morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. Yi Qingqing lazily rolled over, her delicate body lying on top of Su Fan, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. She was very happy that night. Su Fan opened his eyes, feeling the softness of Yi Qingqing's delicate body and smelling her fragrance. He had to admit that this woman was indeed very sensible and had great potential for development in the future. Su Fan looked inward at his own body, and his eyes lit up. As he expected, Yi Qingqiang possessed an extraordinary physique and inner spiritual power. After cultivating with her, Su Fan recovered some of his spiritual power. This spiritual power, combined with Su Fan's newly cultivated wordless breathing technique, allowed Su Fan to recover his strength much faster. Most importantly, the combination of yin and yang can create an endless cycle of life. Every so often, he would cultivate with Yi Qingqiang and receive a replenishment of spiritual energy. Of course, Yi Qingqiang also gained a lot of benefits. Young Master Su, you can come here anytime in the future. I will be here no matter when you come. Yi Qingqiang revealed her allure, becoming bolder, and smiled slyly. Young Master Su, I don't just have this one outfit. Everyone says I'm a chameleon, and every time you come, I can give you a different surprise. No matter what style you like, I can satisfy you. Yi Qingqiang was very clear about her own value, and she didn't want Su Fan to lose interest after getting her. Knowing how to seduce a man is her specialty. Su Fan chuckled and patted Yi Qingqiang's buttocks. I will slowly appreciate your different styles and charms. Giggle. Yi Qingqiang smiled even more charmingly, reluctantly getting out of the big bed, shaking her hair, tidying her torn clothes, and taking long strides. Young Master Su, I'll go make you breakfast. Yi Qingqiang is both gentle and alluring, making her a perfect lover. After breakfast, Su Fan got dressed with Yi Qingqiang's help. Your injuries should have healed by now. Once you are fully recovered, I will teach you the 9 profound scripture, which will allow you to advance your cultivation level by leaps and bounds. Su Fan was not stingy with his women. Thank you, young master, but I would prefer you to come to me more often. Yi Qingqiang blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, when I first met you, young master, the heavenly tribulation clouds were swirling, and the aura of tribulation crossing experts was rampant. But now, the aura emanating from you is only that of a grandmaster. I'm very curious about your true strength and realm. Chapter 25. Lin Wanner invites Su Fan again. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Qingqiang. Yi Qingqiang's delicate body trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. Young master, I have crossed the line. Your feeling is good. I am indeed only at the grandmaster level right now, but even if I am only a grandmaster, killing the strongest person you think I am is still a piece of cake. Besides, I will soon be able to return to my peak. Su Fan patted Yi Qingqiang's head. You just need to know that even after thousands of years, even if the world changes and everything changes, even if one era after another passes away, I will still be here. At this moment, Yi Qingqiang's pupils shrank sharply. She felt that Su Fan was unfathomable and dared not test him again. She became even more devoted to him and wondered if she should change into a maid outfit next time. As she thought about it, Yi Qingqiang blushed. She was the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, and all she could think about was pleasing the man in front of her. Ring bell. Just then, a phone rang urgently. Lin Wanner. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. What did she want from him? After a moment's hesitation, Su Fan remembered Lin Wanner crying her eyes out at the Civil Affairs Bureau and answered the phone. What's up? Hearing Su Fan's cold words, Lin Wanner felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Su Fan, I want to talk to you. I think there's some misunderstanding between us. After divorcing Su Fan, Lin Wanner couldn't sleep no matter how much she tossed and turned. All she could think of were the good things about Su Fan, and she could always recall his image in every little detail of her life. Lin Wanner had never felt so distressed. After much internal struggle, Lin Wanner decided to talk to Su Fan. She wanted to tell him that she wasn't as arrogant and unreasonable as he thought. Perhaps the misunderstanding between the two can be resolved. I'm sorry, there's nothing to talk about between us, and there's no misunderstanding. Su Fan's response was extremely calm. Su Fan, you've never spoken to me like this before. Lin Wanner felt wronged again, and her little mouth turned up. Lin Wanner, you know that was in the past. I've moved on. Now it's your turn to move on. Su Fan sighed softly. He hadn't expected Lin Wanner to be so reluctant to let go after the divorce. According to Lin Chuxue, Lin Wanner cried her eyes out again after returning home and barely ate anything. Su Fan had always believed that Lin Wanner didn't actually love him and didn't have much affection for him. But now it seems that this may not be the case. But, so what? Su Fan has sealed his heart with cement. He is no longer that sycophant, but a celestial venerable who has returned after 100 years of cultivation. His future is the true sea of stars and the universe, and he can no longer indulge in romantic love. I don't care. Su Fan, it's 2 p.m., still at our usual Starry Sky Cafe. We'll meet there. Lin Warner angrily hung up the phone, still clinging to the hope that Su Fan was playing hard to get and that he would come back to her if she just beckoned. At worst, she can change her temper and be more accommodating to Su Fan in the future. Lin Warner subconsciously touched her stomach and murmured, "Pregnancy tests aren't always accurate. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup next time." Lin Warner felt a mix of emotions, including fear. "Young Master Su, who is it? Do you need me to handle it?" Yi Qingqing asked considerately. "No need, my ex-wife." Su Fan shook his head, having no intention of attending the meeting. The more critical the moment, the more ruthless he had to be. He didn't want to continue this entanglement with Lin Warner. Yi Qingqing was stunned. What woman would be so foolish as to divorce Su Fan? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Warner dressed up carefully and arrived at the Starry Sky Cafe on time. Looking at the empty window seat, she felt a pang of disappointment. That spot was her and Su Fan's usual haunt. They could spend an afternoon there. She would lean against Su Fan, and the two of them would watch some boring TV shows for an afternoon. In the past, Su Fan would always arrive half an hour early, while she would usually arrive half an hour late. But now, she arrived on time, yet Su Fan was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Lin Warner clearly felt that Su Fan had moved further away from her. Lin Warner ordered an iced espresso, sat by the window, and gazed at the street, but she didn't see the person she was looking forward to. Lin Warner sniffed, feeling wronged. She grabbed her phone, wanting to question Su Fan, but then thought it would be too embarrassing for her. She believed Su Fan would definitely come, and she wanted to pretend that she had just arrived as well. However, Lin Warner had already finished a glass of iced espresso, but still hadn't seen Su Fan. Lin Warner's face fell, her disappointment evident. Lin Warner's heart ached faintly. She had already backed down and compromised, so why was Su Fan so heartless? This man clearly said that he was her only one. This man was willing to die for her back then. How can you be so heartless now? Lin Warner hesitated for a moment, then dialed Su Fan's number. Chapter 26. Brother-in-law, you must save my sister. The phone went unanswered. Lin Warner looked dejected. Young lady, my legs are weak. Could you please take me to the alley next door? My house is right across the street. Suddenly, a woman came hunched over. Lin Warner nodded. Mother-in-law, let me help you over there. Lin Warner agreed, almost without hesitation. Lin Warner, carrying her own bag, reached out to help Grandma Huang out of the Starry Sky Cafe. After crossing the zebra crossing, I entered a small alley. Grandma, is this the place? Lin Warner thought about going back to wait for Su Fan. There were some things she still wanted to clarify. It wasn't until after the divorce that Lin Warner realized her true feelings for Su Fan. Thank you so much, little girl. At that moment, the woman revealed a sinister smile, took out a silver needle hidden between her fingers, and quietly pierced Lin Warner's neck. The silver needles contained a large amount of anesthetic. Mother-in-law. Lin Warner felt weak all over, saw double images before her eyes, staggered, and fell onto the woman. What an innocent girl, what a pity. A cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes. Once this deal was completed, the commission alone would be enough for her to live comfortably in her old age. Quickly, a van sped up, and the young man Huang Sangui looked at the still incredibly alluring Lin Warner, who was unconscious, and said urgently, Grandma, get in the car quickly. This is a top-quality woman. This time we're going to make a fortune. Grandma Huang tossed Lin Warner into the back seat and said in a sinister tone, Notify the company to send her away by ship tonight. Once she's out there, the deal is done, the commission is in hand, and we'll leave Jiangzhou immediately to enjoy ourselves somewhere else. As the sun slowly sets, the evening glow blends seamlessly with the blue sky. Su Fan activated the wordless breathing technique, mobilizing the vital energy within his body, and began to rebuild his cultivation. Just then, Su Fan's sister-in-law, Lin Chuxue, called. Brother-in-law, are you with my sister? Why is her phone off? Lin Chuxue asked. I'm alone now. Could it be that my phone is out of battery? Su Fan's heart sank for no apparent reason. Huh? Didn't my sister make plans with you? Why aren't you together? My sister has OCD. She has to start charging her phone when the battery is down to 30%. Sister, is something wrong? Lin Chuxue's voice was somewhat panicked. Brother-in-law, I know my sister. Something must have happened to her. Please, you must save my sister. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Su Fan actually didn't want to get involved in this matter. But out of respect for Lin Chuxua, Su Fan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know where your sister is. I'll go check on her." Su Fan hung up the phone and headed to the Starry Sky Cafe. When they arrived at the Starry Sky Cafe, the spot where he and Lin Wanner often sat was now empty. Based on his understanding of Lin Wanner, if Lin Wanner couldn't wait for him to leave, she would definitely call to inform him. With a grim face, Su Fan used his divination skills to discover that Lin Wanner was indeed facing a calamity. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, then dialed Meng Xinghe's number in the underground world. "Meng Xinghe, do you still remember me?" "Senior Su." How could Meng Xinghe forget Su Fan? This was a tribulation-transcending expert, and his opportunity lay there. "Come here and help me find someone," Su Fan said in a deep voice. A moment later, Meng Xinghe rushed over and immediately ordered someone to pull up the surveillance footage, quickly finding all the footage of Lin Wanner entering the Starry Sky Cafe. Looking at Lin Wanner, who was dressed up, Su Fan was a little surprised. This time, Lin Wanner was not late at all, but arrived on time. Moreover, she waited for him for more than an hour until Granny Huang appeared. Zoom in on this person. Su Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he pointed at Granny Huang. "Do you recognize this person?" Meng Xinghe shook his head. "Senior Su, I will immediately order someone to investigate." Beads of sweat appeared on Meng Xinghe's forehead. At this moment, Su Fan's aura was too terrifying, and the invisible pressure exerted great pressure on him. Su Fan, with a sullen face, dialed Lin Wanner's cell phone number again and again, but no one answered. This woman is really troublesome. Su Fan shook his head. Chapter 27. Lin Wanner is a victim of human trafficking. Su Fan really didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Wanner anymore, but even for the sake of Lin Chuxua, he had to get involved in this matter. Besides, this time it's because of me. Sensing Su Fan's killing intent up close, Meng Xinghe broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he were facing a true Grim Reaper. "Senior Su, we have news. Meng Xinghe's henchmen are all over Jiangzhou, so it's relatively easy to track down one person." "Explain." "Senior Su, one of my men recognized this old woman as Granny Huang, and she and her grandson Huang Xingge are engaged in the human trafficking business." "Human trafficking?" Su Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Have you found them?" "If Lin Wanner were sold." "Not yet, but—" Meng Xinghe hesitated. "But what?" Su Fan shouted. "However, the human trafficking organizations in Jiangzhou should all be connected through the Shungjing Group, and this Granny Huang should also be a member of the Shungjing Group." Meng Xinghe lowered his head, not daring to meet Su Fan's eyes. Shungjing Group. Su Fan had some memories of the Shungjing Group. There were rumors that the Shungjing Group was the largest criminal organization in Jiangzhou, and the reason it had never been taken down was because it had a powerful protector behind it. In Jiangzhou, Shungjing Group is the one person you absolutely cannot afford to offend. It is said that Lu Qiqiang, the head of Shungjing Group, actually started out selling fish. In that case, I'll make a trip to Shungjing Group. Without any delay, Su Fan headed straight for Shungjing Group. "Senior Su." "How?" Su Fan did not stop. "Shungjing Group has a very strong background and influence. Lu Qiqiang should have already reached the Dao realm. He is very well hidden. Moreover, Shungjing Group is heavily guarded. I'm afraid he will be difficult to deal with." Meng Xinghe reminded him. "Yeah, you think I can't handle a mere Shungjing Group?" Su Fan's eyes turned cold. "Senior Su, you misunderstand. I was thinking that perhaps through negotiation, we could get Shungjing Group to release your friend. Lu Qiqiang will still give me that much face. No need. Today, the Shungjing Group should be wiped out." Su Fan quickened his pace. Meng Xinghe hesitated for a moment, but still followed. 5 minutes later, Su Fan arrived at the heavily guarded Shungjing Group. Su Fan moved with impunity, his voice booming like a thunderclap throughout the Shungjing Group. "Lu Qiqiang, get out here and see me." The sound resounded in all directions, startling the entire Shungjing Group. "Who goes there?" A powerful aura of a grandmaster swept out, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie led 16 martial artists out, blocking Su Fan's path. "Senior Su, this is Gao Yi, the vice president of Shungjing Group, who is in charge of all matters, big and small, within Shungjing Group," Meng Xinghe said in a low voice. Su Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Without a word, he moved like an arrow, instantly appearing directly in front of Gao Yi. He extended his 5 fingers and, before Gao Yi could react, tore through his defenses, precisely grabbing Gao Yi's neck, lifting him above his head, and slamming him hard to the ground. Bang! Then, Su Fan stepped on Gao Yi's head and said, "Your Granny Huang captured my people. Hand them over." Gao Yi scratched bloody marks on the ground with his 10 fingers, but no matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. Who dares to act recklessly at Shengjing Group? With 2 rustling sounds, 2 more Grandmaster-level experts arrived, splitting to the left and right to lock onto Su Fan, their eyes filled with killing intent. At the same time, the entire Shengjing Group was like a high-speed machine, with martial artists rushing out and surrounding Su Fan. Su Fan's gaze turned cold. Ignoring all of this, he looked straight ahead and saw a figure in a Zhongshan suit slowly walk out. His expression was indifferent. "You are Lu Qiqiang?" "It's me." Lu Qiqiang smiled and looked down at Su Fan. In all these years, no one has ever dared to be so bold as to directly storm into Shengjing Group. "You are the first." "Really? Then we have it now." Su Fan smiled coldly, raised his foot, and stepped down, crushing Gao Yi's head into a bloody mist. Chapter 28 Horror. Never before have I seen such a terrifying person. Blood spurted wildly, and the pungent smell of blood dissipated with the wind. This scene shocked everyone present. No one expected Su Fan to be so ruthless, showing Lu Qiqiang absolutely no respect. A cold glint flashed deep in Lu Qiqiang's eyes, his brows furrowed. "Meng Xinghe, you've brought a ruthless one here. Does he think he's Yi Wushuang? How dare he act so presumptuously on my turf?" Meng Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Until the situation became clear, he could only force a smile. He couldn't afford to offend either Su Fan or Lu Qiqiang. "You'll find that provoking me is far more terrifying than provoking Yi Wushuang." A murderous glint flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Since Shengjing Group was a human trafficking organization, he had nothing to worry about. In an instant, Su Fan took a step forward, heading straight for Lu Qiqiang. Lin Wanner's safety is currently unknown, and he doesn't want to waste any time. "Kill!" Lu Qiqiang's murderous intent surged. A chilling killing intent emanated from dozens of people who unleashed terrifying power as they attacked Su Fan. The sight made Meng Xinghe's scalp tingle. Even a Dao realm expert would surely die in such an encirclement and attack, because no matter how powerful a person is, the amount of vital energy they can mobilize is limited. Even a terrestrial immortal would not be able to continue killing when faced with a large-scale army. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to break through such an encirclement. Once the vital energy in his body is exhausted, or he is unable to adjust his breathing in time, a miserable death awaits Su Fan. This is also why Lu Qiqiang is so fearless. Meng Xinghe clenched his fists, feeling that Su Fan was being too reckless. To charge directly at Shengjing Group like this was no different from courting death. But soon, Meng Xinghe opened his mouth, once again shocked. Su Fan's figure flickered like a ghost, and wherever he went, sword energy raged, quickly piercing the hearts and brows of martial artists. One strike, one kill. These martial artists from the Shengjing Group couldn't even pinpoint Su Fan's location, so they couldn't cause him any harm at all. Lines of blood splattered in the air. The sound of people falling to the ground could be heard continuously. What came into Meng Xinghe's view was an art of killing with a unique aesthetic. Meng Xinghe had never seen anyone as terrifying as Su Fan in his life. The fearsome powerhouses of Shengjing Group were like ants in front of Su Fan, easily crushed. Throughout, Su Fan's breathing remained extremely steady, demonstrating complete ease and control. In just 10 minutes, the group of powerful figures who had surrounded and killed Su Fan were reduced to only 5 people still standing. Each of them had deep sword wounds on their bodies, and they were staggering, on the verge of falling into a pool of blood at any moment. This is absolute power. Who exactly are you? Even Lu Qiqiang was trembling with fear at this moment, never expecting that his seemingly impregnable Shengjing Group would become a living hell. Su Baiming. Su Fan continued his slaughter, his gaze locking onto a grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation. He appeared directly in front of the opponent like a ghost, pressing one hand down on the opponent's head. Boom. The Grandmaster's head exploded like fireworks, dazzlingly bright. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan pointed his fingers into a sword and slashed down at another Grandmaster-level expert. The Grandmaster-level expert was cut in two, his body and soul vanished. Sizzle. Sword energies continued to sweep across, killing the remaining experts of the Shengjing group one by one. Leave no one alive. In a short time, streams of blood gathered together and slowly flowed down from above, leaving severed limbs and mangled remains on the ground, a horrifying sight. It seems that Lu Qiqiang is the only living person left in the once great Shengjing group. Su Baiming, how dare you? My Shengjing group supports almost half of Jiangzhou's population. Do you know the consequences if you dare to touch Shengjing group? Lu Qiqiang felt a little panicked, and his smile disappeared. Su Baiming, act without considering the consequences. Su Fan took a step forward, and the distance between him and Lu Qiqiang instantly shrank to only 1 meter. Lu Qiqiang stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how Su Fan had managed to do it. Just as Lu Qiqiang felt Su Fan's terrifying pressure, a fist enveloped in flames approached, blocking all his escape routes. In a life-or-death moment, Lu Qiqiang used his hands to block the attack. Bang! A deafening roar resounded. With a sonic boom, Lu Qiqiang's arm bones snapped, and his hands hung limply at his sides as Su Fan's fist landed squarely on Lu Qiqiang's abdomen. A terrifying fist imprint appeared, Lu Qiqiang's body deformed. The sound of bones breaking cracked rang out, and he was blasted away, suffering an almost devastating blow. His power at the Dao realm was utterly ineffective. One punch nearly crippled him completely. Do you know why you're not dead? Where is the person Granny Huang kidnapped? Answer my questions, or you'll suffer a fate worse than death and regret ever being born. Su Fan looked down at Lu Qiqiang and presented him with photos of Grandma Huang and Lin Wanner. Grandma Huang. Lu Qiqiang shuddered, finally realizing that he had provoked such a killing god. It turns out that it was that damned Granny Huang who kidnapped Su Fan's woman. Lu Qiqiang cursed Granny Huang 10,000 times in his heart. Lord Baiming, I'll contact someone right away. Rest assured, our group has strict rules. Your woman will absolutely be safe. I guarantee it with my life. Lu Qiqiang looked terrified and tried to contact Grandma Huang, but no one answered. Lu Qiqiang broke out in a cold sweat. He accessed his access control system and searched for Lin Wanner by photo. Lord Baiming, I found her. Chapter 29. Su Fan, come save me, save me. Lu Qiqiang hesitated for a moment, then knelt down and kowtowed to Su Fan. Lord Baiming, I will take you there now. I only beg you to spare my life. I, Lu Qiqiang, am willing to recognize you as my godfather and obey your orders from now on. All my wealth and all my women belong to you, Lord Baiming. Realizing he was no match for Su Fan, Lu Qiqiang immediately adjusted his mindset, disregarding any humiliation, and was willing to give everything he had. Preserving your own life is the most important thing. Let's go. Su Fan's voice was cold. Yes, godfather, over here. Now Lu Qiqiang only hopes that Lin Wanner is all right. Otherwise, the consequences might be unbearable for him. Meng Xinghe was still wiping the sweat pouring down his forehead as he watched the scene of bloodshed at Shengjing Group. He no longer dared to doubt Su Fan's strength. Even though Su Fan is only releasing the aura of a grandmaster, he is still an absolutely terrifying being. Perhaps even more terrifying than Yi Wushuang. Meng Xinghe hurriedly followed. He had a premonition that a major earthquake was about to strike Jiangzhou. At this moment, on the ferry terminal, on the large ship about to set sail, Lin Wanner woke up groggily, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, and extremely uncomfortable all over. When Lin Wanner struggled to stand up, she found that her hands and feet were locked in chains, and she could not move at all. What happened? Lin Wanner's pretty face was pale, her delicate body trembled constantly, and immense fear permeated her entire being. Lin Wanner could hear the sounds of Huang Sangui and Granny Huang arguing in the cabin. Grandma, I really can't resist this beauty. Forget about rules and regulations. The ship is about to set sail. I'll just have some fun. After I'm done, I can still sell her for a good price. If I miss out on such a stunning beauty, it would be a lifelong regret. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Huang Sangui was consumed by lust the moment he saw Lin Wanner and had a strong desire to conquer her. No. Grandma Huang frowned and said, I don't know why, but I always have a feeling of unease. Why not? The signal here is completely blocked. Once we sail into the open sea, who knows what will happen? Even Lu Qiqiang can't control this place. Dying under the peony is still romantic. Grandma, this time I'm going to have some fun with this top-notch beauty. Huang Sangue said through gritted teeth, his mind filled with obscene images. Grandma Huang hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, Then you need to hurry up, don't dawdle. You'll die in your lower body sooner or later. Hee hee, Grandma still loves me the most. I'm going right now. Huang Sangue licked his dry lips and entered the cabin. My little beauty, you're awake? Looking at the delicate Lin Wanner and seeing the little pearls in her eyes, Huang Sangue's heart burned even hotter. He clicked his tongue and said, What a beauty! You didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you? Don't worry, I will tame you properly. We'll set sail from here to overseas, and it will be a long time. During this time, you'll be mine. When I'm tired of playing with you, I can sell you for a good price. Ha ha ha. Huang Sangue felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life, groping Lin Wanner from head to toe. She was truly the best. You stay away. Lin Wanner kicked her legs repeatedly, tears streaming silently down her face, crying out helplessly, Su Fan, come save me, save me. No one will save you. You are mine now. I advise you not to resist, otherwise I will not show you any mercy. If you serve me well, I might not be willing to sell you. You should have seen the news, right? How miserable those women who are sold abroad are. So, serve me to the fullest. Now I am the master who controls your destiny. Unable to control his desires any longer, Huang Sangue pounced on Lin Wanner. No, Su Fan, I hate you. Please come and save me. Lin Wanner wailed. It was at this moment that Su Fan, on his way to the ferry terminal, sensed Lin Wanner's presence. Chapter 30 Husband, please don't leave me. Starlight flashed in Su Fan's pupils as he rapidly formed hand seals, channeling the little spiritual power he had left and teleported away. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan disappeared from Meng Xinghe and Lu Qiqiang's sight. Both of them were startled. They had never seen such a method before. Even a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Dao realm might not possess such a movement technique. Inside the cabin, Lin Wanner's tears grew even more intense. She had been well protected since childhood and received Su Fan's complete care, so she was unaware of how dangerous the world was. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless. Seeing the ferocious Huang Sangue, Lin Wanner curled up, kicking her legs backward. At that moment, the only thing she could think of was Su Fan. Su Fan, come save me. Save you? Stop dreaming. I'll strip you naked right now. Huang Sangue, consumed by lust, pounced on Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner burst into tears. But just as Huang Sangue was about to grab Lin Wanner with his filthy hands, a figure appeared in front of Lin Wanner like a ghost, grabbing Huang Sangue's wrist with one hand. I've never let her suffer any injustice in my life. Never let her cry like this. You really have a lot of nerve. Who are you? Huang Sangue tried his best, but he couldn't break free from Su Fan's hold. After meeting Su Fan's cold, deep gaze, Huang Sangue couldn't help but shiver. His physical reaction vanished instantly, and he felt as if he were in purgatory. Honey, you're finally here. Wah. Upon seeing Su Fan, Lin Wanner could no longer control her emotions and broke down in tears once again. Husband. Su Fan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Su Fan had already sentenced Huang Sangue to death in his heart, but he didn't want to kill anyone in front of Lin Wanner, and he didn't want Lin Wanner to see the bloody scene. The next moment, Su Fan flung Huang Sangue out of the cabin. Then, Su Fan turned around and looked at Lin Wanner, whose face was pale and streaked with tears. He reached out to wipe away her tears, unlocked her handcuffs and shackles, and said softly, It's all right now. Wah. Lin Wanner opened her arms and rushed towards Su Fan, hugging him tightly. Husband, I was so scared just now. I was worried that I would never see you again. It's all over now. Get a good night's sleep, and you'll feel better when you wake up. Su Fan gently patted Lin Wanner's shoulder. Honey, please don't leave me. Lin Wanner's voice was extremely moving, and now it was still tinged with tears, making it simply irresistible. Take a nap. Su Fan sighed softly, and a wisp of energy entered Lin Wanner's body. causing the highly tense and mentally strained Lin Wanner to fall into a deep sleep. Su Fan held Lin Wanner and gently placed her in the cabin. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face that had captivated him for 13 years, he felt a mix of emotions. Su Fan knew very well that Lin Wanner was an extremely simple and kind person, but she was spoiled and too deeply influenced by her mother. After the divorce, Su Fan remembered some of Lin Wanner's good qualities, but he knew that there was no future for him in Lin Wanner. He is no longer the Su Fan he used to be. He can no longer center his life around Lin Wanner. Su Fan shifted his gaze from Lin Wanner, took a step out of the cabin, glanced at Huang Sangui, who had just struggled to get up, and showed a look of disgust. "Grandma, he dared to hurt me. Kill him." Huang Sangui's face was contorted with rage and resentment. Granny Huang's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as she said in a deep voice, "Sir, this is a ship belonging to the Shengjing Group. Your unauthorized intrusion is an overstepping of boundaries." Shengjing Group? From this day forward, it ceases to exist. After speaking, Su Fan flashed like lightning and instantly appeared in front of Huang Sangui, pressing his 5 fingers against Huang Sangui's head. Boom. The next moment, Huang Sangui's head exploded, blood mist spread out, and blood splattered all over Granny Huang. Grandma Huang stared wide-eyed. "Dare to disrespect your godfather? You're asking for death." At that moment, Lu Qiqiang, who had been running all the way, finally arrived. After witnessing Huang Sangui's death, he immediately went to Huang Laolau's side, pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeve, and stabbed Huang Laolao in the abdomen again and again. Lu Qiqiang only stopped after stabbing Lu more than 20 times. Looking at Granny Huang, who lay dead with her eyes wide open, Lu Qiqiang roared, "It's all your fault. How dare you covet my godfather's woman?" After saying that, Lu Qiqiang looked at Su Fan ingratiatingly and bowed slightly. "Godfather, is there anything else you need? As long as it is within my power, I will do my best." Meng Xinghe felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Lu Qiqiang's obsequious manner. However, this also explains why Lu Qiqiang was able to rise from a fishmonger to become the head of Shengjing Group and a powerful figure in Jiangzhou. "These are the ships you use to transport people abroad." Su Fan glanced at the rows of large ships out of the corner of his eye, his expression unchanged, but the violence and killing intent in his heart were surging. If he had arrived any later this time, Lin Wanner might have been truly humiliated or even sold abroad. An overwhelming killing intent, which even Su Fan could not control, was spreading, raging, and surging. "Yes," Lu Qiqiang said with a fawning smile. "Godfather, we will follow your arrangements in the future. If you need some well-tamed women, I will arrange it immediately. By the way, I have also prepared a large amount of cultivation resources and several 100 million in assets for you. Just say the word, and I will give them all to you as a tribute." Lu Qiqiang refused to believe that there was any man in the world who could resist beauty, power, and wealth. That's how he corrupted a large number of powerful figures, and that's how the Shengjing Group gradually developed. "Have all the people you asked to come out. Let me see them all," Su Fan said calmly. "No problem." Lu Qiqiang was overjoyed, thinking that Su Fan had accepted him. He then blew a whistle and ordered all the people from the Shengjing Group to stand up. About 100 martial artists stepped forward, their expressions respectful. "From now on, the boss of our Shengjing Group will be my godfather, Senior Su, and from now on..." Suddenly, Lu Qiqiang's expression changed as Su Fan's long, slender hand reached out, tearing through his defenses and grabbing his neck. "Godfather, what's wrong with you that you think I won't kill you?" After saying that, Su Fan squeezed Lu Qiqiang's neck with his 5 fingers and crushed it. A severed head rolled to the ground. Blood gushed out in streams. The martial artists from Shengjing Group at the scene were all dumbfounded, never expecting that Lu Qiqiang would be so easily crushed to death. What terrified them even more was that an invisible killing intent enveloped them. Chapter 31. I regret it. I don't want a divorce anymore. Escape. No one knows who spoke first, but the people from Shengjing Group scattered and fled. "Those I want to kill will not escape. You all deserve to die. Since no one has come to take your lives before, I will take my place." Su Fan stood still, waving his large hand. Sharp sword energies rose from the ground, their sword light raging wildly. In an instant, Hundreds and thousands of sword energies burst forth like the sharpest arrows, aimed at the martial artists of the Shengjing group. Sizzle. These people from Shengjing group were all well-trained martial artists, but they had almost no power to resist the sword energy condensed by Su Fan. Their hearts and brows were quickly pierced, and the entire ferry was covered in blood, which mingled with the waves, resembling a blood-red battlefield. The screams were incessant. Corpses continued to fall. 10 minutes later, at a glance, everyone from Shengjing group was dead. Not a single one was left. Su Fan stood still the whole time, like a banished immortal, without a trace of blood on his body. After judging these criminals, Su Fan went back into the cabin, picked up the sleeping Lin Wanner, and said quietly as he passed Meng Xinghe, "Take care of things here. Release all the girls who were kidnapped on the ship and give them some compensation. Also, if anyone wants to stand up for Shengjing Group or avenge Lu Qiqiang, tell them to come find me, Su Baiming." Su Fan's eyes narrowed. "Also, warn these people for me that if they dare to harm my family, I, Su Baiming, will exterminate their entire clan." After speaking, Su Fan carried Lin Wanner away. Only after Su Fan walked away did Meng Xinghe's heart finally relax slightly. He kept swallowing and wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking at the chaotic scene of corpses on the ground, and then at the severed head of Lu Qiqiang, a Dao realm expert. Meng Xinghe murmured, "Jiangzhou is about to change." Soon, powerful figures from various factions received intelligence and rushed to the ferry terminal. Without exception, everyone was deeply shocked by what they saw. The enormous Shengjing group, which had been hiding its strength all along, was completely wiped out. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have seemed like a fairy tale. Su Baiming, who exactly is this person? He is so terrifying, and it seems that Su Baiming is fearless. Another Dao realm expert has appeared in Jiangzhou, and so blatantly at that. This will surely alarm Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang has said that Dao realm experts are not allowed to exist in Jiangzhou. Su Baiming and Yi Wushuang are destined for a battle. However, on the other hand, the Shengjing group has been entrenched in Jiangzhou for many years and has done many heinous things. Today, Su Baiming has done a good thing by killing everyone in the Shengjing group. I just don't know how the Martial Arts Association and the Four Directions Alliance will deal with this matter. The Martial Arts Association and the Four Directions Alliance will probably have no choice but to accept it. The Shengjing group, which they couldn't deal with, was simply wiped out. What can they do? Jiangzhou, the wind is about to pick up. Su Baiming's name is renowned throughout Jiangzhou. The sun is setting. Su Fan carried Lin Wanner back to their old home. Brother-in-law, Lin Chuxue, who had been pacing and waiting outside the door, jogged over. When she saw Lin Wanner sleeping soundly in Su Fan's arms, her heart finally settled down, and she smiled brightly. "Brother-in-law, where did you find my sister?" Su Fan shook his head without saying anything. After hesitating for a moment, he carried Lin Wanner into the house and gently placed her on the soft bed. "Su Fan, don't go. Husband, how could you leave me like this?" Suddenly, Lin Wanner, who was asleep, reached out and grabbed Su Fan's arm. She seemed to be having a nightmare, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she muttered to herself. Su Fan was slightly taken aback, but still resolutely moved Lin Wanner's small hand away. After covering Lin Wanner with the blanket, he closed the door and came out. "Brother-in-law, my sister is just a bit willful. She can't forget you. Since your divorce, she hasn't had a single day without crying. Today, she came to see you because she wanted to talk things out with you." Lin Chuxue hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, there must be some misunderstanding between you and my sister. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, everything will be fine. Can you stay and keep my sister company? I think the first person my sister will want to see after she wakes up is you, brother-in-law. Girl, your sister and I have a lot of misunderstandings. It's time to go." Su Fan shook his head, not wanting to continue getting entangled with Lin Wanner. "Brother-in-law, what exactly happened? You weren't like this before. My sister actually knows she was wrong, but she just can't bring herself to say it." Lin Chuxue was getting anxious. "Girl, you're right. I'm not the same person I used to be. I've changed. I'm living my life all over again, and I don't want the same ending. Take good care of your sister. Time will heal all wounds." Su Fan forced a smile. Lin Chuxue was taken aback. "Brother-in-law, you'll definitely come to my birthday party, right?" Lin Chuxua guessed that Su Fan must be heartbroken, and continuing to persuade him now would only annoy him. She still believed that as long as Su Fan had more opportunities to meet with her sister, Su Fan would definitely fall in love with her sister again, and their family would never be separated. Yes, I will. I'll give you a big gift then. Su Fan patted Lin Chuxua's head, opened the door, and left. He will have no more regrets. Let's go find Yi Qingcheng. The yin-yang rotation dual cultivation method allows him to continue replenishing his spiritual power. Night gradually fell. Su Fan. Lin Wanner woke up from her dream with a start, covered in a cold sweat. In the dream, Su Fan resolutely severed all ties with her, while she kept falling into the abyss, reaching out to grab Su Fan, but she could not hold on no matter what. Sister, you're awake. Lin Chuxua jogged over and gently patted Lin Wanner's back. Sister, did you have a nightmare? Where is Su Fan? Lin Wanner, however, disregarded these concerns and spoke directly. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law is gone. He told my sister to take good care of herself. Lin Chuxua forced a smile. He's gone. Lin Wanner felt a pang of pain in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Chuxua, do you think Su Fan really doesn't love me anymore? But I've discovered that I still love him. I don't want to leave him. I regret it. I don't want a divorce. Chapter 32, I want to win Su Fan back. For the first time, Lin Wanner confronted her own inner self. She has always felt a sense of superiority when facing Su Fan. Under the brainwashing of her mother Lan Yu, Lin Wanner also felt that she had married down and that Su Fan had married above his station. Therefore, Lin Wanner kept making excessive demands, and Su Fan actually fulfilled them one by one, which made her feel that it was all justified. If Su Fan wasn't so good to her, why would she marry him? Therefore, Lin Wanner overlooked her dependence on Su Fan. Until this time, when it was robbed. All she could think about was Su Fan. Sister, don't worry. I will help you win back your husband. I can tell that he still likes you. Otherwise, why would he have gone to save you? Lin Chuxua comforted her. Lin Wanner's expression brightened, recalling the heartache Su Fan showed when he saw her. She pouted slightly and asked, but why didn't he stay? Sister, I think you hurt your husband too deeply before. It might be better to keep a certain distance from him now. When my birthday party comes, dress up nicely and remind your husband of his first love. He will definitely change his mind then. Lin Chuxua said with a smile. That's true. Lin Wanner nodded. Her 13-year relationship with Su Fan couldn't be severed so easily. Lin Wanner subconsciously touched her stomach. She wanted to get to know Su Fan again. At worst, she can be less spoiled in the future and treat Su Fan better. Lin Wanner pictured herself rushing towards Su Fan, feeling a surge of security. I want to win Su Fan back. Lin Wanner made a decision. At this moment, Su Fan had arrived at Yi Qingqing's house and was lying in the bathtub, enjoying Yi Qingqing's services. Su Fan let out a satisfied sound. I need to refine a magic weapon, which requires top-grade jade. Do you have any channels for that? Jade? A magical artifact. Yi Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she placed her slender hands on Su Fan's shoulders, gently kneading them. Her voice was full of magnetism. Young Master Su, there is a private auction tomorrow night. The item up for auction is a piece of Lantian jade that only appears once every 200 years. The starting price is 1 million. If young Master Su is interested, I can accompany you. Su Fan nodded, took deep breaths, and then engaged in indescribable activities with Yi Qingcheng, absorbing the spiritual energy within her body. The next day, Yi Qingcheng, wearing a slip dress, helped Su Fan get dressed. Afterwards, Yi Qingqing changed into a light blue cardigan in front of Su Fan, put on black stockings and high heels. Her long, flowing hair was swept to the left, and she smiled radiantly, charming and alluring. Young Master Su, the auction will be held in the VIP room of the Marriott Hotel. Yi Qingqing followed behind Su Fan, like a charming and amorous secretary. Upon entering the Marriott VIP lounge, Yi Qingqing introduced Su Fan to her. The person hosting this auction is Guanya, a beauty from the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce, the woman on stage wearing a sky-blue cheongsam. Following Yi Qingqing's gaze, Su Fan saw a graceful, mature woman. Her cheongsam perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, and what was particularly eye-catching were her two undulating breasts. so large that her face was completely obscured by their magnificent curves if viewed from below. Just then, a woman with captivating charm walked in. Young master, this woman is named Mu Qingxue. She comes from a prestigious family and is aloof and arrogant. Su Fan turned his gaze to Mu Qingxue. Young master Su, speaking of which, although Mu Qingxue is arrogant, she does have an outstanding temperament. Are you interested, young master Su? I can help you get her into bed. Okay. Su Fan returns to Earth, ready to indulge in all the pleasures of life. Chapter 33, I want you to cultivate with me. Su Fan and Mu Qingxue exchanged a glance. Mu Qingxue snorted softly, raising her pointed chin with utter arrogance. Su Fan chuckled lightly, not caring at all. Soon, all the people attending the auction arrived. Guanya swayed her slender waist, held a stone box in her hands, and came to the center. She opened the box, and a piece of pure white and translucent Lantian jade, shimmering with clear blue light, was presented to everyone. Guanya puffed out her chest and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this 200-year-old Lantian jade is a true masterpiece. I won't go into the details of Lantian jade's properties, as everyone here should be an expert. Please take a look." Su Fan glanced at it and nodded slightly. Although it took some polishing to achieve this translucency, it still barely meets the requirements for refining magical artifacts. The usual rule, highest bidder wins. Guanya's smile is captivating. 2 million. 5 million. Mu Qingxue said arrogantly. Anyone who tries to compete with me is an enemy of the Mu family, and an enemy of the powerful families of Jiangzhou. You all should think it over first. Upon hearing this, most people looked wary and gave up bidding. 5 million once, 5 million twice. 10 million. Upon hearing this offer, Guanya's eyes immediately lit up, and her breasts swayed even more violently. Mu Qingxue's face turned cold, and she looked at Su Fan, who had spoken. 20 million. Mu Qingxue, with an arrogant air, gave Su Fan the middle finger, her contempt evident. 22 million. Su Fan continued to raise the price. 30 million. Mu Qingxue raised her chin, determined to win. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, then smiled and said, "This piece of Lantian jade is yours." What a spineless coward. Mu Qingxue said disdainfully. Mu Qingxue took the Lantian jade from Guanya's hand, felt a cool sensation, and her eyes lit up with joy. But soon, the light in Mu Qingxue's eyes dimmed again, and she murmured, "Even Lantian jade is useless." Mu Qingxue quickly regained her composure, grabbed Lantianyu, and left with her head held high and chest out, like a victor. "Mu Qingxue, you've been bewitched, haven't you?" Suddenly, Su Fan's voice rang softly in Mu Qingxue's ear. Suddenly, Mu Qingxue stopped in her tracks. The next moment, Mu Qingxue slowly turned her head, staring intently at Su Fan, and said, word by word, "What did you say? I told you you were about to die, and that you're suffering the pain of the goo worms tearing at your internal organs every moment, aren't you? The reason you wanted Lantian jade was simply to use its effects to suppress the goo worms in your body, but unfortunately you found it has no effect at all. Am I right?" The moment Su Fan saw Mu Qingxue, he realized that this proud woman had been infected with a goo worm. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Mu Qingxue's face turned even paler, as if she had been stripped naked, and she hurriedly scolded. "Am I talking nonsense?" Su Fan smiled mockingly. "If you think I'm talking nonsense, you're free to leave now, but then no one can save you." "What do you mean?" Mu Qingxue kept swallowing, her raised chin slightly lowered. "What I mean is, the Lantian jade in your hand can't save you, but I can," Su Fan said confidently. "Can you save me?" Mu Qingxue bit her thin lips lightly, her voice trembling. "Why should I believe you?" "Why should I?" "Because I am Su Fan." Su Fan chuckled and whistled. Instantly, Mu Qingxue brought her legs together, and the goo worms inside her body began to stir restlessly. Her whole body felt as if it were being pricked by needles, causing her immense pain. Within seconds, Mu Qingxue was drenched in sweat, her face as white as a sheet, pleading, "What have you done? Stop it now." Su Fan looked at Mu Qingxue with a half-smile. "Please save me." Having witnessed Su Fan's methods, Mu Qingxue took 3 steps at a time and quickly walked towards Su Fan, still arrogant. "Is this how you ask for help?" Su Fan stood up, put his arm around Yi Qingqing's waist, and said indifferently, I have no interest in saving you. Let's go. Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly as she pressed herself against Su Fan, etc. Mu Qingxue panicked a little and finally lowered her proud head in front of Su Fan, biting her thin lips. Su Fan, don't you just want Lantian Jade? As long as you can save me and remove the goo worms from my body, I will give you Lantian Jade. I'm sorry, I have no interest in Lantian Jade right now, and I don't want to save you. Su Fan put his arm around Yi Qingqing and walked away. Don't go. Mu Qingxue hurriedly chased after him. Su Fan, just tell me, what do you want to save me? Do you want money or power? I can give you anything. Miss Mu, the money and power you speak of are worthless in my eyes. Also, let me remind you, it is you who are begging me now, not me begging you. It seems you haven't grasped the situation. Su Fan's voice was indifferent. Seeing Su Fan about to leave, Mu Qingxue loosened her clenched fist, reached out and grabbed Su Fan, her voice lowered. Young Master Su, I beg you. I'll agree to anything you say. What if I asked you to cultivate with me? Chapter 34 Conquering Mu Qingxue. What if I asked you to cultivate with me? Su Fan's voice, like a ghost, pierced into Mu Qingxue's ears. Mu Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and her face turned pale. Mu Qingxue instinctively wanted to scold Su Fan, but when she thought of the pain of being tormented by the goo worms, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Every time the night is deep and quiet, when the goo worms are active, she is tormented to the point of wishing she were dead. If this continues, she will surely die? What? You don't want to? Su Fan chuckled, extended his index finger, and lifted Mu Qingxue's chin, scrutinizing her from above. This posture made Mu Qingxue feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation, but she dared not make any move to avoid it, for fear of angering Su Fan. To save her own life, she could only endure Su Fan's humiliation. Young Master Su, please save me. If I recover, I will be eternally grateful and will fulfill your wishes. Mu Qingxue did not respond directly. Su Fan sized up Mu Qingxue. Even though she managed a forced smile, her true nature remained aloof and arrogant. Wanting to save you? You can try kneeling down and begging me. Su Fan spoke calmly. If Mu Qingxue hadn't been so arrogant and mocked him from the beginning, Su Fan might have just saved her without a second thought. But now, Su Fan had to teach this arrogant and rude woman a lesson. You want me to kneel down and beg you? Mu Qingxue raised her voice, feeling her face burning, and her anger was ignited. She has already condescended to be of higher status. What more does Su Fan want? Mu Qingxue was in a great internal struggle. If there were no one else here, she would have just knelt down, but Yi Qingcheng was here, and Guanya and others were also there. She didn't want images of herself kneeling before a man to get out. Just as Mu Qingxue hesitated, Su Fan pulled Yi Qingcheng along and continued walking forward, soon to walk out of the hall. Don't go. Mu Qingxue was terrified. Just thinking about the torment she endured every night made her disregard everything else. She slowly bent her knees and knelt down in front of Su Fan, her voice trembling slightly. Young Master Su, I was wrong before. Please don't hold it against a mere woman like me. Please, save me and remove the goo worms from my body. Mu Qingxue's aloofness and coldness vanished at this moment. Everyone present was shocked to see this. They all knew how proud Mu Qingxue was, but now she was being forced to kneel. Everyone looked at Su Fan at the same time, with different expressions, especially Guanya, whose towering breasts trembled, showing even greater interest in Su Fan. Your posture isn't low enough. Lower yourself even further and look up at me. Su Fan spoke in a commanding tone. Hearing Su Fan's cold voice, Mu Qingxue's delicate body trembled. This feeling of being conquered gave her a slight excitement, but now she felt more humiliated. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her body, raised her head, and looked at Su Fan like a maid who had made a mistake. Young Master Su, I'm sorry, please save me. Mu Qingxue completely lost her dignity in front of Su Fan. But compared to his own life, dignity meant nothing at this moment. Since you're so sincere, I'll let bygones be bygones for your previous disrespect. But if I save you, your life will be mine from now on. Do you agree? Su Fan looked down at Mu Qingxue kneeling before him, speaking in a low, regal voice like a king. Young Master Su, I agree. Mu Qingxue gave Su Fan a flirtatious wink. Chapter 35. Mu Qingxue goes back on her word. Mu Qingxue appeared obedient. Now she'll agree to anything Su Fan says. Whether she'll change her mind once she's recovered is another matter. Miss Guan, could you please arrange a room for me? Su Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. No problem, young Master Su. This way, please. Guanya gave Su Fan a flirtatious wink and led Su Fan and Mu Qingxue, who had just gotten up, into a guest room. Once inside the room, Su Fan closed the door and pointed to the large bed. Lie down. Mu Qingxue feigned obedience, lying on the large bed like a little white rabbit at Su Fan's mercy, and nervously asked, Young Master Su, can you really remove the goo worm from my body? This goo worm has been in my body for 10 years. It appeared after I accidentally entered the Miao village. At first, there were no problems, but as the goo worm grew, I began to be continuously tormented. This pain. Recalling all that had happened over the years, Mu Qingxue's eyes welled up with tears, hoping to evoke Su Fan's sympathy. Lie down and don't say anything. Su Fan had no interest in showing mercy to women. The reason he was willing to save Mu Qingxue was twofold. Firstly, he wanted to subdue Mu Qingxue and obtain the Lantian jade from her. Secondly, he wanted the goo worm inside Mu Qingxue's body. Based on Su Fan's judgment, this goo worm was extraordinary and might be useful to him. Mu Qingxue pouted slightly. Su Fan was being far too rude to her. But strangely, she actually enjoyed Su Fan's commanding tone, which gave her a unique sense of pleasure. Open your mouth, and I will use my qi to draw out the goo worms. Su Fan placed one hand on Mu Qingxue's lower abdomen to prevent her from moving around, and with the other hand, he condensed a vortex of energy in his palm and placed it on Mu Qingxue's chest. Strands of energy entered Mu Qingxue's body through the open pores of her skin. A dark glint flashed in Su Fan's pupils as he manipulated the energy entering Mu Qingxue's body, silently approaching the goo worm that was dormant within her. He quickly formed a four-sided seal, completely surrounding the goo worm. Done. Receive. Su Fan's 5 fingers tightened, and 2 cold beams shot out from his pupils, imprisoning Mu Qingxue's goo worms and forcibly pulling them out with an extremely terrifying gravitational force. Instantly, the goo worms inside Mu Qingxue's body became extremely agitated, sensing an extremely deadly threat, and struggled desperately. However, under the restraint of Su Fan's overwhelming power, this goo worm, which was not yet fully developed, had almost no power to resist and could only be forcibly dragged away by Su Fan's power. During this process, Mu Qingxue felt 2 forces surging within her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. But as soon as Mu Qingxue moved, Su Fan roughly pressed her down, showing absolutely no mercy. Damn man. Mu Qingxue cursed inwardly, but could only endure the pain. A minute later, drawn by Su Fan's power, a goo worm the size of a thumb emerged from Mu Qingxue's mouth. Stimulated by the sunlight, the blood-red goo worm began to struggle desperately, trying to return to Mu Qingxue's body, the warm bed where it had grown. Once it leaves, it is almost impossible for it to survive. You want to leave? Su Fan flipped his hand and took control of the blood-red goo worm in his palm, using his power to imprison it again. Upon seeing the appearance of the goo worm clearly, Su Fan was overjoyed. I didn't expect it to be a goo king, and one that can be further developed. If properly nurtured, it could be a deadly weapon. In the world of cultivation, Su Fan once nurtured a goo god, nourishing it with his own flesh and blood. The goo god played a crucial role in Su Fan's many life-or-death battles. Moreover, the fluids and essence blood secreted by a goo king are invaluable treasures, which are highly nourishing for Su Fan, who is currently depleted of spiritual energy. Little one, now that you've fallen into my hands, you can't escape. But this is also your opportunity. Recognize me as your master, and I can nourish you with my life essence. Once you've fully grown up, you will become a true goo king who can overwhelm everything. Su Fan attempted to communicate with the goo king. Unfortunately, the little guy wasn't having any of it and was still trying to struggle. Su Fan shook his head and condensed a drop of essence blood in his palm. Instantly, the blood-red goo king's eyes lit up, and it began to absorb Su Fan's essence blood. Its aura began to surge rapidly, as if it had obtained a great tonic. Wah! Suddenly, the blood-red goo king cried out, like a cub begging for food. Now, do you acknowledge me as your master? If not, I will grind you to dust. Su Fan gave a soft hum, conveying his will to the Goo King. Wah! The little guy calmed down and stared intently at Su Fan, wanting more of his essence blood. I'll keep you in the palm of my hand. Su Fan murmured. A crack appeared in his palm, and he absorbed the blood-red Goo King. He laughed and said, drinking a drop of my essence blood is enough for you to digest for a while. Now you can sleep. I will wake you up when needed. Since you are blood-red, I will call you Little Red from now on. Wah! Gu Wang Xiaohong wanted to refuse this title, but it was clear that her refusal was futile. Su Fan was extremely satisfied with having subdued a Goo King. Young Master Su, am I all right now? At this moment, Mu Qingxue still dared not move, her small mouth open, lying obediently on the big bed. Get up. I've removed the goo worms. I won't torment you anymore, Su Fan said calmly. Real. Mu Qingxue immediately checked her body and found that the goo worm that had been tormenting her was gone. Instantly, Mu Qingxue felt refreshed. Her complexion became rosy, as if she had been reborn. Remember, from now on your life belongs to me. Suddenly, Su Fan's voice turned cold as he glanced at the beaming Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue was taken aback. Only then did she remember that she had promised Su Fan that she would serve him and even cultivate with him. But now that she's fine, why should she still keep her promise? Young Master Su, I am very grateful that you saved me, but did we sign a contract? I will forgive you for humiliating me before, but it is impossible for you to have me. Don't be delusional. Mu Qingxue was so aloof and proud. How could she willingly submit to a man, even if this man had saved her life? You want to back out? Su Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he chuckled softly. Chapter 36 Dual Cultivation, Mu Qingxue. Young Master Su, hasn't anyone told you that women are most prone to lying and going back on their word? Fine. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Mu Qingxue raised her head again, her face arrogant, and once again became aloof. She's not so easily conquered by a man. Do you know that no one can break a promise made to me? Su Fan sneered. Really? Then we have it now. Mu Qingxue wasn't afraid of Su Fan at all. She had a good family background and connections, so what could Su Fan do to her? After saying that, Mu Qingxue swept past Su Fan and said indifferently, You are not qualified to speak to me in a commanding tone. If it weren't for the fact that you saved me once, I would never have let you off the hook. Madness. Su Fan watched Mu Qingxue walk out and said coldly, Since I can save you, I can also make you wish you were dead once again. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and the goo worm in his palm let out a hissing sound. Instantly, Mu Qingxue's delicate body trembled violently as she took a step, her whole body tensing up immediately. A heart-wrenching pain swept through her entire body, making her feel as if her internal organs were twisted together. Ah! Unable to bear the pain, Mu Qingxue squatted down and curled up, clutching her heart, her whole body convulsing, emitting low moans. Soon, Mu Qingxue was covered in cold sweat. This pain was more terrifying than the torment she had endured from the goo worms, and it made her feel like she was dying. Stop! Stop it now! Mu Qingxue kept begging for mercy. Now, do I have the right to speak to you in a commanding tone? Now, do you still want to defy my will? Su Fan looked down at Mu Qingxue, who was curled up on the ground, and spoke coldly. Young Master Su, it was my fault. Please stop. I can't take it anymore. Mu Qingxue, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Young Master Su, from now on I am yours. I will obey all your orders. Please, spare Qingxue. Qingxue is in so much pain right now. Seeing Mu Qingxue pleading repeatedly, Su Fan tormented her for another minute before the cold glint in his eyes faded, allowing Xiaohong to continue sleeping. When Su Fan removed Gu King Xiaohong from Mu Qingxue's body, he was careful and kept Gu King Xiaohong's power wrapped around Mu Qingxue's internal organs. Now that he controls Gu King Xiaohong, he naturally controls Mu Qingxue's life and death. With just a thought, he could control Mu Qingxue's life and death. Mu Qingxue was panting heavily, lying on the ground, her clothes soaked with cold sweat, her heart pounding with fear. She had just experienced such pain and never wanted to go through it again in her life. Mu Qingxue struggled to her feet, looking at Su Fan, who was a head taller than her. The humiliation in her heart continued to rise. Was she going to have to obey all of this man's orders from now on? She was completely powerless against this man. If he really intends to do something excessive, does Mu Qingxue have the right to refuse? Mu Qingxue's delicate body tensed, feeling both humiliated and exhilarated by a soul-stirring excitement. This feeling is extremely complex. It seems she has been waiting for a man who can truly conquer her. Young Master Su, from now on I will be your woman. Mu Qingxue's delicate body trembled as she forcefully suppressed her pride and completely surrendered her dignity to Su Fan before uttering these words. After saying it, Mu Qingxue blushed deeply, but her body inexplicably became excited. She seemed to be enjoying it. What's going on? Su Fan looked at the stunningly beautiful Mu Qingxue and nodded slightly. Mu Qingxue slowly got up, hesitated for a moment, and began to take off her clothes. Soon, Mu Qingxue's perfect body was presented to Su Fan. Young Master Su. Mu Qingxue spoke softly, a flush of burning red appearing on her cheeks. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Immediately afterwards, Mu Qingxue pressed her delicate body close to Su Fan and slowly pressed him down. Young Master Su, congratulations on successfully winning me over. Mu Qingxue's voice was captivating. Su Fan pondered for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his lips. Why not? Then, lie drunk on the lap of a beautiful woman. An hour was filled with indescribable events. 1 hour later, Su Fan and Mu Qingxue dressed and walked out of the secret room. Su Fan was in front, and Mu Qingxue followed closely behind, like a little wife. When Yi Qingqing and the others saw the blush on Mu Qingxue's face, they were all taken aback. It seemed to be the first time they had seen the proud Mu Qingxue like this, so girlish. Could it be that Mu Qingxue has really been won over by Su Fan? Yi Qingqing and Meng Xinghe were not too shocked, because they knew Su Fan's true strength. Only Guan Yu's eyes gleamed, her burning gaze constantly lingering on Su Fan and Mu Qingxue, as if trying to find some clue. Mr. Mu, are you feeling better? Guan Yu, with her pair of proud peaks overlooking Jiangzhou, asked curiously. Thanks to young Master Su, I am completely healed now. Mu Qingxue seemed to remember something and hurriedly handed the 200-year-old Lantian jade she had won at auction to Su Fan with both hands. Young Master, this is yours. Su Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the blue jade, put his arm around Yi Qingqing's slender waist again, and said with a smile, let's go. Yi Qingqing nodded and left the Marriott Hotel with Su Fan. Immediately afterwards, all parties present left with their own thoughts on the matter. Su Fan. Mu Qingxue murmured the name, her heart surging with emotion. Once outside the Marriott Hotel, Yi Qingqing could no longer contain her curiosity. Young Master, how did you win over this proud princess, Mu Qingxue? Just teach her to respect others. Holding the Lantian jade, Su Fan thought to himself that he finally had a gift for his sister-in-law, Lin Chuxue. Su Fan wanted to refine a magical artifact so that he could give Lin Chuxue a protective charm. The magical artifacts he crafts will automatically activate their defenses to protect their hosts whenever they encounter danger. Young Master, would you like to come to my place? I bought a few new pajamas. Yi Qingqing was shy and reserved, her voice filled with an alluring magnetism. Su Fan gazed at Yi Qingqing's charming appearance and noticed that after cultivating with him, her skin had become even smoother and more delicate, making her even more alluring, which aroused his desire even more. In addition, Yi Qingqing was indeed good at serving people, so Su Fan's favor towards Yi Qingqing continued to increase. Looking back now, I realize there are plenty of fish in the sea, so why be hung up on just one? Wouldn't it be better to have the most sexy and alluring women in the world fascinated and driven crazy by you? Next time, Su Fan calmly rejected Yi Qingqing's advances, even though he did want to see what Yi Qingqing looked like in a uniform. Su Fan would not suppress his desires, but he would never think entirely with his lower body. Upon returning to Earth, his most important task was to resume his cultivation and recover to his peak condition as soon as possible. Through calculation, Su Fan sensed an impending, terrifying crisis. This crisis could very well cost him his life. Chapter 37: A Slap, right in front of the mother-in-law. Su Fan bid farewell to Yi Qingqing and returned to Thompson Riviera. He took out a 200-year-old Lantian jade, and a cluster of blood-red flames rose in his palm as he began to polish the jade. 3 hours later, the two defensive magical artifacts were completed. Tomorrow is Lin Chushua's birthday party. Let's give her a birthday she'll never forget. Su Fan still dotes on his sister-in-law. After all, she genuinely cares about him. Su Fan contacted Yi Qingsheng and asked her to arrange everything. The next day, in the evening, at the Hilton Hotel, Lin Chushue wore a floral dress, her hair in a bun, exuding youthful energy and a gentle smile, giving off a stunningly beautiful vibe like a girl next door who has just blossomed into womanhood. On the other side, Lin Warner wore light makeup, simple denim shorts, and a white shirt, looking pure and charming. Lin Warner remembered that she was dressed like this when she first met Su Fan. Su Fan stared at her intently for a full minute, unable to look away. Sister, brother-in-law has told me more than once that you are his only white moonlight. When he sees you today, he will definitely remember the happy days when you were dating, and he will definitely fall in love again. At that time, you apologize to brother-in-law again, and he will definitely come back to your side. Lin Chushue was all smiles. Do you still want to apologize? Lin Warner pursed her red lips, looked at her own beautiful appearance in the mirror, and thought that Su Fan would definitely take the initiative to chat with her when he saw her. If Su Fan could take the initiative to admit his mistake, then she would mercifully forgive him. Sister, why are you being so arrogant again? Please don't throw a tantrum anymore. Take this opportunity to talk to your brother-in-law. This is my birthday wish for this year. Lin Chushue hurriedly reminded Lin Warner, fearing that Lin Warner would do something foolish again. I know. Lin Warner still felt a little uneasy about having to apologize to Su Fan. However, thinking about the days since she lost Su Fan, Lin Warner kept telling herself to just give Su Fan a way out. Let's go out quickly. The guests should be arriving soon. Lin Warner felt a little excited at the thought of seeing Su Fan again, and the gloom of the past few days vanished. The two women arrived at the hotel entrance, their eyes lighting up in surprise. They hadn't expected Su Fan to arrive so early. Brother-in-law, over here. Lin Chushue's voice was clear and pleasant, revealing a row of neat, white teeth as she waved to Su Fan. Lin Warner's heart raced, and a blush swept across her cheeks. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Happy birthday, girl. You look beautiful today, Su Fan said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Lin Chushue. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Chushue looked happy, then pushed Lin Warner next to Su Fan. Brother-in-law, my sister looks so beautiful today. You two can sit next to me later. At this moment, Lin Warner looked somewhat gloomy, feeling a sense of emptiness in her heart. Just now, Su Fan clearly looked at her, but immediately looked away, unwilling to stay by her side for even a second. Am I really that disliked by him? Brother-in-law, I heard that you had designs on my sister the first time you met her. Lin Chushue noticed that the atmosphere between Su Fan and Lin Warner was a bit awkward and said with a smile, It's all in the past. Su Fan said calmly, Girl, today is your birthday. Let's not talk about the past. Lin Chushue sighed inwardly, knowing that she couldn't rush things about getting her sister and brother-in-law back together. Yes, what's past is past. Brother-in-law, I'm entrusting my sister to your care today. This is my first birthday wish today. Su Fan could only nod helplessly. Su Fan, do you really have nothing to say to me now? Have you really forgotten the scene when we first met? Lin Warner was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. She thought that Su Fan would be overjoyed to see her outfit today, and even if he didn't take the initiative, he wouldn't be so indifferent. But now, Lin Warner clearly sensed the distance between Su Fan and her. Su Fan and Lin Warner exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. How could he forget that first glance he took when he was young? He fell completely in love at first sight and remained so for 13 years. But Su Fan is no longer that naive boy. On the contrary, he was a cultivator who had practiced for 100 years and had enough composure to control his emotions. Su Fan will not make the same mistake twice. I forgot. Su Fan's voice was extremely cold. Lin Warner felt a lump in her throat. My two precious daughters, you're here. Just then, Lan Yu's voice rang out, and she brought a man in a suit and leather shoes to Lin Warner, introducing him. Warner, this is Song Ching Song, the young master of Dafu jewelry. He has admired you for a long time. You two should get to know each other today. He is much better than that damned Su Fan. In the future, don't let me see that good-for-nothing Su Fan again. or I will not let him off. Mom, my brother-in-law is here. Lin Chushua hurriedly tugged at her mother's sleeve. What? Lan Yu's eyes widened, and she finally noticed Su Fan standing to the side. She said coldly, Su Fan, what are you doing here? Do you regret it? Do you want to get back together with my Wana? Let me tell you, no way. Lan Yu felt genuine disgust upon seeing Su Fan. She had opposed the marriage from the beginning, and now that Su Fan actually dared to divorce her daughter, she was determined to teach Su Fan a lesson. Mom, shut up. Lan Yu glared fiercely at Su Fan and spat. Su Fan, let me tell you, don't even think about making a move on my daughter again. Do you hear me? Lan Yu had an arrogant and domineering demeanor. Back home, Lan Yu had never been polite to Su Fan. Although she wouldn't make Su Fan pour her foot bath water, she would make Su Fan do all the dirty and tiring work. Back then, Su Fan did everything he could to please his mother-in-law. Even so, Su Fan did not gain Lan Yu's approval. On the contrary, Lan Yu became even more unscrupulous in ordering Su Fan around and suppressing him even more. I have no interest in your daughter, and if you dare to utter another word in front of me, believe me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Su Fan stared coldly at Lan Yu. What did you say? Say it again, you've gone too far. You coward. Before Lan Yu could finish speaking, Su Fan suddenly raised his arm and slapped her across the face. Chapter 38. Su Fan is heartless. Remarriage is impossible in this lifetime. Su Fan's gaze was cold. If Lan Yu insulted him again, he would teach this foolish woman what respect was. Instantly, Lan Yu couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, the pressure Su Fan exerted on her reached its peak. She had a premonition that if she humiliated the other person again, he would definitely slap her. But the more this happened, the angrier Lan Yu became. That good-for-nothing son-in-law. You've really made something of yourself. Mom, please stop talking. I asked my brother-in-law to come. Lin Chushua's expression changed, and she hurriedly pulled Lan Yu back. Why did you send him here? Hasn't he bullied your sister enough? Does he want to get back together? With me here, there's no way that's going to happen. Waner, come quickly and try to build up your relationship with young Master Song. Suppressing her anger, Lan Yu pulled Lin Waner to her side and said obsequiously, Young Master Song, this is my daughter Waner. You've met her before. You two can have a good chat. Lan Yu kept winking at Lin Waner. If Lin Waner could get promoted to Song Ching Song of Dafu Jewelry, their family would become rich and powerful. Mom, why did you bring other people with you? Lin Waner looked somewhat flustered and kept her distance from Song Ching Song, afraid that Su Fan would misunderstand. But Su Fan ignored it and didn't care at all. Waner, you are so beautiful. Song Ching Song couldn't take his eyes off Lin Waner once he saw her. Lin Waner proudly raised her chin and winked at Su Fan, as if to say that she had plenty of suitors. To Lin Waner's dismay, Su Fan remained unmoved. In the past, Su Fan would get extremely nervous whenever she got even slightly close to a man. This change made Lin Waner extremely uncomfortable. How come everything is upside down? Is she now worried that Su Fan doesn't care about her? Lan Yu looked at Lin Waner and Song Ching Song, standing together, and laughed. Chu Shui, your father and brother are away on a business trip. These days, we've asked young Master Song to take care of you sisters. You can ask young Master Song for anything in the future. Young Master Song has a lot of influence in Jiangzhou, much better than some good-for-nothing. Oh, by the way, young Master Song also brought you gifts. Lan Yu said with a smile. Happy first snow, happy birthday. This is just a little something from me. Song Ching Song proudly took out a gold watch and handed it to Lin Chushua. Looking into Lin Chushua's bright eyes, he also had some thoughts. These are truly a pair of beautiful sisters. If I could win them all over, I could enjoy the bliss of having multiple wives. Young Master Song, this is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Lin Chushua shook her head repeatedly, showing no feelings whatsoever for Song Ching Song. You silly girl, just keep what young Master Song gave you. It's just a drop in the ocean for him. If your sister and young Master Song get together, she can have as much as she wants. Lan Yu, with a shrewd and mercenary air, took the gold watch and stuffed it into Lin Chushua's hand. Waner, this is a gift for you when we first meet. Then, Song Ching Song gentlemanly took out a necklace with a sparkling diamond set in it. Song Ching Song was about to put it on Lin Waner, but Lin Waner took a step back and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, Young Master Song, I can't accept this. It's all right. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I'll take you to my jewelry store another day, and I'll give you whatever catches your eye. Song Ching Song's smile widened. He had his own methods for attracting women. Young Master Song, I really can't accept it. However, Lin Wanner refused very firmly. Song Ching Song's smile froze. In this world, there are still women who don't love diamonds. Young Master Song, here's your gold watch back. I'm already very happy that you came to my birthday party, so I can't accept this gift. It was at this moment that Lin Chuxue, taking advantage of Lan Yu's inattention, stuffed the gold watch back into Song Ching Song's hand. Song Ching Song's face turned ugly. What are you all doing? You're all going to drive me crazy. Lan Yu glared at Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue and hurriedly said, Young Master Song, my two daughters are just shy. They'll get used to it later. We appreciate your kindness, unlike some people who come empty-handed. I don't know what face they have to stand here. Mom, Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue spoke at the same time, their expressions somewhat displeased. Happy birthday, First Snow. This is a piece of Lantian jade that I'm giving you. Remember to wear it. It will protect you and keep you safe. Su Fan didn't care about Lan Yu's sarcastic remarks at all. He's here today to celebrate Lin Chuxue's birthday. As for others, what does it have to do with him? Thank you, brother-in-law. Upon receiving the Lantian jade, Lin Chuxue beamed with joy and immediately put it on. It was her most treasured possession. Lantian jade? The kind of stuff that costs tens of dollars a piece on the street? How come you're even showing it off? Lan Yu snorted softly, truly unable to understand how Lin Chuxue, this little girl, could have such a deep relationship with Su Fan. Seeing Lin Chuxue receive Su Fan's gift, Lin Wanner pouted slightly, clearly feeling a little disappointed. Here, wear this on your body for protection. After hesitating for a moment, Su Fan handed another piece of Lantian jade to Lin Wanner. Su Fan didn't want any further entanglement with Lin Wanner, but he also hoped she would be safe. This was his last act of kindness. A gift for me. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up, and the worry between her brows disappeared in an instant. She took the Lantian jade with both hands and immediately felt a cool sensation. She was overjoyed. Lin Wanner, with her radiant smile, is charming and affectionate, especially with her stunning first love-like attire and makeup. What a piece of junk. I'm in the jewelry business, Wanner. This piece of Lantian jade is worthless. Carrying bad Lantian jade will only bring misfortune. I think you should just throw it away. Song Ching Song realized that he was being completely ignored by the Lin sisters, Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue. The two beauties' eyes were always on Su Fan, and they never looked at him directly. He had heard Lan Yu talk about Su Fan, a useless office worker, so why was he competing with him for a woman? What he enjoys most is trampling other men's dignity into the ground. Su Fan, you've really grown up. You gave me such junk. How dare you? It's a good thing Wanner divorced you. Otherwise, she would have suffered so much. From now on, stay away from Wanner. No matter how much you beg, I will never agree to your remarriage. Lan Yu was furious. Mom, please don't say that. Lin Wanner was getting anxious. She had hoped to salvage her relationship with Su Fan today. Don't worry, I will never remarry in this lifetime. Su Fan's voice was cold. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner looked at Su Fan with a pitiful expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 39. The sister-in-law sheds tears of grievance, and Su Fan takes action. Lin Wanner felt as if her heart had been pierced by a knife. The pain was unbearable. Brother-in-law, sister, today is my birthday. Let's not talk about these things. If you keep doing this, I'll get upset. Lin Chuxue quickly smoothed things over and reminded her mother. Mom, you should also say less. I invited my brother-in-law. Lan Yu gave a heavy snort, but didn't say anything more. Lin Wanner looked gloomy, her mood plummeting to its lowest point. Lin Wanner kept reminding herself that she was the one who wanted to divorce Su Fan, and that there were many people pursuing her, so she didn't need to care about Su Fan at all. But she just couldn't control herself. Without Su Fan by her side, she found herself increasingly uncomfortable, constantly thinking of Su Fan and their past life. First Snow, speaking of which, where are your classmates? Why didn't any of them come? It's already time. Lan Yu asked. Today she booked 10 tables at the Hilton Hotel, wanting to make a grand entrance, and invited several of her friends from well-off families. But now we haven't seen a single person. Lan Yu had a vague feeling of unease in her heart. Lin Chuxue raised her delicate eyebrows, sensing that something was amiss. Classmates, I'm celebrating my birthday at the Hilton this year." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Shushua looked closely and saw that her classmates were all following behind a hot, glamorous woman, smiling obsequiously, wishing her a happy birthday, and presenting her with their gifts. Chen Shanshan. Lin Shushua's expression changed slightly. She knew that Chen Shanshan shared the same birthday as her, but in the past, Chen Shanshan had never bothered to invite her classmates, instead celebrating her birthday with her friends in her own circle. "Hey, isn't this our class beauty, Lin Shushua? What a coincidence." Chen Shanshan's lips curled up into a sly smile. The group of people behind Chen Shanshan were all taken aback when they saw Lin Shushua, not expecting to meet her here. They had already agreed to attend Lin Chushua's birthday party and even bought gifts, but just now, Chen Shanshan also said that it was her birthday today and she wanted to invite everyone to celebrate together. In Jiangzhou, everyone knows that Chen Shanshan is the daughter of Chen Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Her background is extremely formidable, and even the principal has to give Chen Shanshan some face. After careful consideration, almost everyone chose to celebrate Chen Shanshan's birthday with her, leaving Lin Shushua out of the party. After all, none of them could afford to offend Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan was a real bully at Jiangzhou University. She had bullied many people and committed countless crimes, but in the end, Chen Shanshan got away scot-free. Those who were bullied either made up with each other in private or disappeared forever. First, no, I'm sorry. The girls in Lin Shushua's dorm room hung their heads and spoke softly. "Fine." Lin Shushua forced a smile and politely said to Chen Shanshan, "Happy birthday." "Of course I'm happy, but it looks like you won't be happy on your birthday." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. None of the people your mom invited will be coming. They'll be here with gifts to say hello later." Chen Shanshan raised her chin and said arrogantly, "On your 20th birthday, you're all alone. Shushua, you must be feeling terrible, right?" Chen Shanshan was extremely pleased with herself. She deliberately wanted to humiliate Lin Shushua in person. Lin Shushua is prettier than her and stole her thunder. After learning that Lin Shushua had invited her classmates to her birthday party, Chen Shanshan decided to humiliate Lin Shushua and put her down so that Lin Shushua would never be able to hold her head up again. She's going to ruin Lin Shushua. "Happy birthday, Shanshan. You're getting more and more beautiful. You're absolutely gorgeous." At that moment, luxury cars lined the streets, and wealthy women and men, even a powerful figure, walked towards Chen Shanshan with smiles plastered on their faces and fawning expressions, constantly greeting her. Among these people were some of Lan Yu's wealthy friends. Lan Yu's expression changed. "President Lin, you clearly promised to attend my daughter's birthday party, and I've already booked the banquet." "Lan Yu, why are you saying these things at a time like this? What is your daughter's status, and what is Shanshan's status? Can they be compared? Right now, of course, it's more important to celebrate Shanshan's birthday. You should also come over and say hello to Shanshan. It will do you good. As for your daughter's birthday, it doesn't matter when it's celebrated." A plump woman adorned with gold and silver scolded Lan Yu without any courtesy. Lan Yu looked grim. "Daughter, it's all right. Young Master Song is here. I'll have him call some people over." Lan Yu quickly comforted Lin Shushua, but when she turned around, she found that Song Ching Song, who had been trying to please the two sisters Lin Wanner and Lin Shushua, had abandoned them and jogged over to Chen Shanshan. He bowed slightly and said in an extremely ingratiating voice, "Shanshan, happy birthday. This is a 10-carat diamond from Dafu Jewelry. Please accept it." Upon seeing this, Lan Yu was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. The gifts Song Ching Song gave to her two daughters were worth less than 1/10 of a 10-carat diamond. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. This was extremely unpleasant for Lan Yu, who was always vain, and she felt a great sense of humiliation. It's all Su Fan's fault, that good-for-nothing. If Wanner hadn't married such a person, how could we have suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Lan Yu now understands that Chen Shanshan on the other side is deliberately trying to humiliate Lin Shushua. "Song Ching Song, you're here too? Are you going to Lin Chushua's birthday party?" Chen Shanshan asked with a smile. "No, no." Song Ching Song hurriedly denied it. Even a fool could see that this young lady and Lin Shushua didn't get along. He had to immediately distance himself from Lin Shushua and couldn't admit that he planned to pursue Lin Wanner. That's good. Chen Shanshan wasn't in a hurry to enter the Hilton Hotel. Looking at Lin Chuxue, who was slightly downcast, biting her lip, and looking aggrieved, she smiled even more happily. Lin Chuxue, you look a little pitiful. You must be feeling terrible to have your 20th birthday like this. But the more you feel terrible, the happier I am. Chun Shanshan's eyes flashed, and she smiled. Lin Chuxue, from now on, when you see me, keep your head down, understand? By the way, stay away from Lin Yulin in the future. If I ever see you getting close to him again, I won't let you off the hook. Chun Shanshan has a strong liking for Lin Yulin, the school's most handsome boy, but Lin Yulin happens to like Lin Chuxue, which is one of the reasons why she wants to humiliate Lin Chuxue. Lin Chuxue lowered her head even further, feeling wronged and sad. But what can you do? Who told me to be the daughter of the vice president of the Martial Arts Association? Everyone has to fawn over me. And you? You're just a nobody. You have no background, no family connections. What makes you think you can compete with me? Chun Shanshan looked down at Lin Chuxue with an arrogant air. Snap! 2 tears fell from Lin Chuxue's eyes onto the ground. At that moment, Su Fan stepped forward, stood directly in front of Lin Chuxue, raised his arm, and delivered a crisp, resounding slap to Chun Shanshan's face. Chapter 40, Yi Qingqing meets Lin Wanner. Snap! The slap was so sharp it stunned everyone present. Someone actually slapped the rich heiress Chun Shanshan in the face. What's the difference between this and courting death? The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense and chilling. Chun Shanshan's cheeks were distorted from the slaps. The 5-finger marks were very conspicuous. Her face was full of anger, her pupils were bloodshot, and she stared at Su Fan. Ew. You dare to hit me? If it weren't for the fact that today is Chuxue's 20th birthday, and if it weren't for the fact that you are Chuxue's classmate, you would be dead by now. Su Fan's voice was indifferent. How arrogant. Su Fan's words shocked everyone once again. Who is this guy? This isn't just disturbing the peace. He's digging up people's ancestral graves. The daughter of the vice president of the Martial Arts Association was slapped in public. This is a big deal. This matter will not be easily resolved. This Su Fan, does he have some powerful background? Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do this. What a load of rubbish. I know this Su Fan. He's Lin Wanner's lapdog. They divorced not long ago. Has he completely let himself go and doesn't even care about his life? Doesn't he know the consequences of offending the Martial Arts Association? Su Fan's family is dirt poor, he's finished. This slap will ruin him forever, and Su Fan will probably disappear from Jiangzhou forever tomorrow. A group of people whispered among themselves, looking on with amusement. Su Fan, are you crazy? Who do you think you are to dare hit Miss Chin? Kneel down and apologize right now. Song Ching Song stepped forward and shouted insults. Our family has absolutely no connection with Su Fan. That good-for-nothing divorced Wanner a long time ago. Lan Yu hurriedly distanced herself from Su Fan, fearing that she would be implicated by him, and cursed Su Fan 1,000 times in her heart. Although she was indignant, she knew that the daughter of the vice president of the Martial Arts Association was not someone they could afford to offend. Su Fan, why are you still so impulsive? Quickly apologized to Miss Chun. Lin Wanner was also getting anxious, worried that Su Fan would get into trouble because of this. Brother-in-law, why don't you leave now? It's all my fault. Lin Chuxue's voice was urgent. She knew Chun Shanshan's methods well. Those who were hated by her never had a good ending. An apology? Is that something that can be resolved with an apology? I've never had anyone dare to hit me in my entire life. You're the first. Chun Shanshan's face burned with rage. She hated Su Fan to the core. She raised her arm, wanting to slap Su Fan tenfold in return. But before Chun Shanshan's slap could land, Su Fan slapped her again, sending her flying to the ground. Her cheek was distorted, and the 5-finger marks overlapped, making her look hideous. Another slap? Everyone present swallowed hard. Was this the last madness of a dying man? Take him down. Take him down. Chun Shanshan's face contorted with rage as she roared. Immediately, 2 martial artists rushed out. They were martial artists from the Martial Arts Association responsible for protecting Chun Shanshan. They had also been caught off guard and hadn't had time to stop Su Fan. It's over. Su Fan is finished. His life is ruined. Of all people to mess with, he had to provoke the young lady of the Martial Arts Association. He must have a death wish. A moment of impulsiveness can come at a terrible price. No one had a good chance of succeeding with Su Fan. Brother-in-law, you should leave quickly. Lin Chuxue, tried to cover for Su Fan so that he could leave quickly. Arrest them immediately. This has nothing to do with me or my two daughters. Lan Yu looked flustered. Lin Wanner was completely disoriented and extremely frightened. She became afraid whenever she thought that Su Fan might be in trouble. Su Fan, apologize now. You weren't this impulsive before. Lin Wanner's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. A murderous glint flashed in Su Fan's eyes. But just as Su Fan was about to make a move, the roar of a sports car rang out. A limited edition Maserati drifted and came to a stop in front of the Hilton. The car door opened like wings, and Yi Qingcheng, dressed in a professional office lady outfit and black high heels, spoke in a magnetic voice with a strong, penetrating quality. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on young Master Su's head, I'll kill their entire family. A fierce shout, domineering and unparalleled. Yi Qingcheng, the owner of Yiping Club, one of the most powerful and wealthy women in Jiangzhou. What brings her here? So beautiful. That figure, that face, she's the epitome of beauty. I feel like Yi Qingqing has become even more womanly. She's absolutely gorgeous. This aura is absolutely amazing. Under Yi Qingqing's imposing aura, everyone's attention was focused on her. Chen Shanshan, who had just struggled to her feet, stared at Yi Qingcheng with undisguised jealousy in her eyes. She hates all women who are prettier than her, but she still had to give Yi Qingcheng some face. Mr. Yi, you've come to celebrate my birthday? Why did you make the trip in person? Chen Shanshan took the initiative to go to greet her. To Chen Shanshan's embarrassment and anger, Yi Qingcheng didn't even glance at her, but instead swept past her and went to Su Fan's side, saying coquettishly, "Young Master Su, I'm sorry I'm late." After speaking, Yi Qingcheng looked at Lin Chuxue with gentle eyes, while glancing at Lin Wanner out of the corner of her eye, and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, happy birthday. This is a small gift for you." Yi Qingcheng handed Lin Chuxue an exquisite brocade box containing a sparkling diamond. A dazzling star, a 19th century gemstone just salvaged from the Pacific Ocean, the only one of its kind in the world. Yi Qingqing actually personally celebrated Lin Chuxue's birthday and even gave her such an expensive gift? Could it be that the Lin family has some background we don't know about? Why do I feel like Yi Qingqing came for Su Fan? The crowd was once again in turmoil. Some people are already regretting that they shouldn't have stood each other up today. I can't accept it. Lin Chuxue was somewhat confused and quickly refused. Girl, accept this. This is my friend. Su Fan smiled. Oh. Lin Chuxue was taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, she still listened to Su Fan and accepted the brilliant star. Thank you, President Yi. This scene left Lin Wanner, who was standing to the side, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Others might not have noticed, but she could tell at a glance that Yi Qingcheng was interested in Su Fan and was deliberately seducing him. Looking at Yi Qingqing's curvaceous figure and her almost flawless face, Lin Wanner felt a strong sense of crisis. At that moment, Lin Wanner felt that Su Fan was getting further away from her. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was so angry that her face was trembling. Being slapped in the face like this was too humiliating. So what if you're Yi Qingqing? Take down Su Fan. I want him dead. Chen Shanshan was on the verge of losing her mind. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was filled with boundless hatred. Chapter 41: A Shocking Birthday Party. Yi Qingqing's influence was almost equal to that of everyone around her. Today, she originally intended to embarrass Lin Chuxue and completely trample on Lin Chuxue's dignity. But who would have thought that she would be the one to be slapped in the face and have her dignity trampled underfoot? Boom. Another roar of a car engine rang out. Meng Xinghe got out of the car with a group of martial artists in suits and walked quickly towards Su Fan. Upon seeing Meng Xinghe, Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up. Her father and Meng Xinghe were close friends. This time, Meng Xinghe must have come to celebrate her birthday. Uncle Meng, what brings you here? Your presence is the happiest thing for me today. Chen Shanshan raised her chin proudly, revealed a bright smile, and took the initiative to greet Meng Xinghe. Shanshan, you're here too? What a coincidence. Meng Xinghe was slightly taken aback when he saw Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan's smile froze. Uncle Meng, you didn't come to see me? Of course not. I'm here to celebrate the first snow girl's birthday. Meng Xinghe brushed past Chen Shanshan, bowed slightly to Su Fan, and then came to Lin Chuxue. He ordered someone to take out an agate. Miss Chuxue, This is currently the largest agate in Jiangzhou. It's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Happy birthday. This bigwig of Jiangzhou's underworld was now behaving like a kind elder, adopting an extremely humble posture, a face no one had ever seen before. When did Meng Xinghe become so kind and gentle? Some people who knew Meng Xinghe were completely stunned, and their gazes toward Lin Chuxue changed drastically. The fact that such a big shot would come to celebrate a young girl's birthday suggests there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Chen Shanshan's face turned pale, making her look even worse. Chen Shanshan felt as if she had been slapped hard in the face in public once again. Lin Chuxue was also stunned. She didn't know Meng Xinghe at all and subconsciously looked at Su Fan. Seeing Su Fan nod, Lin Chuxue took a deep breath and revealed a clear smile. Thank you, uncle. Oh my, it's such an honor to have such a beautiful niece. Meng Xinghe couldn't wait to build a good relationship with Lin Chuxue. At that moment, a group of luxury cars gathered, and another group of people stepped out of them. Mu Qingxue walked at the front, not even glancing at Chen Shanshan, but looking at Su Fan with a somewhat ambiguous expression. Seeing that Su Fan did not react, Mu Qingxue smiled and came to Lin Chuxue's side, saying gently, Chuxue, this is the latest Hermes bag. Happy birthday. If you ever see anything you like in the future, be sure to tell your sister. Mu Qingxue, the princess of a prominent family in Jiangzhou. She actually came to celebrate Lin Chuxue's birthday. What's going on? I'm stunned. Wow, all the people here are big shots. This is Lin Chuxue's 20th birthday party. The level of prestige is off the charts. If I could have a birthday like that, I could brag about it for the rest of my life. Compared to Lin Chuxue's birthday, Chen Shanshan's birthday was much less memorable. It's not just dull. Compared to this, Chen Shanshan is completely outclassed. It seems the Lin family isn't as ordinary as it appears. Some people may seem ordinary, but they are actually extremely extraordinary. Thank you, sister. Lin Chuxue's smile grew wider and wider. She knew that these people were all invited by her brother-in-law. She didn't think about how Su Fan had such connections. She just felt pampered, and that feeling was wonderful. The previous disappointment vanished. Look, someone else is here. That seems to be Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou. Could he also be here to celebrate Lin Chuxue's birthday? It seems that it really is true. Elder Hua is walking towards Lin Chuxue. Lin Chuxue's classmates were completely stunned. Jiangzhou medical sage Hua Yun led an elderly man with a solemn expression but a sickly pale face to Su Fan's side. He lowered his voice and said in a voice that only 3 people could hear, General, this is Physician Su. Physician Su, this is the king of the Northern Territory. King in the North. Su Fan's pupils contracted slightly as he sensed the chaotic aura of the Northern King and roughly guessed the purpose of Hua Yun and the Northern King's visit. After Miss Chuxue's birthday banquet, could you spare a little more time for Dr. Su? It was Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the North, who spoke. Su Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Relieved by Su Fan's nod, Hua Yun approached Lin Chuxue and said kindly, Little Chuxue, I have nothing to give you, but you must accept this 1,000-year-old ginseng. It can nourish your skin, improve your complexion, and strengthen your body. Lin Chuxue was startled again and accepted the 1,000-year-old ginseng with some trepidation. She's still a little overwhelmed by everything that happened today. This is insane. Even the medical sage of Jiangzhou has come. I wouldn't be surprised if any other important figure comes. Lin Chuxue has an incredibly high level of influence. This kind of birthday banquet is probably the only one of its kind in Jiangzhou. Call. Another luxury car pulled up. An elderly man with white hair stepped out of the car. When the crowd saw what he looked like, some people's pupils dilated, their faces filled with disbelief, and they kept wiping the sweat from their foreheads. They were speechless with shock. Who is this? Don't you recognize Li Fusu? He's a centenarian from Jiangzhou, a figure at the pinnacle of Jiangzhou, with boundless connections. He's practically a living god. If such a centenarian comes to celebrate Lin Chuxue's birthday, that would be the greatest honor. There's a saying in Jiangzhou that if you receive a blessing from a centenarian at your birthday banquet, the coming year will be extremely happy. Li Fusu, he actually came too. Meng Xinghe and Yi Qingcheng narrowed their eyes at the same time. They weren't particularly surprised by this. The 3 of them were the only ones who had witnessed Su Fan's arrival in Jiangzhou. so they naturally wanted to find ways to please Su Fan. Li Fusu would naturally not miss this opportunity. I didn't expect everyone to come, so I'm a little late. Little Miss Chushue, please don't blame this old man. Li Fusu spoke gently, leaning on his cane as he slowly approached Lin Chushue's side. He smiled and said, "This old man doesn't know what gift to give. I happen to have a small villa near Jiangzhou University. I've already arranged for it to be transferred to Miss Chushue's name, so she can move in any time. This will also make it convenient for her to attend school. A small villa? And it's in a prime location right next to Jiangzhou University? This villa is worth at least tens of millions. That's incredibly generous." Lin Chushue's eyes widened as she felt Li Fuse's kindness and hurriedly refused. "Grandpa, I can't accept such an expensive gift. Miss First Snow, please accept this." Li Fusu insisted. "This?" Lin Chushue looked to Su Fan for help. Su Fan nodded. Lin Chushue then stopped refusing Li Fusu, her bright eyes looking at Su Fan with gratitude. Lan Yu and Lin Wanner, who were standing to the side, were already extremely shocked, and their minds were not quite processing what had happened. What exactly happened? Could it be because of Su Fan? Chapter 42. Lin Wanner. You will never know what you have lost. Lan Yu has always looked down on Su Fan from the bottom of her heart, believing that Lin Wanner's marriage to Su Fan was a mistake. But now, seeing so many important figures she could never normally reach celebrating her daughter Lin Chushue's birthday and giving Qin Shanshan a good slap in the face, Lan Yu felt proud again, and a very complicated feeling arose in her heart. "Wanner, what's the deal with this Su Fan? How does he know all these important people?" Lan Yu pulled Lin Wanner aside and asked her. "I don't know. It might be related to that woman named Yi Qingcheng." Lin Wanner spent most of her time scrutinizing Yi Qingcheng, a strong sense of crisis rising within her. Has this kid started living off a woman? Lan Yu was startled, then suddenly realized. No wonder that bastard Su Fan dared to divorce you. Did he climb the social ladder? Mom, Su Fan isn't that kind of person. Lin Wanner raised her delicate eyebrows, disliking her mother's words about Su Fan. How can he not be that kind of person? What kind of future can a gigolo have? Watch how I humiliate him. Lan Yu snorted and smiled at Yi Qingcheng and the others. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my daughter's birthday, and thank you for the gifts. On behalf of Chu Shui, I thank you all. But some people gave me a jade pendant from a street vendor. Aren't they ashamed of themselves? Mom, the Lantian jade that my brother-in-law gave me is my favorite. Lin Chushue touched the Lantian jade hanging around her neck. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing and the others focused their attention on the Lantian jade worn by Lin Chushue, their pupils contracting as they revealed expressions of shock. Whether it was Yi Qingcheng, Meng Xinghe, Mu Qingxue, or the others, they all knew that Su Fan had obtained the Lantian jade, but they did not expect that Su Fan would refine the Lantian jade into a magic weapon so quickly. Judging from the color and brightness of the Lantian jade, this Lantian jade is definitely not an ordinary piece. In particular, the faint spiritual energy emanating from the Lantian jade amazed them. Guard the magical artifact. Yi Qingqing and the others exchanged shocked glances and were filled with envy for Lin Chushue. This protective artifact would be priceless on the black market and would be fiercely contested by all sides. Miss Chushue, the jade pendant your brother-in-law gave you is worth less than 1/10 of all the gifts we have given you combined. Li Fusu smiled. What? Lan Yu's mouth dropped open, but she didn't dare to question Li Fusu. She muttered, how could such a broken piece of jade be worth so much? Lin Wanner, on the other hand, was delighted. She gripped the Lantian jade in her hand tightly, then looked at Yi Qingcheng proudly and waved the Lantian jade in her hand in a showy manner. As expected, Yi Qingqing showed a look of envy. Seeing this, Lin Wanner's gloom vanished. She was still extremely important to Su Fan. Lin Wanner and Yi Qingqing exchanged glances. She was confident that even if she accidentally lost Su Fan, she could still find him if she wanted to. No one can take Su Fan away from her. Even if the other party is Yi Qingqing, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, she is not afraid. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lan Yu quickly said, everyone, please take your seats. Yi Qingqing smiled and walked forward, but deliberately stopped a step when she passed Lin Wanner. Miss Lin, you will never know what you have lost. What you have made is a mistake that can never be made up for. After speaking, Yi Qingqing entered the Hilton lobby. A group of people took their seats one after another. Girl, are you happy? Su Fan came to Lin Chushue's side and said affectionately, Brother-in-law, this is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Chushue smiled brightly. Go inside. I hope you can be happy every day and always be healthy and carefree. Su Fan's voice was gentle. Lin Chushue felt a warm feeling in her heart. As Lin Chushue skipped and hopped into the hotel, Lan Yu looked at Su Fan with growing displeasure. Her face darkened and she said, Su Fan, don't think I'll thank you. You owe our family all of this. Besides, a grown man who relies on women is useless. You have to be strong yourself. After Chushue's birthday, stay away from my two daughters, understand? Who said I'm taking advantage of a woman? Su Fan sneered and looked directly into Lan Yu's eyes. Besides, I don't owe your family anything. Also, be nicer to me in the future. Su Fan's imposing manner made Lan Yu pause. How dare this good-for-nothing son-in-law, who used to fawn over her, treat her like this? Su Fan, what kind of attitude is this? Lan Yu was furious. This is my attitude. Su Fan entered the hotel, leaving Lan Yu bewildered in the wind. Rebellion. Rebellion. Lan Yu was so angry that her chest trembled. Mom, please don't say that about Su Fan anymore. He's not as bad as you make him out to be. Lin Wanner frowned, unsure how to ease the tension between her mother and Su Fan. Lin Wanner was also extremely conflicted. On the one hand, she wanted to win Su Fan back, but on the other hand, she felt that Su Fan's attitude was too terrible. No matter what, her mother was Su Fan's mother-in-law. Just wait, that good-for-nothing Su Fan will be dumped by Yi Qingqing sooner or later. He's just a plaything. He'll get what's coming to him. What are you trying to prove with that big shot in front of me? Wanner, I'm warning you, you absolutely must not have any lingering ties with Su Fan, or I won't let you off the hook. Lan Yu said angrily. I'll find you a good family another day, one that's 100 times, 1,000 times better than Su Fan. All right, today is, after all, the first Snow's birthday. Lin Wanner was in a state of confusion as she followed Lan Yu into the hotel lobby. Outside the Hilton Hotel, Chen Shanshan and her group felt as if they had been forgotten, especially Chen Shanshan, who looked like a clown with the lingering finger marks from Su Fan's slap on her cheek, a nameless feeling surging in her chest. Shanshan, are we still going to celebrate our birthdays? What a load of rubbish. Enraged, Chen Shanshan left with her people. Today was the most humiliating day of her life. She originally intended to suppress Lin Chushue, making Lin Chushue unable to hold her head high in front of her, and making Lin Chushue live in her shadow for the rest of her life. But the result was that she was severely humiliated. Back home, Chen Shanshan couldn't swallow her anger. Investigate. Investigate everyone in the Lin family. This matter absolutely cannot be left like this. Yes, miss. The Martial Arts Association members responsible for protecting Chen Shanshan accepted the order and left. Night deepened. The birthday party went very smoothly. Lin Chushue was the center of attention, and her classmates and other guests rushed back to celebrate with her as soon as Chen Shanshan left. Tonight, Lin Chushue is the absolute protagonist. After the banquet, the guests took their leave. Lin Chushue had a little wine tonight and deliberately pulled Lin Wanner and Su Fan aside, her eyes gleaming. Sister, brother-in-law, do you know what my wish was tonight? Brother-in-law, sister, I want you two to get back together. I can tell you still have feelings for each other. Lin Wanner blushed, thinking that if Su Fan took the initiative to show goodwill, she would reluctantly forgive him and give him another chance to be with her. Lin Wanner raised her eyes and looked intently at Su Fan, expecting him to speak. Chapter 43 King of the North, I can save you. Su Fan knew what Lin Chushue was thinking. Su Fan raised his eyes and saw Lin Wanner's eyes, which were as bright as stars. Su Fan could tell that Lin Wanner's spoiled nature had subsided considerably after the divorce, and he could also sense her desire to keep her. But there's no going back. Girl, your brother-in-law has something to attend to here, so I'll be leaving now. Su Fan didn't want to say anything cold on Lin Chushue's birthday, so he smiled apologetically and turned to leave. Watching Su Fan's resolute departing figure, Lin Wanner's heart sank lower and lower, her expectations completely dashed. At this moment, Lin Wanner remembered what Yi Qingqing had whispered in her ear. You never know what you've lost. Lin Wanner lowered her head, and for some reason her eyes were a little wet. Sister, it's all right. You forgot. Your brother-in-law gave you Lantian Jade, which no one else has. He still cares about you. He just needs some time. Lin Chuxue was also somewhat surprised by Su Fan's resolute decision. Could it be that Su Fan really intends to completely let go of Lin Wanner? I've already given him so many chances. Why is he treating me like this? Do I really have to cry and beg him to come back? Lin Wanner let out a soft snort, feeling extremely aggrieved. After meeting Yi Qingqing today, Lin Wanner truly realized that Su Fan was drifting further and further away from her. Sister, you can't think like that. Look, your husband has been good to you for 13 years. It's normal for him to be a little temperamental now. As long as you see each other often, he will find that his favorite person is still you. Lin Chuxue quickly comforted her. If he doesn't want love, he can go find his Yi Qingqiang. Lin Wanner snorted, feeling an indescribable discomfort in her heart, her mind filled with the contemptuous expression Yi Qingqiang had given her. After leaving the banquet hall, Su Fan went to a private meeting room arranged by Hua Yun. Hua Yun looked apologetic and lowered his voice. Dr. Su, the king of the north has suffered extremely serious internal injuries. The famous doctors in China are helpless, and I am also powerless. That is why I thought of Dr. Su. Please forgive me for disturbing you so abruptly. Dr. Su, I've long admired your name. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north was very approachable, showing a kind smile as he reached out and shook hands with Su Fan, saying, I originally thought that since Elder Hua's Xianmin 3 needles couldn't save my life, it must be that God was going to take me away. Who would have thought that Elder Hua insisted on bringing me to see Dr. Su, saying that Dr. Su has the medical skills to bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, and might be able to save my life. Sit down, Su Fan said. Dr. Su, don't feel pressured. I've been fighting on the battlefield for a long time, and I'm used to life and death. Death is nothing to me. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north said with a smile. Dr. Su, the king of the north has made great contributions to China. All his injuries were sustained while protecting China's territory. This time, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death because of his battle with 3 divine realm experts. If he is not treated in time, and his liver ruptures, I'm afraid China will lose a king of the north. At that time, the north will be in danger. Hua Yun knelt on one knee. Divine Physician Su, your disciple Hua Yun begs you to save the life of the king of the northern border. As soon as Hua Yun finished speaking, Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the northern territory, turned even paler. A trickle of blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his aura became chaotic. Previously, the king of the north was merely pretending, waiting until Lin Chuxue's birthday was over before sending Hua Yun to invite Su Fan. Elder Hua, please get up. The king of the north has rendered meritorious service to China. How can I stand by and watch him die? Su Fan placed his 5 fingers on the pulse of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the northern territory, and sent a wisp of energy into Zhou Tianxiong's body to examine his condition. After a long while, Su Fan finally loosened his grip. Dr. Su, is there any hope for the king of the north's injuries? Hua Yin asked anxiously. His internal organs are shattered, and the killing intent of the 3 divine realm experts still lingers. It's a miracle that he has managed to survive until now. Under normal circumstances, he would have died within 3 days without a doubt, Su Fan said in a deep voice. Hua Yun's heart sank. Ha ha ha. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Dr. Su is indeed amazing. I have been barely maintaining the integrity of my internal organs with my divine power, but I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. 3 divine killing intents will tear my body apart within 3 days. However, 3 days is enough time for me to make arrangements for my affairs. It's just a pity that the north. I'm afraid there will be war again. If you hadn't met me, you would have surely died, but having met me, even the king of hell couldn't take your life. Su Fan chuckled. Elder Hua, please prepare 32 silver needles for me. The king of the northern territory needs immediate acupuncture treatment. There can be no delay. Dr. Su, you mean you can save the life of the king of the north? Hua Yun's eyes widened, and she said excitedly. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north also narrowed his eyes, looking at Su Fan in disbelief. He knows his injuries best. I came to see Su Fan today with the hope of getting it back to life, and also to give Hua Yun face. I didn't really have any hope. Of course I can save you. For you, This may be an incurable disease that you could never cure in your entire life. But for me, it's nothing, Su Fan said confidently. Hua Yun was overjoyed and hurriedly prepared 32 silver needles. Dr. Su, can you really save me? Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, stared intently. If you believe me, I can save you, Su Fan said calmly. Of course I believe you. Zhou Tianxiong scrutinized Su Fan, becoming increasingly curious about him. Throughout the entire process, the man before him remained extremely calm, showing no surprise or delight at his identity, as if he were just an ordinary patient. Subsequently, Su Fan took the silver needles from Hua Yun and inserted a total of 32 silver needles into the key acupoints of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory. Using his own cultivation method, he rotated the silver needles to guide out the divine killing intent that was entangled around Zhou Tianxiong's heart. Su Fan's acupuncture technique was so smooth and natural that Hua Yun was amazed. Even if he were to study medicine for another 100 years, he probably still wouldn't be able to reach Su Fan's level. About 20 minutes later, the divine killing intent within Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, was completely removed, and the entire process was completed in one go. Gradually, Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, regained some color in his pale face, and the palpitation of death was rapidly subsiding. Dr. Su, please accept my bow. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north felt as if he had just escaped death. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not want to die like this. The northern border is not yet pacified. Once he falls, the northern border will inevitably fall into chaos, and countless martial artists and soldiers will die. Chapter 44. My sister-in-law gets disfigured and has an accident. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north was sincerely grateful to Su Fan, for he still had too many unfulfilled wishes in his life. The marshal has made great contributions to China, and I have only done my part. Su Fan had a deep respect for Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, who had spent his life on the battlefield. Dr. Su's medical skills are truly like those of Hua Tuo reborn. Hua Yun sighed deeply. Even if he devoted his entire life to studying Su Fan's acupuncture technique, he would never be able to achieve it. His biggest regret now is that he can't call himself Su Fan's disciple. Hua Tuo is not as good as me, Su Fan said calmly. Hua Yun and Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, were both taken aback. Then Zhou Tianxiong burst into hearty laughter. Dr. Su is truly extraordinary. I admire his boldness and arrogance. Su Fan smiled. He wasn't being arrogant, but simply stating a fact. Marshal, now that the killing intent within you has dissipated, you only need to rest for one night. Once your metabolism stabilizes again, I will then nourish your heart meridian, and your injuries will heal completely, Su Fan said. Dr. Su, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. If you ever need anything in the future, I, Zhou Tianxiong, will do my utmost to help you. Zhou Tianxiong promised. Su Fan waved his hand. It was nothing. If I have the chance in the future, I would like to go to the northern border and kill all those demons and monsters that have invaded China. Ha ha ha, great. The king of the north, Zhou Tianxiong, felt that Su Fan was extraordinary the moment he saw him. Most importantly, Su Fan's temperament was very much to Zhou Tianxiong's liking. A true Chinese man should be proud and invincible, not like the effeminate men that are everywhere these days. Hearing Su Fan's declaration, he felt even more convinced of Su Fan's abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, Dr. Su, I feel an instant connection with you. I would like to follow the example of the ancients and become sworn brothers with you. Su Fan glanced at Zhou Tianxiong, pondered for a moment, and said, Marshal has guarded the northern border for 30 years. His integrity is admirable. I am willing to become sworn brothers with the Marshal. Good. Zhou Tianxiong was overjoyed. I never expected to make such a sworn brother during this trip to Jiangzhou. If it weren't for the fact that it's not auspicious to drink today, I would definitely drink 3,000 cups with my sworn brother and get drunk until we're completely drunk. Marshal, if we have the chance in the future, we can drink wine while fighting the enemy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Su Fan had also longed for the military life of fighting and riding horses. From now on, you can just call me Big Brother. Zhou Tianxiong was in a good mood. Brother, come see me at this time tomorrow. I'll try to find a way to help you advance your cultivation level after your injuries have fully healed, Su Fan said in a deep voice. All right, I'll leave everything to my sworn brother. Zhou Tianxiong had absolute faith in his judgment and complete trust in Su Fan. Seeing this, Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou, subconsciously swallowed. This is Zhou Tianxiong, the powerful king of the Northern Territory, who has actually become sworn brothers with Su Fan. Once this news gets out, it will surely shake the entire nation of China. A dragon is about to emerge from Jiangzhou. Hua Yun knew that Su Fan's name was destined to become famous in Jiangzhou, and correspondingly, Su Fan would inevitably run into Yi Wushuang, the big boss behind Jiangzhou. Undercurrents were already swirling in Jiangzhou. Su Fan chatted with Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, for another hour before taking his leave. The night was hazy. The villa where Chen Shanshan lives. Chen Shanshan's face contorted with rage. I must take revenge on Lin Chuxue, that little bitch. I'll make her disfigured and have her defiled by gang rape. The next day, as soon as Lin Chuxue arrived at school, she was pushed into the multimedia classroom. The classroom door was locked with iron chains, the windows were closed, and the glaring lights shone on Lin Chuxue's face. In an instant, Lin Chuxue was pushed to the ground, not even having time to react. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Shanshan, wearing a short skirt and school uniform, clapped her hands as she walked towards Lin Chuxue. Seeing Lin Chuxue's surprised expression, she clicked her tongue and said, Lin Chuxue, were you happy on your birthday yesterday? I was very unhappy. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? Chapter 45 Husband, come quick. I'm so scared. Lin Chuxue's delicate body trembled, fear spreading through her. Oomph. So what if you're prettier, have bigger breasts, and a more voluptuous figure? Why should everyone's attention be on you? What do I lack compared to you? Don't people want to see you? Wait until you become an ugly monster, your face covered in scars. Then let's see who still wants to see you. With a ferocious expression, Chen Shanshan brandished the knife, intending to slash Lin Chuxue's face. Lin Chuxue trembled. It was at this moment that the Lantian Jade artifact, sensing the danger to Lin Chuxue, began to glow with a ghostly light, automatically protecting its owner. Clang! Suddenly, the Swiss Army knife in Chen Shanshan's hand was blasted away by a terrifying force, and Chen Shanshan was also thrown back by the recoil, falling heavily to the ground with a scream. Miss! The two martial arts association members looked horrified and quickly went over to help Chen Shanshan up. Get out of my way. Chen Shanshan's facial muscles contorted, making her look even uglier and more ferocious as she roared. What's going on? Miss, it's a protective magic artifact. A man in a suit lowered his voice. Miss, Lin Chuxue's background is probably not as simple as our investigation suggests, given that she possesses a protective magic artifact. Perhaps we shouldn't make a big fuss about this. You want me to give up? Absolutely not. Chen Shanshan shook off the two martial artists, stared at Lin Chuxue, and her disgust for Lin Chuxue grew stronger. She threatened, throw over the protective magic artifact, or I'll disfigure all your roommates. I'll make them wish they were dead, and all of this is because of you. Lin Chuxue was shocked. She knew that Chen Shanshan was absolutely capable of doing such a crazy thing. Her roommates are all innocent and shouldn't be involved. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chuxue quickly calmed down and, taking advantage of Chen Shanshan's inattention, sent a message to Lin Wanner as fast as possible. Sister, quickly call brother-in-law to Jiangzhou University to save me. At the same time, Lin Wanner received the news and her expression changed drastically. When she called Lin Chuxue, there was no answer. Lin Wanner hurriedly contacted Su Fan. The first time, no one answered. Lin Wanner dialed again. What's up? Su Fan's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, come quick. Something's happened to Chuxue. I'm so scared, what should I do? Lin Wanner recounted the information she had received. It's all right. I'm going to Jiangzhou University to rescue people now. After a pause, Su Fan said in a deep voice, Chuxue has always been very good to me. She has always been my family, and no one dares to bully her. Anyone who dares will die. Su Fan hung up the phone and is now rushing to Jiangzhou University as quickly as possible. He had just sensed the protective reaction of the magical artifact. But strangely, the protective artifact only passively emitted power once. Su Fan sensed the location where he was refining the magic weapon and, like a gust of wind, quickly arrived at Jiangzhou University, his eyes flashing with chilling, killing intent. In the multimedia classroom, Chun Shanshan continued to threaten Lin Chuxue. Lin Chuxue, if you don't throw away the protective magic artifact, don't blame me for taking action against your roommate. You're the one who caused all of this. Chun Shanshan's voice was extremely authoritative. I'll throw it. This has nothing to do with my roommate. Lin Chuxue was too kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to watch her roommate be harmed. She didn't want to drag others down with her. Besides, Lin Chuxue also had a strange belief in her heart that her brother-in-law would come to save her. Throw it over here quickly. Chun Shanshan's voice was fierce, and there was a hint of greed in her eyes. She doesn't even have such a protective artifact, so why should Lin Chuxue have it? Lin Chuxue had no choice but to take off the blue jade pendant hanging around her neck and throw it at Chun Shanshan. Upon receiving the Lantian jade, Chun Shanshan gently stroked it, feeling a clear, bright sensation, and even her breathing became much smoother. It truly is a fine treasure. It's mine now. Then, Chun Shanshan approached Lin Chuxue step by step. You little slut, I'll slash your face a dozen times, then find a few men to rape you, film some short videos, and let everyone see how slutty you are. At that time, I'll see if you can still be innocent, and I'll see if so many people still like you. You ugly monster. Chun Shanshan quickened her pace, her Swiss Army knife slicing through the air before landing on Lin Chuxue's face. Lin Chuxue's pretty face changed. Unable to completely avoid it, a bloody mark was slashed across her left cheek. Her smooth, alabaster skin was pierced, and a line of blood oozed out, the stinging pain spreading throughout her body. Chapter 46. Silly girl, does it hurt? This is just the beginning. I'm so excited. I'm already getting excited. Chun Shanshan's eyes lit up as she looked at the scratch on Lin Chuxue's face. She gripped the Swiss Army knife even tighter, determined to disfigure Lin Chuxue this time and shatter her cheekbone. Chun Shanshan's pupils dilated, and the sharp tip of the knife stabbed towards the area below Lin Chuxue's eyelid. As the blade drew near, Lin Chuxue's delicate body trembled, tears welling in her eyes. But just when Lin Chuxue thought she was about to be disfigured, a familiar figure appeared in front of her like a god descending to earth. Brother-in-law. Lin Chuxue shouted it out loud. Su Fan appeared instantly, his 5 fingers gripping the military knife in Chun Shanshan's hand. No matter how sharp the blade was, it couldn't leave a single mark on Su Fan's palm. Su Fan. Chun Shanshan was startled by Su Fan's sudden appearance. Su Fan had been like a ghost just moments before. How dare you hurt someone so important in my life? Don't you know what death means? Su Fan tightened his grip on the Swiss Army knife with his 5 fingers, his gaze icy cold, looking at Chun Shanshan as if she were a dead man. Over the years, whenever Su Fan was feeling down, Lin Chuxue was always there for him, giving him the purest and most innocent smile in the world. This girl was one of the few bright spots in Su Fan's life. But now, a mere mortal ant dares to harm her. You. Chun Shanshan's face trembled incessantly. Under Su Fan's death-like gaze, her delicate body went limp, and goosebumps rose all over her body. She felt as if she were facing a demon. Miss, get out of here. Sensing Su Fan's terrifying killing intent, the 2 martial artists responsible for protecting Chun Shanshan stepped forward, pulled Chun Shanshan behind them, and stared at Su Fan as if facing a formidable enemy. Su Fan didn't care about this. He turned around, gently wiped the bloodstains from Lin Chuxue's face, and looked at the knife mark. He asked with heartache, Silly girl, does it hurt? Brother-in-law, it doesn't hurt. Lin Chuxue smiled. She didn't want her brother-in-law to see her cowardly and useless side. Silly girl. A faint glow emanated from Su Fan's fingertips as he used his spiritual power to cover the wound on Lin Chuxue's face, and smiled. Don't worry, it won't leave a scar. But what about the protective magic artifact I gave you? Lin Chuxue lowered her head in shame, like a little girl who had made a mistake. Okay, brother-in-law will get it back for you. Remember to carry it with you at all times from now on, and don't take it off easily again. Su Fan couldn't bear to blame Lin Chuxue, so he turned around and fixed his cold gaze on Chun Shanshan again. You think you're worthy of holding the magic weapon I crafted? After speaking, Su Fan transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Miss Run. The 2 martial artists from the Martial Arts Association were horrified. They knew they were no match for Su Fan the moment he made his move. Instantly, an extremely powerful impact struck the 2 martial arts practitioners, sending them flying. The next moment, Su Fan stood in front of Chen Shanshan, his 5 fingers gripping her neck. He retrieved the magical artifact he had crafted, snatched the Swiss Army knife stained with crimson blood, and laughed mockingly. Looks like you care a lot about your disgusting appearance. What? What do you want to do? Chen Shanshan was breathing heavily and couldn't resist Su Fan at all. My father is Chen Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. If you touch me, your whole family will be killed. All the strong people in the Martial Arts Association will kill you. Let me go. Martial Arts Association? Is it that powerful? Su Fan snorted and brandished his Swiss Army knife, slashing Chen Shanshan's face 26 times, each cut embedding itself into flesh. In an instant, Chen Shanshan was completely disfigured, her flesh and blood mangled, and her shrill screams echoed through the air. Su Fan disdainfully threw Chen Shanshan to the ground and said indifferently, "Call your Martial Arts Association Vice President Chen Fuxing and see if he can save your life." Chen Shanshan curled up on the ground, covering her face with her hands. The pungent smell of blood made her even more terrified. Chen Shanshan trembled all over and couldn't help but glance at her reflection in the military knife. When she saw her face covered with knife scars, she couldn't help but scream in terror, her hatred for Su Fan and Lin Chuxue reaching its peak. She wants them dead. Chen Shanshan hurriedly took out her phone and called her father, Chen Fuxing. "Dad, I've been disfigured. Come quick. Bring everyone from the Martial Arts Association. Come quick." Chen Shanshan cried out with resentment and bitterness. "Brother-in-law." Lin Chushue's face was full of worry. "Don't look at filthy things. They'll dirty your eyes." Su Fan blocked Lin Chushue's view. "First snow." Just then, the multimedia classroom door was pushed open, and Lin Wanner ran over as fast as she could. When she saw Chen Shanshan rolling on the ground, her face covered in blood, she took a step back in fear, her face turning pale. Chapter 47. Forget it. You don't deserve any last words. Lin Wanner was panting heavily. She only calmed down after seeing Su Fan there. She quickly went to Lin Chushue's side and asked, "Are you all right?" "Sister, I'm all right. Thanks to my brother-in-law for showing up in time to save me, otherwise." Lin Chuxue was still shaken. If it weren't for Su Fan, she would probably be the one disfigured now. "Take Chuxue and leave first. I'll handle things here." Su Fan looked at Lin Wanner and spoke. "What about you? Will you be all right? Let's go together." Lin Wanner looked worried. "I'm fine. I can handle things better on my own." Su Fan hung the protective magic artifact, Lantian Jade, back around Lin Chushue's neck and said with a smile, "If you're really worried, you can wait for me at the school gate. I can't let go of your hand here." Su Fan didn't want to kill someone in front of Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue. It's best not to let the two sisters see such a bloody scene. "Then you must take good care of yourself. We'll wait for you to come out." Lin Wanner knew that she and Lin Chuxue would only be a burden here, and she knew that Su Fan was extremely reliable and had never let her down at crucial moments. Lin Wanner left with Lin Chuxue, still feeling somewhat uneasy. After the two sisters left, a murderous aura raged, and Chen Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, led a total of 36 martial artists into the multimedia classroom. Such a large-scale event naturally alarmed the entire Jiangzhou University. More and more people gathered there. Blood. These are people from the Martial Arts Association. They have such a strong killing intent. Could it be that someone has offended Princess Chen Shanshan of the Martial Arts Association? It's more than just provoking her. Someone just saw Chen Shanshan disfigured. Her face is covered in scars, and blood is everywhere. If you listen carefully now, you can still hear Chen Shanshan screaming. What? Impossible. Who would dare to mess with Chen Shanshan? She's the apple of the Martial Arts Association's eye. I don't know. Go check it out. A murderous intent surged forth. Chen Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, came to Chen Shanshan and helped her up. When he saw his daughter's disfigured appearance, his murderous intent erupted. "Dad, you've finally come. You must avenge me. This Su Fan, and those sisters Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue, they can't be let go. Capture them. I want to skin them alive and tear them apart with my own hands." Chen Shanshan kept crying, her tears and blood mixing together, making her look even more ferocious and terrifying. Chen Fuxing's gaze was icy as he mobilized his inner energy to temporarily stop Chen Shanshan's bleeding. He assured her, "Daughter, don't worry, I will find the best doctors in the world. Dad will definitely restore your appearance. As for these people, Dad will not let any of them go. Chen Fuxing helped Chun Shanshan up, and with a wave of his arm, 36 martial artists moved in unison, surrounding Su Fan. Take it down. Chen Fuxing gave the order directly. The 10 martial arts practitioners closest to Su Fan attacked him from different directions, their attacks extremely ruthless. What a fine vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Without even asking questions, you just took action to arrest people. You really have a lot of official power. Su Fan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and streaks of sword energy transformed into a clear white light, sweeping away the 10 martial artists who were approaching him with overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 warriors cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, no longer capable of fighting. Grandmaster martial artist? Chen Fuxing's pupils contracted to a thin line. So you're also a cultivator. You're already a grandmaster at such a young age. Truly extraordinary. It's just a pity that you did something you shouldn't have done and offended someone you shouldn't have. Today, you will surely die. I'm doomed. You have quite the nerve. Su Fan snorted coldly and stared intently at Chen Fuxing. Vice President of the Martial Arts Association, you are in charge of half of the order in Jiangzhou. Let me ask you, is your daughter guilty of bullying others at school? In short, his voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. Everyone around shuddered. It's no secret that Chen Shanshan ran rampant at Jiangzhou University, bullying everyone she met. In just 1 year, Chen Shanshan forced countless people to drop out of school. Some people were even splashed with sulfuric acid and had half their faces disfigured because they had offended Chen Shanshan. Their parents tried to cause trouble, but the whole family eventually disappeared in Jiangzhou and has not been found to this day. In addition, there was a video of Chen Shanshan forcing a little girl to eat feces, which caused a huge uproar and sparked a huge public outcry. But in the end, nothing came of it. Because there were so many similar incidents, no one at Jiangzhou University dared to provoke Chen Shanshan. As for those unlucky enough to be targeted by Chen Shanshan, they could only swallow their anger. Who can blame them when they have a powerful father and immense influence? Is he guilty? The vice president of the Martial Arts Association laughed. Shanshan is my daughter. She is innocent even if she is guilty. What a fine line, guilty yet innocent. Do you really think no one in the world can judge your daughter? Su Fan laughed in anger, and at that moment he also felt the murderous intent of the people around him towards Chen Shanshan. Originally, I only wanted to disfigure her and give her a chance to repent, but now it seems that there is no need for that, because I feel that too many people want Chen Shanshan, this sinner, to die. This is the will of all living beings, and I will carry out this will of all living beings. You think you can judge my daughter? You mere grandmaster. You think too highly of yourself. Chen Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, revealed a cold glint in his eyes and released an aura of the grandmaster realm. He said arrogantly, even if you are a grandmaster at the peak of your cultivation, you would not be my match. I broke through to the grandmaster realm a few days ago. Dad, kill him. Kill him. Chen Shanshan stared at Su Fan with hatred in her eyes. Prepare to die. Without further ado, Chen Fuxing pounced on Su Fan like a tiger descending a mountain, gathering the power of his first realm into his 5 fingers and unleashing a powerful punch. An ant trying to shake a tree. Su Fan spread his 5 fingers and used his palm to block Chen Fuxing's attack. Suddenly, Chen Fuxing felt his fist strike the hardest steel. What horrified him even more was that an invisible force pierced through his body from Su Fan's palm and struck his internal organs. Puff! In the blink of an eye, Chen Fuxing's pupils dilated, his internal energy became disordered, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of thick blood, his body flying backward. At that moment, Su Fan took a step forward and grabbed Chen Shanshan's neck again. Do you have any last words before you die? Chen Shanshan felt as if she had fallen into an infernal hell. The fear of death permeated her entire body. Her small mouth opened, and she looked at her father for help, too terrified to utter a single word. Forget it. You don't deserve any last words. Boom. Su Fan squeezed Chen Shanshan's neck with all his might. Chapter 48 King of the North. Who dares to arrest my sworn brother? A cloud of blood mist exploded. Chen Shanshan's head separated from her body and rolled to the ground. landing right at Chun Fuxing's feet. Chun Fuxing's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at his daughter's painful, unseeing death. His rage and murderous intent surged, and he locked onto Su Fan like a bloodthirsty beast. He couldn't understand how Su Fan dared to kill his daughter. How dare he do this? The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Even though the multimedia classroom was sealed off by the Martial Arts Association members, those at the front still clearly saw Qin Shanshan's head rolling down and couldn't help but scream, "Qin Shanshan has been murdered." One sentence sent a shiver down the spines of almost the entire Jiangzhou University. "Qin Shanshan, is she dead?" "It's true. I saw Qin Shanshan's head. It's terrifying. Qin Shanshan was disfigured before she died. This brave man is amazing. Shoo, it's so bloody, but why do I feel so good about it? Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. Retribution may be delayed, but it will surely come. Finally, someone has come to judge this devil, Qin Shanshan. Great, I won't be bullied anymore." Wah! Suddenly, a girl burst into loud sobs and rushed to the front. She saw Qin Shanshan's severed head lying on the ground, and between sobs, she burst into laughter. "Sister, Dad, Mom, the person who killed you has finally gotten his comeuppance. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." It was at this moment that a group of warriors from the Four Directions Alliance, dressed in uniforms, arrived. After the incident escalated, the Four-Party Alliance, which was in charge of public order, could not stand idly by. The middle-aged man at the head of the group had a solemn expression and a dignified gaze. His aura as a grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation was so powerful that no one dared to look him in the eye. Tada! The sound of synchronized footsteps rang out, and Zhou Tianhao had the area sealed off, preventing anyone from watching. He then entered the multimedia classroom. When Zhou Tianhao saw the Martial Arts Association member who had been knocked away, looked at the head of Qin Shanshan who had died suddenly, and felt the overwhelming killing intent of Qin Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he felt his scalp tingle and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He glanced at Su Fan, who was still unaffected, and secretly admired the man's ability and spirit. Unfortunately, this is not an era of reason. Killing the daughter of Qin Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, will likely lead to certain death. Chairman Chun. Zhou Tianhao bowed deeply to Qin Fuxing. Qin Fuxing took a deep breath, glanced at the crowd gathered around him, and knew he shouldn't escalate the situation further. He said in a low voice, "Deacon Zhou, this man injured my men and killed my daughter. I demand an explanation from the Four Directions Alliance. President Chun, rest assured, I will bring the person back to the Four Directions Alliance immediately and will definitely give President Qin justice." Zhou Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Fuxing didn't kill anyone here, it was a small matter how he would deal with the person after he was arrested. Zhou Tianhao's gaze shifted to Su Fan, and he couldn't help but admire Su Fan's composure, but he still said coldly, "Your name is Su Fan? You killed someone in public. Do you know your crime? Seize him immediately, and if you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy. Are you going to arrest me?" Su Fan glanced at Zhou Tianhao and said indifferently, "It was Qin Shanshan who bullied others. I was just acting bravely and in self-defense. How am I guilty? You should be arresting these Martial Arts Association members who are aiding and abetting evil." Zhou Tianhao was taken aback, wondering if this person had gone mad. "Take it down," Zhou Tianhao shouted. He had no interest in reasoning with Su Fan. In this era that is currently running rampant, there is no logic to it. Immediately, dozens of warriors from the Four Directions Alliance locked on Su Fan, ready to act at any moment should he dare to resist. Zhou Tianhao is also ready to make a move. "Oh," Su Fan smiled dismissively, showing no interest in continuing his attack. "This is a school after all, not a place for bloodshed. If it were anywhere else, these people in his eyes would probably all be corpses. The way you took me away today will soon be the same way you're begging to let me go." Su Fan gave up resisting. He knew that Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, would arrive soon, and there was no need to start a massacre at the school. "Take away." Zhou Tianhao ordered his men to surround Su Fan in the middle, preventing anyone from seeing Su Fan's face, and to bring him back to the Four Directions Alliance as quickly as possible. As for what to do next, that's not something he needs to consider. As Su Fan was taken away, The members of the Martial Arts Association also left with Chun Shanshan's body. What happened? The hero who killed Chun Shanshan has been taken away. I'm afraid the odds are against us. Well, having killed the princess of the Martial Arts Association, how could she possibly escape? As the sun set, the stench of blood had already spread. Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue, who had been waiting at the entrance of Jiangzhou University, were both pale-faced. They saw Su Fan being taken away by the people from the Four Directions Alliance, and their hearts sank lower and lower. Why was Su Fan so impulsive? Why did he kill Chen Shanshan? What are we going to do now? Lin Wanner panicked completely. It's all my fault. Lin Chuxue felt extremely guilty. I'll try to find some connections. I hope my friend knows someone in the Four Directions Alliance, and see if we can find a way to rescue Su Fan. Lin Wanner's palms were sweating profusely as she began scrolling through her phone's contacts. Almost without hesitation, she abandoned her usual reserve and pride and began to beg for help. However, upon hearing that they were trying to rescue someone from the Four Directions Alliance, the other side immediately declined, stating that they were powerless to do so. Several people agreed to give it a try, but soon there was no news, and when they called back, no one answered. If all else fails, I'll go ask that deacon from the Four Directions Alliance for help. Lin Wanner bit her thin lips. Sister, are you talking about the guy who's been pursuing you for years? Lin Chuxue was shocked. She hadn't expected her sister to go to such lengths for Su Fan. She remembered that her sister hated the pot-bellied steward of the Four Directions Alliance the most. Moreover, this was the first time Lin Chuxue had ever seen Lin Wanner beg for help in such a humble manner. Why did my sister wait until she lost him to realize her mistake and regret it? Miss Lin. Suddenly, at that moment, Hua Yun, the medical sage of Jiangzhou, led Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, to Jiangzhou University, where they happened to run into Lin Chuxue. They came specifically to find Lin Chuxue. As agreed, it was time for Su Fan to treat Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, but Hua Yun and Zhou Tianxiong had tried to contact Su Fan multiple times without success. Based on their understanding of Su Fan, they knew he would never break his promise without a reason. Therefore, Hua Yun and Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, came to Jiangzhou University to ask Lin Chuxue about Su Fan's whereabouts. Old Hua. Lin Chuxue looked at Hua Yun with teary eyes. What's wrong with Miss Lin? Hua Yun asked with concern, knowing how much Su Fan valued the two sisters. My brother-in-law has been arrested. Can you help me? Lin Chuxue pleaded. What? Both Hua Yun and Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, were shocked. What's going on? Who dares to arrest my sworn brother? Chapter 49. The sky has collapsed. The Jinbei army is on the move. Anyone who tries to stop them will be killed. The king of the north, Zhou Tianxiong, glared fiercely and said in a deep voice. It's like this. Lin Chuxue recounted the events in detail, tears welling in her eyes. After listening to Lin Chuxue's words, Hua Yun subconsciously looked at Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, and vaguely sensed that something big was about to happen in Jiangzhou. What a fine alliance of four factions, arresting people indiscriminately. What a fine martial arts association, bullying the weak with the strong. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north snorted coldly, then smiled gently and looked tenderly at Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue. Don't worry, ladies. Su Fan is my sworn brother. With me here, I will ensure his safety. You don't need to worry too much. My sworn brother will return home safely later. Hearing Zhou Tianxiong's words, Lin Wanner and Lin Chuxue were both delighted. For some reason, the words that came out of Zhou Tianxiong's mouth were extremely convincing. Afterwards, Hua Yun and Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, walked away. Marshal Yu. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north raised his arm to stop Hua Yun. My sworn brother has been captured. How can I, as his elder brother, remain indifferent? Elder Hua, you go back first. I will lead the Jinbei army to pick up my sworn brother. The northern garrison? Hua Yun swallowed hard and said, the 800 Jinbei army soldiers have been stationed outside Jiangzhou. I have just given the order to assemble immediately and go to the Four Directions Alliance to demand the man. I want to see who dares to touch a hair on my sworn brother's head. Zhou Tianxiong's voice was filled with a chilling intent. As the sun set, a full moon hung in the sky. Within the four-party alliance, Zhou Tianhao arrived at the room of Sidu Feng, the vice leader of the Four Directions Alliance, and reported, Boss, as you instructed, Su Fan has been sent to the Martial Arts Association's prison for them to handle as they see fit. No. Situ Feng waved his hand. I really didn't expect that there would actually be a common man in Jiangzhou who would fight so fiercely that blood would be spilled 10 steps away. But such courage is ultimately laughable. Handing over Su Fan and making Chun Fushiomi a favor is a worthwhile deal. This subordinate takes his leave. Zhou Tianhao left, knowing that the Martial Arts Association would probably arrange for beauties and girls that night. Judging criminals? This Su Fan is quite laughable. Zhou Tianhao shook his head. Just as Zhou Tianhao was about to indulge in some romantic pursuits, a chilling killing intent suddenly enveloped the entire Four Directions Alliance. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it. A murderous aura swept in like a storm, and the pressure from the powerful experts at the Divine Realm made it almost impossible for anyone in the Four Directions Alliance to breathe. What's going on? A Divine Realm expert? How could a Divine Realm expert appear in Jiangzhou? Zhou Tianhao turned pale with fright and muttered. Not only were there Divine Realm experts, but also hundreds of Grandmasters and Dao Realm experts. Is the sky falling? Russell. Almost immediately, everyone in the Four Directions Alliance was on high alert, their bodies tense. Li Kanglin, the leader of the Four Directions Alliance in Jiangzhou, rushed out in a green robe, followed by the 5 vice leaders of the Four Directions Alliance, one of whom was Situ Feng. What's going on? The 4 alliances are surrounded. Such a powerful killing intent. Is the Four Directions Alliance about to be wiped out? The Divine Realm has descended. Li Kanglin, the leader of the Jiangzhou Four Directions Alliance, was pale and trembling, completely unaware of what had happened. Bang! The gates of the Four Alliance were shattered with a deafening roar. Several powerful members of the Four Directions Alliance were knocked away. King Zhou Tianxiong of the North, clad in armor and leading 800 personal guards, strode in, his face filled with murderous intent. The northern garrison is on the move. Anyone who obstructs us will be killed. A large banner of the Zhenbei army fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. Everyone in the Four Alliance stared wide-eyed at the dragon and tiger banner of the northern garrison. They had heard of the legends of the Zhenbei army. The Zhenbei army has always been invincible, acting first and reporting later. The problem is, why would the famous Zhenbei army come to the Four Directions Alliance? Could it be that the Four Alliance offended this military bigwig, a regional overlord? Li Kanglin of the Four Directions Alliance pays respects to the king of the Northern Territory. After a moment's hesitation, Li Kanglin, the leader of the Four Directions Alliance, knelt on one knee to respectfully welcome Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory. In fact, the Zhenbei army should not be allowed to enter Jiangzhou. Even if they wanted to enter, they would have to report it in advance. But the problem is, this is an era of spiritual revival. How can you reason with the Zhenbei army? You're talking about rules with Zhou Tianxiong, the illustrious king of the north? What's the difference between this and courting death? Greetings to the king of the north. Situ Feng, Zhou Tianhao, and the others all knelt on one knee, their hearts trembling with anxiety. They didn't understand what was happening. If this group of Zhenbei army soldiers started a massacre without any reason, what could they do? The conclusion is that there's nothing that can be done. We can only wait to die. This is what makes the Zhenbei army so terrifying. If you dare to arrest my sworn brother, why bother kneeling before me? You might as well arrest me too. The voice of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, boomed. The sworn brother of the king of the north? Were they captured by the Four Alliance? What's going on here? Li Kanglin, the leader of the Four Directions Alliance, turned pale and hurriedly said, Marshal, is there some misunderstanding? Even if the Four Directions Alliance had 100 lives, they wouldn't dare to arrest your sworn brother. Misunderstand. King Zhou Tianxiong of the North snorted coldly, looking down at the kneeling Four Directions Alliance experts, and said coldly, You seem to have forgotten. 2 hours ago, at Jiangzhou University, my sworn brother judged a damned criminal, doing what your Four Directions Alliance should have done. And what was the result? Your Four Directions Alliance has quite the airs of authority, arresting those you shouldn't have arrested and releasing those you shouldn't have released. Don't you owe me an explanation? Given the actions of your Four Directions Alliance, even if I slaughter you all today, no one can say a word against you. The words of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, resounded like thunder in the minds of everyone in the Four Directions Alliance. The members of the Four Directions Alliance trembled, their expressions of fear deepening. Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng, in particular, trembled violently upon hearing the words Jiangzhou University, their hearts sinking deeper into despair. The two exchanged a glance, praying that they hadn't truly angered the heavens. Could Su Fan, whose background is completely blank, be the sworn brother of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory? Zhou Tianhao recalled Su Fan's fearless attitude when he was arrested, and Su Fan's words, "You'll release me the same way you arrested me." Zhou Tianhao felt a chill run through his body. Goosebumps rose all over his skin, and cold sweat poured down his back. He's always been extremely careful in everything he does. Could he really be in trouble this time? "Marshal, who is your sworn brother? I will immediately order a thorough investigation into this matter." Li Kanglin, the leader of the Four Directions Alliance, kept swallowing, as he could truly feel the killing intent of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory. He had a feeling that if he couldn't give Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, a satisfactory explanation today, this illustrious king of the Northern Territory might really destroy the Jiangzhou Four Alliance. In the end, their deaths will have been in vain. My sworn brother's name is Su Fan. Chapter 50. Who exactly is this Su Fan? My sworn brother's name is Su Fan. One sentence, and it's breathtaking. Su Fan. Upon hearing those two words, the fear on Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng's faces intensified. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng's reactions, Li Kanglin, the leader of the Jiangzhou Four Directions Alliance, naturally guessed what was going on. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned and stared intently at the two. What exactly happened? You dared to arrest the sworn brother of the king of the Northern Territory? Who gave you the audacity? At this moment, Li Kanglin wished he could kill Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng. Of all people to provoke, why did you have to provoke the king of the Northern Territory? The number of forces, large and small, that were destroyed by Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, was countless. If this god of death is truly angered, it's not impossible for the Jiangzhou Four Alliance to be completely wiped out. Zhou Tianhao, you bastard, you arrested him, and you have to give the king of the north an explanation for everything. Situ Feng, the vice leader of the Four Alliances, immediately reprimanded Zhou Tianhao, attempting to shift the blame onto him alone. Zhou Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. He knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the earth, and said in a panic, "Marshal, this is what happened." Zhou Tianhao recounted the events in detail, explaining, "I truly didn't know Su Fan was the marshal's sworn brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to touch young Master Su, even if you gave me 100 lives." Boom. In an instant, Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, raised his arm and sent Zhou Tianhao flying with a single palm strike. "Where is my sworn brother?" Cough, cough. Zhou Tianhao felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered by this palm strike. And this was only because Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, showed mercy. I handed young Master Su over to the Martial Arts Association on the orders of Vice Alliance leader Situ Feng, Zhou Tianhao said tremblingly. Nonsense. Situ Feng was furious, wishing he could immediately silence Zhou Tianhao. Situ Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was filled with rage. He never expected Zhou Tianhao to betray him. So this is the Four Directions Alliance. Li Kanglin, is this the Jiangzhou Four Directions Alliance under your leadership? Have you forgotten the original intention of the Four Directions Alliance? I ask you, shouldn't a despicable woman like Chen Shanshan, who bullies others, be killed? What crime has my sworn brother committed? King Zhou Tianxiong of the north asked with a burning gaze. Under Zhou Tianxiong's divine pressure, Li Kanglin trembled even more and dared not refute. Young Master Su is a hero of his generation. Chen Shanshan should be killed, but young Master Su is innocent. If you are innocent, why were you arrested? Zhou Tianxiong shouted. The Four Alliance was wrong in this matter. From now on, I will definitely rectify the Four Alliance. Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng will be dismissed and investigated. I will give the marshal a satisfactory explanation. Li Kanglin spoke with righteous indignation. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north snorted coldly, flipped his hand, and pressed his 5 fingers down on Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng. Like a divine mountain falling, the The power of the divine realm directly shattered the spines of Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng, completely suppressing them, causing blood to gush out. Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng let out a scream, feeling their bodies go limp, their bones breaking, and their faces filled with deep fear. For 1 year, you will be forbidden from using any martial arts. You had better pray that my sworn brother is safe and sound. Otherwise, you will pay with your lives. King Zhou Tianxiong of the north then glanced at Li Kanglin, slowly raised a finger, the tip of which gleamed with a ghostly light. Instantly, Li Kanglin's pupils shrank, feeling as if he had stepped into a death trap. Marshal, please give the Four Directions Alliance some face. Boom. In an instant, a beam of azure light shot out from the fingertip of Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory. The divine power crushed all of Li Kanglin's defenses with overwhelming force, piercing through Li Kanglin's chest and ribs. A stream of blood spurted out, and Li Kanglin coughed up a mouthful of blood. A horrifying bloody hole appeared in his chest and ribs, and his whole body felt cold. I have already given the Four Directions Alliance face. Otherwise, that finger strike would have pierced your heart. Keep the Four Directions Alliance in check and maintain order in Jiangzhou, instead of becoming their accomplices. If this happens again, even those old fogies from the Four Directions Alliance won't be able to save your life. After speaking, Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the north, turned around and waved his hand. Go to the Martial Arts Association. The 800 Jinbei soldiers, their killing intent palpable, followed Zhou Tianxiong away. Only after the group of Jinbei army soldiers had completely disappeared from sight did Li Kanglin, the leader of the Jiangzhou Four Directions Alliance, dare to cover the wound on his chest and ribs. He struggled to stand up, his forehead covered in cold sweat, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. The Divine Realm. It's rumored that Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, is seriously injured and beyond recovery. It seems that's just a rumor, and the Northern Territory remains unharmed. Li Kanglin murmured and ordered. Except for the people who are here tonight. Nothing that happens tonight must be leaked. Yes. The members of the Four Alliance were equally shaken. The Four Directions Alliance may seem powerful, but Jiangzhou is just a small place. Even if Zhou Tianxiong, the king of the Northern Territory, really destroys them, the headquarters of the Four Directions Alliance would not risk making an enemy of the entire Northern Territory for their sake. Li Kanglin glanced at Zhou Tianhao and Situ Feng lying in pools of blood and said in a low voice, "Who exactly is this Su Fan? The Martial Arts Association is probably in trouble." A cold wind howled, and the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Jiangzhou Martial Arts Association, prison. Su Fan was shackled and imprisoned in a secret room on the third basement level. This was a heavily guarded place for death row inmates, surrounded by a closed barrier. Su Fan, you've fallen into my hands after all. Tell me, how are we going to settle this score for the murder of your daughter? Chen Fuxing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, strode over, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and stared coldly at Su Fan. Chen Shanshan deserves to die? As Chen Shanshan's father, you didn't discipline her properly, but instead let her take advantage of her power to bully others. You bear the main responsibility for Chen Shanshan's death. Su Fan's voice was calm, without a trace of crisis. I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn even when you're about to die. You killed my daughter and ruined her face. Today I will cut off your hands and feet and make you suffer a fate worse than death for the rest of your life. Chen Fuxing's pupils flashed with killing intent. He took a long sword, its blade gleaming coldly, and slashed at Su Fan's left shoulder. Clang! The long sword fell with a clang of steel clashing, the sharp blade landing on Su Fan's shoulder, but failing to leave a single cut on his flesh. On the contrary, Chen Fuxing felt pain in his 5 fingers and was forced back a step by a powerful force. How can your physical body be so strong? Chen Fuxing looked horrified. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a martial artist to temper their physical body.